It was clear the main character had touched a particle of the sun itself, but not only did he not burn, he became a living solar deity. The searing heat transformed him into a second sun, granting him a blade imbued with every known attribute. Its radiating temperature turned anything it struck to ash. However, on the very first day of his new life, his campus beauty girlfriend decided to break up with him. Because she had just been accepted into a top-tier university, her status had changed. A commoner like the main character was no longer worthy of her. It was obvious they were now living in two different worlds. She spun her own narrative, trying to make him accept reality so he wouldn't cling to her. Su Qingli felt she was doing nothing wrong. Their different circumstances meant their relationship was always doomed to fail. Before a crowd of onlookers eating up the drama, the main character simply waved his hand and agreed to the breakup. His decisiveness left Su Qingli completely stunned. Seeing him turn and walk away without a shred of hesitation, the feeling of being unimportant made her call out to him. Hearing this, the main character shot her a glance. What now? Su Qingli, pretending to be calm, coldly stated that no matter what he did, she would never take him back. The main character stared at her blankly for a few seconds, then told her, "Get over yourself. You're delusional." That single sentence shattered Su Qingli's defenses, and her face flushed with utter humiliation. Meanwhile, our hero heard the crowd's whispers and could only scoff. Su Qingli had no idea what the future held. Soon, money and academic achievements would be useless, because in 1 year, the entire world would enter an era of spiritual energy recovery. This would trigger a massive global shift, replacing all societal norms. The age of cultivators was about to begin, where power would be the only standard that mattered. In his past life, the main character was just an ordinary person, desperately trying to survive the apocalypse. Countless mutated beasts became a plague upon the earth, destroying an unknown number of cities. In the end, our hero couldn't escape the hunt and was devoured by one of those monsters. In the cold embrace of death, his unwilling heart and thirst for revenge reached their absolute peak. It was in that very moment that he bonded with a cosmic tier system, which returned him to 1 year before the spiritual energy awakening. This system possessed universe-level calculation abilities, capable of creating cultivation techniques based on the spiritual items he touched. Right now, no one else was aware of the coming change, and the main character planned to monopolize the spiritual energy for himself during this crucial time. Just then, a news report flashed on a nearby screen, showing fishermen who had discovered a giant abalone and ancient trees that had suddenly grown to immense sizes. The news didn't try to calm the public or deny the mutation, but instead warned everyone to be vigilant. But to our hero, this seemingly casual report was actually a special warning from the government. This kind of subtle warning was a familiar tactic of the nation, a way to prepare those citizens who truly trusted their country. The main character was scanning news forums for any other strange phenomena when one particular post caught his eye. Outside the Qingbei district, the ultraviolet rays were far stronger than normal. Others saw the post, but dismissed it as fake. They weren't far from Qingbei University, and the sky above them was still overcast and cool. But according to the news post, the temperature at Qingbei University had already reached a scorching 74 degrees. Seeing the skeptical comments, the main character smirked. Everyone thought it was just clickbait. Only he knew that his first great opportunity had just arrived. 15 minutes later, standing before the gates of Qingbei University, he wiped the sweat from his face. The temperature here was definitely not normal. The sunlight hitting the ground formed dazzlingly bright spots. Even the security guards couldn't stand the heat and had fled their posts. Our hero endured the scorching air, and just as his finger touched a tiny speck of light, the system's voice echoed in his mind, detecting a pure Yang attribute energy signature, unlocking the Yang attribute database. Instantly, the light particles turned into threads that bound his body, which then erupted with a blinding radiance. The retreating guards were completely blinded, having no idea what was happening, but they couldn't contain their shock. What they didn't know was that the main character's body was burning like a living inferno, a pain that seared him to the bone. At that very moment, the system announced the mutation was a success. He had obtained the golden sun breathing method. At the same time, at another entrance to Qingbei University, his ex-girlfriend, Su Qingli, arrived. Her beauty attracted the attention of many upperclassmen, but she paid them no mind. Just then, a brilliant flash of light erupted behind her. The school's loudspeakers crackled to life, warning everyone to stay away from the front gate. Su Qingli frowned as she listened to the campus-wide alert. Meanwhile, our hero's body was now covered in light and soot. The golden sun breathing technique instantly merged with his very core. Countless impurities were purged from his body, turning to dust, a pile of ash. The system had also granted him the golden sun breathing technique. With enough mastery, he could embody its power and become a literal sun god. Another system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you have received 50 compilation points. He had no idea what they were for, but as he channeled the breathing technique, the blazing hot skies suddenly plunged into darkness. Though it lasted only a moment, it captured the attention of every student. Just then, the principal arrived at the north gate to disperse the growing crowd. But what truly caught everyone's eye was the group of people in military uniforms standing right behind him. Their leader ordered the principal to seal off the entire north gate. The main character, sensing the commotion, knew something was wrong. He immediately decided to get out of there. Not a moment too soon, a mysterious woman from that military group arrived at the exact spot he had just left. She touched the ash on the ground, bringing it to her nose to smell it, and instantly knew it had been created by someone. She muttered under her breath, "So, another person capable of using spiritual energy has appeared?" Su Qingli heard this and whispered to herself. She glanced toward the distant road, thinking she saw a familiar silhouette. Could it be him? She quickly dismissed the ridiculous thought. She knew there was no way the main character's grades could get him into Qingbei University. An hour later, he returned home to cultivate by absorbing solar energy. He suddenly remembered the disturbance he caused, wondering if it made the news, so he pulled out his phone to search. The Spiritual Energy Association caught his interest. He vaguely remembered it as an online group formed about a year ago. Back then, everyone thought it was just a joke, but now, with spiritual energy reviving, it was trending everywhere. Since he now knew one of the state's biggest secrets, he understood this was far more serious. The moment he opened the site, a list of cultivation realms appeared. Level 1 was the demonic divine art of heaven and earth, creating weapons for humankind. Level 2 was spirit creation, borrowing the world's spiritual energy to unlock divine bloodlines and forge inner spiritual energy, among other levels. Most people refused to believe it was real. However, our main character's attention was drawn to a cultivation method from the Jiangshan nation. In his past life, he was just an ordinary person and had never heard of a spiritual energy association like Jiangsha's. It was managed with extreme strictness, so he decided to follow the description and practice the golden sun breathing technique. Almost instantly, his body temperature began to fluctuate. As he channeled the energy, his entire body floated into the air. Flames erupted around him. The first step was the Ghost Palace, which involved using the body as a vessel to fuse weapons with the world's spiritual energy. The next step was to recreate the Divine Palace's form. In a flash, a vortex of spiritual energy condensed above his head. The moment the Divine Palace fully formed, he felt an unprecedented wave of power surge through his body. He had broken through to the first star of the Ghost Palace realm. At the same time, he recalled the compilation points the system had given him. They could be used to forcefully enchant any object. With that in mind, the main character looked at a nearby cup of water. Sure enough, a system prompt appeared, asking if he wanted to use a compilation point to imbue the item with the Yang attribute. This confirmed his theory. In simple terms, it was an enchantment, capable of turning any normal object into a supernatural item. If he agreed, the simple cup of water would gain the extraordinary power of the Yang attribute. So, he decided to use his points to enchant some blades, hoping to create a signature weapon just for him. The main character chose his ancestral family sword, but it was already getting late. The experiment would have to wait for tomorrow. However, as he fell into a deep sleep, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the darkness. At the same time, on top of a skyscraper, a girl in a combat suit casually chewed on a lollipop. She seemed to be in communication with someone over a microphone. A second later, she leaped off the building. Suddenly, she sensed the aura of a vicious beast. Its target had entered a populated area 20 kilometers away. After informing the other person, she sped towards her target. Anyone who looked up would only see a fleeting shadow. In the darkness, she moved like a spirit of the night. In contrast, the main character was sleeping soundly, until a piercing sound screeched in his ears. It jolted him awake from his dream. Annoyed, he got up to find the source of the noise. After reaching the Ghost Palace realm, his hearing was far beyond that of a normal person. This sound felt completely wrong. The moment he opened his door, a massive figure lunged straight for him. He immediately recognized it as a mutated beast. Even though it was a surprise attack, in his eyes, the creature moved as slowly as a snail. In the next second, golden light flowed through his body. He then charged towards the beast. Not wanting to harm any civilians in the building, he grabbed the mutated rabbit. Then, he threw it with all his might out of the building. He immediately launched after it, a blinding light revealing the solar power he now wielded. He drove his fist directly into the mutated rabbit's stomach. It couldn't withstand the blow for even a second. A gaping hole was blown straight through its torso. However, the mutated rabbit didn't die instantly. It tried to devour the main character's Yang attribute energy, but that power was not something it could touch. In a flash, the hero's power caused its body to detonate. The blinding light made anyone still awake think day had broken early, but when they looked out their windows, they saw it was still the dead of night. As for the rabbit that exploded from consuming the Yang energy, every last fragment of its body glowed with a golden light. Just then, one of the rabbit's eyes landed at the main character's feet. He gave it a cold glance, then crushed it under his heel. It was so clearly a creature of the dark attribute. To dare and swallow its polar opposite, the yang attribute. What a foolish creature. If the main character had been an ordinary person, everyone in this entire building would have become that rabbit's next meal. This incident only strengthened his resolve to collect more cultivation techniques. Not long after he left, a figure appeared from above. It was the girl in the special uniform from before, but now she was frozen in shock. The rabbit she had been chasing was somehow reduced to a million pieces. Although she didn't know what happened, the dark attribute left behind by the mutated rabbit had to be recovered. But suddenly, a surge of pure yang energy shot into her hand, even managing to burn her. And this yang attribute power was identical to the aura she had investigated at the university's north gate. This was definitely no coincidence. Before the recovery of spirit chi, the common attributes were only metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This yang attribute was rarer than a giant panda. She immediately reported the situation to her superiors. The other end of the line went silent for a moment, before a new order was issued. The objective: find this terrifyingly talented cultivator. No matter the cost, he must be recruited into their organization. The girl, of course, understood the gravity of this mission. Her responsibilities shifted instantly as she handed all her other tasks to someone else. Just like that, the girl decided to stay here to track down the main character. She wasn't resentful, she was just incredibly curious. What kind of person possessed the legendary yang attribute? Meanwhile, our hero was feeling drained after staying up all night fighting monsters. After basking in the sun, he began to circulate the energy in his body. Streams of golden light were absorbed by him. The power began to converge above his head. Gradually, the main character could feel the rhythm of a breakthrough. Each breakthrough in the ghost stage requires mobilizing the spirit core. When he felt the time was right, he activated the golden yang breathing method with all his might. Streams of golden light wrapped around his spirit core. Gripping the divine axe in his hand, he swung it forward with immense force. With a deafening boom, he broke through to the 2-star ghost stage realm. Golden light now pulsed through the veins all over his body. He knew this rapid breakthrough was only possible because he hadn't fully used his potential from the 1-star advancement. From now on, leveling up would require a much more arduous path. To avoid causing a bigger disturbance, the main character headed to the mountains behind the school. He spent his points to imbue the yang attribute into his blade. In an instant, a burst of golden light erupted. The entire blade was bathed in a golden sheen, seemingly wrapped in a mystical power. As the system announced the successful imbuement, the main character eagerly swung the blade. He slashed forward just once, and the intense heat instantly vaporized a massive amount of moisture in the air. Seeing such a huge commotion, he felt a bit embarrassed and quickly decided to leave the area. Not long after, a plume of steam appeared where he had just been standing. The girl rushed over, feeling a surge of frustration. She had sensed his aura while just buying a cup of milk tea, but now he was gone again. Suddenly, the girl stopped dead in her tracks, absolutely stunned by the sheer destruction he had caused. But what troubled her even more was a simple question. How was she supposed to restore this mountainside back to normal? All at once, the girl's expression shifted, her face filled with disbelief. She could sense the aura the main character left behind. It was clearly that of a 2-star ghost stage. Just last night, he was only a 1-star. But her shock didn't end there. She also detected the aura of a spirit armament. To her knowledge, the entire association only had 2 or 3 of those. Though they were incredibly rare, the association had fully mastered the technique of forging them. The girl was dying to know how the main character also knew how to forge a spirit armament. Elsewhere, our hero was walking down the road. He wondered if his weapon could be combined with other attributes. After all, the system could edit any technique. Suddenly, a piece of news caught his attention. It seemed he had forgotten to erase the traces he left behind. He had been seen by others, the first wave of awakened cultivators. Their goal in finding him was to offer him protection. They were also sharing the location of a new spirit chi recovery zone. This piqued his interest. After receiving the data, he saw the location was a lava cave. Since it shared his attribute, he agreed to join their team. The very next day, a small squad, but there was something the 3 men didn't know. This blonde girl was actually from the Spirit Energy Association. She was gathering people online, searching for anyone with enough talent to recruit, and had already spent a fortune on this mission. After all, the Spirit Energy Association was a state-run department from top to bottom. And at that moment, the main character finally appeared. The blonde girl was stunned when she saw him. The aura radiating from the main character was clearly that of a 2-star Nether Palace realm, but she said nothing, leading him and the others into the cave. After a brief exchange, they quickly reached their destination. The main character immediately dashed forward. As the others cried out in shock, he plunged one hand into the searing hot lava. A massive explosion erupted, blasting out waves of intense heat. At the same time, the system detected a worldly phenomenon, internal flame. It then generated a brand new technique for the main character, the Crimson Flame Blade art. Once unleashed, every single slash exploded like a raging inferno. The blade became coated in a thick layer of burning fire. It even carried streaks of fiery lightning. The blade, condensed with flames and fighting spirit, could now unleash enormous energy. This new power was the perfect enhancement for the main character's longsword, adding an even higher temperature burning attribute. The main character then spent more composition points to fuse it with his blade. The sight left everyone completely astonished. The blade now seemed to be overflowing with molten, flowing lava. Feeling its latent power, the main character rejoiced inwardly, and after he finished absorbing the internal flame, the spiritual energy in the area became much calmer, making it perfect for cultivation. But just a few minutes later, 3 figures suddenly appeared behind them. They had also been drawn here by the fluctuations in spiritual energy. Seeing that all 3 were at the 1-star Nether Palace realm, the blonde girl tried to avoid a conflict. She offered to share the spiritual energy with them, but their leader just sneered. Besides the blonde girl, who was at the Nether Palace realm, the other 3 were nobodies. He told her and her pathetic friends to get lost. His words made her grit her teeth in anger. Just then, the main character stepped between them, holding his molten blade, and spoke with an icy tone. "What kind of skill is bullying a defenseless girl?" With those words, he slammed his sword into the ground. A terrifying torrent of flames instantly erupted outwards. The blast of molten energy hit the thugs right in the face. The moment the main character aimed his blade at them, the 3 thugs no longer dared to act so arrogantly. They had every reason to believe that if he truly swung that blade, they would be instantly incinerated into ash, and so they turned and fled without a second thought. The main character, now the focus of everyone's admiring gazes, felt a bit embarrassed. He gave a small laugh and said he'd be heading off. The blonde girl, having witnessed his terrifying power, was left completely speechless. She never imagined such a powerful master would appear. She knew she had to report this and recruit him at all costs. Soon, the Spirit Energy Association received her report. They were shocked that a high-level attribute cultivator had appeared. They were thrilled, but had no idea how to approach him. If only they knew that all these so-called high-level attribute events were caused by the main character alone. What would they even think? On his way home, he saw news online that the disturbance from the cave had been spotted and was being discussed, but the main character didn't care. The main thing was, after absorbing so much Yang attribute energy, he could feel a breakthrough was imminent. So, he went to the mountain behind his house. At that very moment, the silver-haired girl had just finished restoring the environment he had damaged before. Suddenly, a dazzling miniature sun appeared in the sky. Countless streams of spiritual energy began to form the phantom of a divine axe. Seeing such an unbelievable phenomenon, the girl knew instantly it had to be the main character. She immediately raced toward the light. This time, she was determined to meet him. Just moments before, the main character had activated the golden sun-breathing technique. All the Yang attribute energy in the sky was being absorbed by him, and his aura was reaching its absolute peak. The phantom of the divine axe had now fully materialized. At the same time, the silver-haired girl arrived, her eyes wide with utter shock at the sight. Every bit of spirit energy channeled into that axe felt like it had been forged through countless trials. This was the mark of true, hard-won power. She remembered her own hasty attempt to break through to the 3-star realm. Her flawed attempt to channel a divine axe had put her in the hospital for a week. This was a common mistake among most cultivators. Seeing how steady he was, she assumed the main character must be a wise, elderly master. Then, the divine axe moved. After the 3rd mighty swing, the main character's power shattered its limits, reaching the 3-star Nether Palace realm. But when the silver-haired girl reached his location, she found no one. Unwilling to give up, she continued searching for any trace of him. Finally, she poured all her frustration into a loud shout, "Senior, I know you haven't left yet." And indeed, the main character was hiding on a tree branch above, realizing someone had been investigating him for days. He wanted to see exactly who it was. The girl then introduced herself, stating that she was from the Spirit Energy Association. And she wanted to invite him to join their organization. A lone woman introduced herself as a member of the Cultivators Association. Her voice was small, almost desperate, as she pleaded with our main character to join them. Breaking his silence, he cut right to the point. How did she already know he wasn't interested in joining? She desperately tried to list the benefits of the association, of standing together to fight the enemies of the future. She even presented her official ID as proof of her sincerity. He was slightly impressed, recognizing her as a former national marathon champion. But in his past life, he knew the association had already failed, crushed by an enemy far too powerful for them to handle. Humanity was almost completely wiped out. Joining the association now would only be a hindrance, a restriction that would do him more harm than good. However, he could still work with her on a few things. offering help when it was absolutely necessary. But other than that, she was to leave him alone. From her cautious tone, he knew the association wouldn't dare risk making an enemy of him. A person with a rare attribute was a priceless asset. Su Qingying agreed to his terms, and he told her to feed her superiors a mix of truth and lies about him. And just as he expected, she did exactly that. She reported their meeting as a chance encounter, but the association had far bigger problems on their plate. The anomaly gates had already appeared. From them poured cold, merciless beings that thrive on the world's recovering spiritual energy. They corrupted the land's energy, mutating creatures into flesh-eating beasts, while others disguised themselves as catastrophic natural disasters. They relentlessly slaughtered humans, carving out their own territories. If they weren't eliminated immediately, their corrupting nature would slowly devour the human world. Meanwhile, our main character arrived home, just as the clear weather violently erupted into a thunderous storm. The scene was like something out of a legend, a cultivator undergoing a heavenly trial. The government issued an alert warning everyone to stay indoors. The entire district he lived in was put on lockdown, but our main character knew this was no ordinary storm. The fluctuations of lightning attribute's spiritual energy felt raw and chaotic. This had to be another anomaly born from the world's reawakening. He immediately set off towards the mountains where the lightning was striking. Sure enough, as he drew closer, the system alerted him to a new spiritual energy contamination zone. At that exact moment, the Cultivators Association detected a massive explosion of lightning attribute energy on that same mountain. They immediately gave it an S-rank danger classification. No one in their association could get near the core. Even their elite 3-star demon hunters would face certain death. The association quickly ordered the mountain to be sealed off. But on the other side, our main character watched the lightning relentlessly strike the mountain's center. The lightning energy on the outskirts was too impure. He had to reach the summit of Jade Emperor Peak. The world's spiritual energy had only just begun to recover. The current mutated beasts were nothing to him, but compared to the horrors he knew were coming, this small amount of power was far from enough. He already possessed the Yang attribute and the Blazing Blade, which could one day be forged into a true solar divine weapon. And this raw lightning power was an opportunity to strengthen his physical body. That burning desire to grow stronger pushed him through thousands of lightning strikes as he ran towards the heart of the mountain. In an instant, a massive bolt of lightning exploded towards him. He met it head-on with a slash of his blade. But it was impossible to resist such terrifying power, even with the protection of his golden sun-breathing method. The lightning completely submerged him, shattering his Yang attribute's power. This was the absolute peak of lightning, the power of divine punishment itself. The pressure relentlessly bore down on him, threatening to crush him, to force him to his knees. He glared up at the heavens, wondering how he could possibly tame this force. Just as another wave of lightning began to descend, he instantly circulated the golden sun-breathing method to its absolute limit. Not backing down, he unleashed a powerful slash towards the blinding light. The impact forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Raw lightning invaded his body, searing his nerves with agonizing, numbing pain. But he had no intention of stopping. He fought against the immense pressure, forcing himself one step at a time toward the center. As the main character drew near, the storm seemed to sense his challenge. It answered him with an endless barrage of lightning. This magnificent spectacle could be seen for thousands of miles. At the same time, the system announced it had detected a powerful lightning attribute. Just a second later, he received the Divine Lightning 100 Refinements technique, which meant he no longer had to fear the heavenly lightning. At the same time, he could now guide it into his body, reforging his mortal flesh into that of a god. And the difference with the Yang attribute was that the lightning attribute was overwhelmingly dominant in both attack and defense. Furthermore, he could feel his bones and tendons strengthening immensely. And during this refinement process, there was no pain whatsoever. He also received a new creation point, allowing him to use a new item to imbue the ultimate lightning attribute. This power of judgment was the nemesis of all evil. His blade was already imbued with the Yang attribute. Adding another would cause it to shatter. So, he shifted his target to his own right arm. And just like that, the arm of lightning was born. After our main character obtained the rare lightning attribute, the terrifying storm over Jade Emperor Mountain gradually began to disappear. This was different from the association's prediction. It was supposed to last for 3 days. So they immediately went up the mountain and quickly discovered traces of a cultivator. A lone cultivator ascended the mountain, right into the heart of the raging thunderstorm. The soldiers from the Spirit Energy Association watched in stunned disbelief. This was an S-class anomaly, a place even they couldn't approach. Yet, someone was walking right into it. An individual this powerful could cause immeasurable chaos if they turned against society. They had to find this man, no matter the cost, and brand him with the codename Tyrant. But then, a thought struck Major Han. He remembered a cultivator with a powerful Yang attribute, and turned to ask Su Qingying for a status report. Hearing this, she feigned composure, giving him a mix of true and false intel on the protagonist. She never mentioned that she'd already met him face to face. Major Han simply nodded, saying nothing more. He turned to his troops and gave the order, classify the Jade Mountain anomaly as a mere natural phenomenon. Meanwhile, the protagonist had returned home and began to explore the lightning power now dwelling in his right arm. This arm, crackling with raw electricity, was now likely the most indestructible part of his entire body. Even the tyrannical judgment lightning had condensed into a small orb, allowing him to wield it with ease. The system declared this ultimate power would inflict 300% critical damage on any evil beast. The protagonist was itching to test out his new power. Just then, a notification popped up on a forum he followed. The headline was grim: a massive explosion at a chemical plant, with countless casualties reported. But something in the comments section was off. Witnesses near the site all mentioned a sinister, evil presence in the air. The protagonist's mind raced back to his past life, recalling the evil beasts he had once faced. They thrived in the shadows, striking from the darkness. They could originate from any plant or animal. But once they mutate and gain sentience, their power, senses, and killing instincts become monstrously amplified. They were hundreds of times more dangerous than that mutated rabbit from before. He knew they could not be allowed to evolve any. Meanwhile, near the abandoned factory, a squad from the Spirit Energy Association was closing in on a target. The creature's designation, Zhu Ye. The squad leader's expression was grim. Their target, Zhu Ye, was known to feast on humans, and though the association provided support, this mission's success rested solely on their shoulders. With anomalies popping up all over the country, headquarters was stretched impossibly thin. HQ had classified Zhu Ye as just a B-rank threat, but since Su Qingying was in the area, they dispatched her to provide backup. Miles away, the protagonist could still sense it. A sickening aura radiating from the giant mutated rat. He could smell its foul stench from dozens of miles away. And just as the two squads merged into one, they finally located the mutated rat, Zhu Ye. Instantly, the team split up, charging the beast from all sides. But the giant rat spotted Su Qingying's group and immediately bolted. But it was too late. The team had already cornered the mutated beast. One of the members leaped high into the air, bringing his blade crashing down on the creature. It shrieked in agony. Suddenly, wings sprouted from its back. It unleashed a sonic wave that sent the hunters flying. Energy gathered in its maw. Before it spewed a torrent of green, toxic gas. A dark attribute corrosive attack. Anything it touched would instantly decay and rot. Without a powerful counter-attribute, no one dared to charge into the deadly mist. The mutated rat seized the opportunity, spreading its wings and making its escape towards a nearby factory. To be safe, Su Qingying checked the ambient spirit energy levels. The rat's energy signature was 49, but the reading from inside the factory was 80. That meant there was more than one beast inside. Sensing the immense danger, the team tried to retreat, but it was already too late. Unbelievably, the mutated rat was working with a giant mutated serpent. They were hunting together. The thick poison fog quickly separated Su Qingying from her team. They were picking them off one by one. In that instant, Su Qingying understood their horrifying strategy. She couldn't believe the rat's intelligence was almost human. It had even teamed up with its own natural predator. Now, they not only faced the giant serpent's attack, but also had to endure the corrosive poison mist. Just as her spiritual power was about to run out, her energy reserves completely vanished, and she collapsed. In her moment of despair, the factory ceiling shattered. A brilliant light flooded the entire darkened space. Seeing the protagonist, the giant serpent lunged, its jaws wide open. As he dodged the attack, the mutated rat saw its chance. Its massive fangs sank into his right arm. But the protagonist didn't even flinch. A terrifying surge of lightning erupted from his arm. The giant rat was instantly obliterated. He then swung his blade towards the serpent behind him. He wondered, wasn't this beast supposed to be afraid of the sun? But his attack had only served to enrage the giant serpent. It lost all reason, launching a frenzied assault. As he dodged, he countered with a searing slash, cleaving the serpent's head in two. But unbelievably, the serpent had regenerative powers. The devastating blow wasn't enough to kill it. However, that slash carried more than just his yang attribute. A second later, a massive thunderclap echoed through the factory. An overwhelming storm of lightning engulfed the serpent's entire body. This was the true power he had infused into his blade. Then, reigning in his scorching flames, he gathered raw lightning and channeled it directly into the colossal serpent's body. As a creature of dark energy, the rat was easily incinerated, utterly powerless against his sun-like attribute. But the serpent was on another level entirely. It had evolved into a world-ending, disaster-class threat. Even in death, its fangs found their mark in a final, venomous strike. If not for his golden sun-breathing technique, his yang flames' purifying properties, and the fortification from his lightning, anyone else would have died instantly. After dealing with the two monstrous beasts, he noticed the girl who'd been tailing him earlier. A smirk played on his lips. He knew she was just faking her unconscious state. Seeing this, Su Qingying realized her act was up. She covered her blushing face, hiding her eyes in her hands. Because until this very moment, she had never once seen her mysterious savior's face. She just assumed he wanted to keep his true identity hidden from the world. She looked up, stammering out her thanks. After a brief nod, he turned to leave. Su Qingying saw him about to depart and quickly lowered her hands, wanting to say more. But in a flash, he leaped to the ceiling and vanished. In reality, there was a reason for his hasty escape. He had tried to analyze the creature's dark attribute, hoping his system could absorb it and compile a new technique. But he'd underestimated the vile, chilling sensation it produced, and the system gave no response at all. Meanwhile, Su Qingying was busy slapping her captain awake. The moment their eyes opened, they saw the two massive corpses beside them. They were instantly terrified. Su Qingying quickly told them that the Yang attribute master she'd been tracking had eliminated the threats. As everyone processed the shocking news, they praised the hero's overwhelming power and began securing the dark attribute traces left by the beasts. But as the captain moved, he accidentally stepped on a piece of the giant serpent's flesh. A sudden crackle of lightning erupted from under his foot, stunning the entire team. They were completely speechless. Wasn't this guy supposed to be a Yang attribute user? Su Qingying was equally floored. She had no idea our hero possessed another high-level attribute. But now, seeing this, there was only one conclusion. An unbelievable thought formed in her mind. A cultivator with two high-level attributes. Such a being was thought to be impossible. She had truly encountered a real-life monster. Soon, the association received the report and arrived on the scene. Their main goal was to scan the residual spirit energy and analyze the battle traces. Half an hour later, the investigators reached their conclusion. Both the mutated rat and the colossal serpent were, with 99% certainty, taken down by the same person. Even though the team was mentally prepared for it, the truth was still staggering. They had never even heard of someone wielding two high-level attributes. Knowing she could no longer hide the truth, Su Qingying came forward. She proactively reported the full situation to the association. But this time, the response was completely different, immediately canceling her mission to surveil the main character. The association's higher-ups reasoned that he had saved lives and eliminated a threat, proving he held no ill will towards them. To avoid souring his impression of the association, they decided it was best not to do anything that might displease him. With that settled, Su Qingying also reported the possibility that he possessed a spirit weapon. This revelation sent another shockwave through the association's leadership. No matter how heaven-defying his talent was, owning a spirit weapon this early into the spirit energy recovery should be impossible. Su Qingying theorized the weapon was Yang attributed, which pointed to one incredible possibility. Our hero had reached the venerable realm, able to forge his own spirit weapons. But the forging realm was a height only the world's absolute wealthiest could reach. They were the old guard, who had accumulated immense resources over lifetimes. A young man like our hero should never have reached that legendary stage. And now, with two high-level attributes confirmed, what if he had a third? The thought was world-shattering. No one in history had ever possessed three attributes. If this were proven true, the very record books of cultivation would have to be rewritten. Back home, our hero showered, contemplating the state of the world. It had been less than a year since the great spirit energy recovery. Already, these abnormals were running rampant, while the most talented cultivators were only just starting their journey. The best of them had barely entered the one-star Ghost Mansion realm, while the government was in a delicate balancing act with this first generation of awakened. For now, abnormals were mostly kept contained by the state, and the first wave of cultivators hadn't caused any major conflicts. Still, even though everyone was talking about how unsafe it was becoming, the government remained silent. This suggested they wanted to warn the populace but weren't fully prepared themselves for this new era of spirit energy. With such a massive population and so many emerging threats, all they could do was try to prolong the fragile peace. But what truly worried our hero was the terrifying speed at which these beasts were evolving. The dark attribute creatures he faced today were a prime example. From that brief contact, he could tell their power was a branch of the true dark attribute, a power that was the natural enemy of all cultivators. And even though they were nothing compared to the true dark beings he knew of from his past, just one of those legendary monsters could annihilate an entire nation, a reign of terror across the entire continent. But if he hadn't made it to that abandoned factory today, Su Qingying and her team would have been completely annihilated. Just a mere fragment of the dark attribute was enough to send a nauseating chill down his spine. The threat it represented was simply too immense, and even though the system said he couldn't absorb it yet, that proved one thing: once the right conditions were met, he could make that power his own. an attribute that was the natural enemy of humanity. If our main character could wield such a power, it would be the ultimate trump card. It could even become the key to turning the tide of the entire war. As of now, he possessed the sun attribute, golden sun breathing method, the thunder attribute, divine thunder tempering, and the flame attribute, crimson flame saber art. Basically, no other cultivator stood a chance against him. But our protagonist knew it was still far from enough. Just then, his phone buzzed to life. The call was from his aunt. She was calling because her daughter, his cousin, needed to attend a special study program nearby. She asked if her daughter could stay with him for a few days. He had a faint impression of his genius cousin, so he readily agreed. But he had no idea that was just a cover story. On her end, his cousin's group chat was filled with other cultivators. Their objective, it seemed, was a town where several people had met a strange and untimely end. Her mother was completely unaware of any of this. The next day, his cousin arrived with her suitcase, right as the main character was stepping out. The moment she arrived, she saw him emerge. Cousin? She didn't recognize the man standing before her at all. "Are you Lin Yi?" he asked. Hearing his voice, she was left momentarily speechless. A short while later, they were back inside, sharing a meal. Our protagonist decided to break the awkward silence first. "So, you're here for the summer camp, right?" Lin Yi was quick to confirm. With that, the air grew thick with tension again. Seeing this, he simply offered a few polite words. "If you need anything, just let me know." She replied with equal courtesy. "Okay, thank you, cousin." A moment later, the main character quietly passed a key to Lin Yi, along with some instructions. "This is the spare key. I'm heading back to my room now. Your room is right across from mine." Seeing this, she took it and maintained her polite facade. "Okay, sorry for the trouble these next few days." Lin Yi silently watched her cousin's back as he walked into his room. A wave of relief washed over her. "It seems he's easygoing," she thought, "not the type to meddle in my affairs." However, for him, it was the exact opposite. His vigilance was rising by the second, but he kept his composure, refusing to let it show. He quietly contemplated their meeting. When she sat on the sofa just now, I definitely sensed a faint trace of spiritual energy. It was faint, flickering in and out of existence. Could she be a cultivator too? She said she was here for a summer camp. Could it be for? Back in her room, Lin Yi was glued to her screen, messaging her teammates. "My cousin's fine, not nosy. When are we making our move?" An 81-year-old beautiful woman advised they wait for the right moment. The area had been chaotic recently, with other cultivators always getting there first. A user named Lost 5UN chimed in, agreeing with the story. "I heard about that, too. It happened at the underground river last time. Two teams faced off, but one had an absolute monster on their side. They said he unleashed a single sword strike as bright as the sun, scaring the other team into a full retreat." Hearing this, the 81-year-old beauty was skeptical. "You're joking. That sounds like a top-tier cultivator wielding the highest grade attribute." Lin Yi, on her end, agreed to be cautious and wait for the perfect opportunity. Seeing her decision, the other two steeled their resolve as well. The conversation ended, but a sense of unease still lingered within her. She decided it was best not to start her training on the first night. If her cousin found out, it would be too difficult to explain. Just like that, 3 days flew by, and our protagonist was finding things a bit challenging. He had to get used to living with another person in the house. Who knew having my cousin here would be such a big obstacle to my training? His meditative breathing was constantly getting interrupted. Finally, he decided to retreat to his room for better focus. But cultivating the golden sun breathing method came with a high risk of being discovered. As he began the technique, he was filled with anxiety. Can she see this glow from the outside? He worried. Why did I never realize how flashy the golden sun breathing method was before? But that wasn't his only worry. The biggest threat of all was still Lin Yi. Just then, Lin Yi finished cooking and politely called out to him. "Cousin, dinner's ready. There's braised beef with tomato, a cucumber salad, and corn and rib soup." Hearing this, he maintained a polite tone. "You're too kind. Just leave the dishes to me." She gently refused. "It's no problem. Since I'm staying here, this is the least I can do." The main character silently observed her every move. She's too polite, too perfect, he thought. It's almost compulsive. As he ate, he remained silent, watching to see just how long Lin Yi could keep up her act. However, he had no intention of abandoning his own plan. It was the only way to uncover her secret. While the two were eating, her phone suddenly rang. They both froze instantly. He spoke first. "What is it? A friend calling?" Seeing his chance, the main character used it as an excuse to slip away, much to Lin Yi's surprise. "Go ahead and get that. I'm heading back to my room." His behavior was a little strange, but she didn't think much of it. Lin Yi quickly went to her room to take the call. "What? The great cosmic shift is happening tomorrow? What time? 3 in the afternoon? Understood. I'll be there." While she discussed the meeting in Yanghuo town with her squad, Kai hovered just outside her window, catching every last word. It was a well-known suburban town, just an hour's drive away. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from within the room, snapping Kai to attention. The answer he was looking for was finally right in front of him. So, his cousin was a pioneer too, one of the awakened in this era of spiritual recovery. Kai watched, amazed, as she cultivated her spiritual weapon. Good thing her current power level isn't high enough to sense me, he mused. To reach this stage as a high schooler, and she shows signs of breaking through again. He didn't stop there, analyzing every detail of Yara's movements, so the summer camp was just a cover story. The great change is her real objective, then. She must have learned about this place from some other source, and fabricated a reason to be here. Kai lightly touched the wall. Every great change is an opportunity. A chance to acquire a new power to grow even stronger. The plot was thickening, and a curious smirk spread across his face. I wonder what kind of elemental power will manifest in Yanghuo town this time. In a flash, Kai was gone, gliding across the water's surface, his heart pounding with anticipation. Doesn't matter. If I heard about it, it's mine for the taking. Meanwhile, Yara paused her energy cultivation, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind as she scanned the area. That's strange. I don't see anyone, but the feeling of being watched lingered. Was I just imagining things? No, I'm sure someone was watching me. Down in Yanghuo town, the streets were already buzzing with a lively crowd. A voice suddenly called out in front of the gate. Yara turned, recognizing the girl known only by her nickname, $5. They had only ever talked online, but now she was here, walking over with a teasing grin. So, you've been staying with your cousin? Is he hot? At the question, Yara paused, picturing Kai in her mind. He's all right. I guess he's pretty average looking. Definitely not the celebrity heartthrob type I usually go for. $5 sighed, a little disappointed, while the woman next to them let out a soft laugh. This was the stunning woman known as 81, and she was the one who spoke next. Don't forget, Yara herself claims she's just an ordinary face in the crowd. The rest of their team was already waiting for them. After a while, a man in a white coat spoke up. That's everyone. Let's get down to business. Noticing someone was missing, Yara asked, Huh, is she skipping this one, too? The man replied coldly, She isn't coming. A moment later, as the team set out, 81 gently comforted Yara. She always likes to play the mysterious type. We're used to it. Come on. Meanwhile, Kai was already in position, silently watching them from a distance. He heard everything, and a thought crossed his mind. Looks like my cousin's team is strong enough to handle a covert operation. He began analyzing them, one by one. The weakest is already a stable 2-star Ghost Palace rank, and that man has already reached the 3-star Ghost Palace realm. And they say there's an even stronger member who's always absent. With that, Kai began to piece the situation together. High on the mountain overlooking the town, the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous. A familiar voice was reporting the situation when suddenly, a massive vine descended from the sky. It looked just like the beanstalk from the old fairy tale. The voice on the comms described it, carefully observing the surroundings. The vines are appearing randomly all over this area. They're not fixed in one place. This completely contradicted all known information the pioneers had gathered. It was beyond anything they understood. It was clearly a great change, but it wasn't tied to any weather phenomenon. It wasn't a collapse or restructuring of the landscape. It was an alien object from the void, appearing without sound or light, moving silently and vanishing in an instant. By now, the whole team had gathered at the rendezvous point. Staring at the sight before them, even 81 was left speechless. No way. So that's it? She stared at the colossal vine, unable to believe her eyes. You couldn't believe it unless you saw it with your own eyes. But over on the side, $5 suddenly looked terrified. Hey, maybe we shouldn't go any closer. Yara looked at her, confused. What's wrong? The horrifying sight before them had sent a violent tremor through her entire body. After a moment, $5 began to explain her fear. Just looking at it, it feels wrong. A chill went down my spine. I heard a rumor on the school's private forum. At this, she began to recall the past. I had a friend on another team. They tried to get close to one of the vines, and they were all pioneers, much stronger than us. $5 recounted the story, a terrible vision playing out in her mind. But after they got there, they all vanished without a trace. Her voice trembled with a haunting fear. I have a terrible feeling the same thing will happen to us. Gathering all her courage, $5 confessed her deepest fear. I'm afraid we'll die out here, with no one to even find our bodies. She was trembling uncontrollably. At first, I thought I could handle the risks of being a pioneer. You know, win big or die trying. But now that I'm seeing this thing with my own eyes, all I feel is pure, primal fear. My intuition screamed, this was a high-level natural anomaly. a powerful, unknown, and entirely new phenomenon. She was losing hope, but I wasn't ready to be buried here. I wanted to fall back. Why spoke to calm everyone. You're right, she said. We all feel it. Then she began to explain. These wood attribute vines carry an aura of desolation. I can't describe it. It's like being dragged into the endless river of time. Everything withers, all life force drains away. That's why we feel this profound unease, this intense revulsion. It feels like it wants to devour our very souls. Why took the hand of 5 Yuan, the girl who got scammed? But this, she affirmed, is the true path of a martial artist. Watching from above, the main character analyzed the scene. The aura of death was suffocating. He had seen countless phenomena, but aside from a dark attribute anomaly, these vines were the most unsettling things he had ever encountered. He had to admire them. They chose to cultivate here. That takes some serious courage. The main character observed that these plants, which should symbolize vibrant life, instead radiated a sinister gloom. They didn't feel alive. They were more like dead things masquerading as living beings, completely drained of spirit. At that moment, Y stood on a high rock and declared, "Everyone, we are out of time to hesitate. The danger is right here. We can all feel it." She warned them carefully. "Everyone, stay within my line of sight. Don't wander off." The group immediately obeyed. Y thought to herself, this should make us a little safer. She began to concentrate, cultivating on a high branch. The main character was still watching. Not bad. She's cautious, sensing the power from a perfect distance, not too close, and not too far. Truly a top-tier student. She calculated the optimal position to maximize her gains, neither rushing in nor holding back. Her power began to surge, reaching its absolute peak. He was a bit surprised. Is she about to break through? She's already touching the 3-star threshold. This cousin of mine truly possesses an extraordinary gift. The one they called 81 gasped in awe. A 3-star ghost palace realm. Even 5 Yuan's jaw dropped. Y had actually done it. But far below, at the base of the trees, the vines began to stir, spreading and encroaching on their position. The curly-haired young man was the first to sense the abnormality. He yelled out a warning, "This is bad. The vines are coming for us." The one called 81 was stunned. What? How could they detect us from so far away? In an instant, the vines ensnared them all as they screamed in terror. "Help me!" 5 Yuan cried out desperately. "Run! We have to run now. If we don't, we'll all die here." She realized Y's breakthrough had caused too great a disturbance. They could not let those vines touch them. Once you're caught, that desolate aura will instantly latch onto your body, and you'll be dissolved in a heartbeat. All the while, Y remained completely focused on her cultivation, oblivious to the chaos. 81 stopped the others. "No, we can't leave yet. Something will happen to Y." But 5 Yuan reacted furiously. "What do you want from me?" "Use my own spiritual energy to protect her. She was the one who decided to cultivate here. She's recklessly pushing her advancement. Is she trying to use my life to become stronger?" She said in a low tone. "You need to calm down." The curly-haired youth suddenly interjected with his own philosophy. "Life and death are determined by fate. If we don't leave now, we'll all be buried here with her. You're too young to be ruled by emotion. We're just strangers who met on the road." The moment he finished, a fist landed squarely on his jaw. The beautiful woman, 81, stood her ground. "Then all of you can get lost. I will never abandon a comrade." The main character silently took in the entire scene. My cousin probably still doesn't know the danger she's in. He thought, they are, after all, just students. The power of these vines is terrifying. I'm not even sure if my current strength is enough to save her, but I'm afraid she's almost out of time. Finally, the main character made his choice. I promised her that I would take good care of her, and a promise is something I can never break. At that moment, the woman called 81 was furiously hacking away at the vines, but in a brief opening, a single vine wrapped around her leg. After a short struggle, 81 was completely neutralized. Suddenly, a vine shot straight for the barrier protecting Y, but in a blur, the main character descended, a blazing weapon in his hand. 81 and 5 Yuan watched on, their faces a mixture of worry and helplessness. The flames from his weapon shot toward the ground like a lightning strike, creating a massive shockwave that threw everything into chaos. After his display of power, the main character landed gently. Everyone stared in astonishment. The vines. They're retreating. They've stopped attacking. Every last vine had been incinerated in an instant. His powerful silhouette slowly emerged from the raging inferno. The curly-haired youth realized in awe, is he also an immortal practitioner? He recognized the energy signature. That's the ultimate Yang attribute. It makes sense. Only such a high-level attribute would be so reckless and actually force back the desolate vines. The curly-haired youth seethed with jealousy. How is that possible? I considered my own talent to be supreme, reaching the 3-star Ghost Palace realm in such a short time. Across the entire nation, you could count practitioners with my speed on one hand, he thought. Forget that mysterious monster. Even Y's talent is only on par with my own. But our main character stood ready, weapon in hand, poised to strike. The curly-haired man wondered to himself, if pioneers like him exist, then what does that make the rest of us? Are we just stars meant to be the backdrop for a brilliant moon? Did he crush me? No. He crushed all of us. All the pioneers. He was completely stunned. What kind of being was this? A notification appeared, extreme wood attribute detected. Auto-recording in progress. The system announced the recording was complete. Its power included endless regeneration, absorbing surrounding life force for rapid self-recovery. He analyzed the attribute's technique. It was too powerful. As long as life force was nearby, it was basically a self-recharging perpetual motion machine. Just then, our main character was extracting an attribute. The system chimed, successfully extracted barren attribute. He could now instantly unleash a barren aura to corrode all life force. He slowly opened his eyes, his green pupils glowing brightly in the dark. It's no surprise, he thought, that this vine can only grow in such a treacherous place. The main character planted his sword in the ground, his body radiating an intense, searing aura. If it grew anywhere else, it would likely drain every ounce of life force for dozens of miles around. He glanced behind him. A fatal deprivation. This barren attribute was terrifyingly dominant, forcefully seizing the life force of others. Just then, from behind him, a voice rang out. It was the beautiful, 81-year-old woman. Thank you for saving our lives, sir. Despite her severe injuries, she staggered toward him. Thank you, she said. Without you, we would all be dead. How can we possibly repay you? But with the air of a cold tyrant, he simply turned and walked away, waving a dismissive hand. There's no need, he said. Until we meet again. But inside, he was calculating. He had only found this place by tracking them, and in return, he gained both the abundant life and barren attributes. In reality, he was the one who profited. The catfish girl and the long-haired man watched the main character with worried eyes. He thought about their earlier conflict. It would be wise to keep an eye on their movements from now on. With that thought, he took his sharp sword and soared into the sky. Human nature is always revealed in the face of danger. A fractured team like theirs is a liability when true disaster strikes. The girl who'd been scammed out of 5 yuan stared blankly at his retreating figure. He left so fast. What do we do now? The long-haired man beside her shot back sarcastically. What's wrong? Regretting not helping him earlier. He calmly looked at Lin Yi, who was inside the sphere, and spoke to the other 2 women. The immediate threat is gone, and Lin Yi has reached the 3rd rank. Our best option right now is to try and stick with this team. Just then, Lin Yi's eyes fluttered open. The 3 of them cried out in unison. Lin Yi, you're awake. The long-haired man quickly added, now we'll see if she's rational enough to not let our team fall apart over this. Instead of focusing on that, we should be thinking about that mysterious man. Lin Yi's eyes darted around the area in a daze. What happened? Her gaze fell on a tree trunk burning with intense flames nearby, and she instinctively recoiled. The residual yang attribute is so powerful. Even from this distance, I can feel its brilliant, overwhelming heat. The quick-witted, long-haired man leaned in, offering to fill her in on what she'd missed. Later, as Lin Yi walked home, the long-haired man's story replayed endlessly in her mind. Could someone really be that powerful? She remembered his exact words, describing the main character as nothing short of a monster. He had recounted every detail of the event. The vine we couldn't even scratch. He severed it with a single blow, forcing it to retreat. See that? Their eyes turned towards the colossal vine, still hovering in midair. Now, that same vine is cowering, too afraid to even come near us. Lin Yi opened her door, her mind still a whirlwind of thoughts. That was the true, terrifying power of that man. Even though he was long gone, the vine remained completely docile, all of its previous chaotic fury gone. The moment she stepped inside, the main character's voice called out. You're back? He glanced over at her, feigning concern. You look pale. Lin Yi scratched her face, hastily making up an excuse. Oh, it was just class. I'm a little tired. The main character replied. Sounds like you're working hard. Go get some rest. We'll order takeout for dinner. Okay, she replied. Lin Yi went into her room and shut the door firmly behind her, leaning against it, exhausted, her mind racing. The breakthrough had drained her mentally. Every time she manipulated her spirit energy to activate divine judgment, it required intense focus. It was more exhausting than staying awake for an entire month. She instinctively collapsed onto her bed, and began lazily scrolling through her phone. Good thing I'm not a normal person anymore. Staying awake for a few days won't kill me. Working hard? Huh. But this training was the destiny of a pioneer. The world itself was beginning to undergo a massive transformation. At that moment, Lin Yi felt a pang of jealousy toward the main character. A normal life, like my cousin has, is impossible for me now. Suddenly, a new message on her phone made her jump. It was from Jia Lan, reminding her to report any traces of that powerful expert. And just then, Lin Yi had a realization. Something was off. It was Jia Lan, speaking in the group for the very first time. She quickly replied to Jia Lan, raising a few questions of her own. Okay, Jia Lan, but I have a question for you. Do you all think the one who saved us could be that legendary figure from the Dark River Dragon? If it really was that Grandmaster, then why would they bother to save us? Meanwhile, news and wild rumors about our protagonist began to spread like wildfire. Breaking news. The high-level Sun Attribute Master has returned. His sword strike was like a rainbow piercing the sun. Someone saw it in the Dark River Dragon-contaminated zone. It was that exact light, followed by a fiery explosion. We were forced out of the cave by the main character's single sword strike. No spirit wielder of the same rank in all of Xia Kingdom dares to face him. He was later spotted at the site of the cataclysm. Everyone, be careful and keep your distance. That evening, our protagonist left his house with his bicycle. He mounted the bike, his mind already racing. Lin Yi should be letting her guard down around me now. She won't suspect I'm tracking her movements when I go out. The main character rode through the dark night. This was his chance to find a way to absorb the desolate attribute. The desolate attribute was closely tied to all things of the plant world. He pondered as he rode. But this is still a heretical attribute. Its nature is corrosive. Binding it to myself could have disastrous results. Though he was desperate to wield the desolate attribute, he feared its side effects. Worse, it could clash with the lightning attribute he already possessed. Finally, the main character concluded that the best way forward was to find a vessel similar to that bizarre demonic tree. The vines descended from the sky because they sensed the dense revival spirit energy. It chose to evolve on its own, giving birth to the power of the desolate attribute. As the thought crossed his mind, a dangerous smirk played on his lips. He whispered with menacing style, I know exactly where to go. And with that, the main character picked up speed, his bicycle tearing into the deep forest. Before long, he stopped his bike at the city's forest park. He walked slowly across the grass, speaking his thoughts aloud. I need to choose a plant that can create the maximum spiritual resonance with me, while also showing a sense of intimacy to act as this conduit. With those words, he closed his eyes and unleashed his spiritual power. The main character's body began to float in mid-air as streams of spirit energy radiated in all directions. He watched them, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Is this how plants react to spirit energy? The energy's reaction with the leaves grew stronger, more intense, but it wasn't enough. I need more. His hands now gathered a colossal amount of spirit energy, but it still didn't satisfy him. I need to go even stronger. Suddenly, his attention was caught by something. Before him was a small, glowing flower. It was swaying gently on the ground. He looked at it and wondered, is this the one? Without hesitation, the main character reached his hand toward the flower. Its petals suddenly latched onto his finger. After drinking its fill of spirit energy, its petals and stamen bloomed wide open. The main character was fascinated by it, thinking to himself, it has a powerful spirit. This wildflower was clearly a plant, but when faced with spirit energy, it acted like a greedy little puppy. After it was done drinking, it even nuzzled against my finger. He gently stroked the small flower. In the silent clearing, his deep voice was like an intimate confession. In this entire forest, only you responded to my spirit energy with such strength. You're the perfect vessel for the desolate attribute. So, I choose you. Are you ready? As he finished speaking, the flower seemed to nod its head. The protagonist immediately erupted with power. A terrifying vortex of wind surrounded the flower, blowing away all the grass around it. A system notification popped up, asking if he wanted to bind the desolate attribute to this vessel. He lifted the flower into his hand and answered decisively, yes. A powerful wave of spirit energy exploded from the main character. He was slightly surprised as he looked at the creature before him. The flower, now bound with the desolate attribute, began to sway gently, its entire being emitting a blue light. It kept moving as if it was about to do something. Before the main character's very eyes, the flower began to absorb all the surrounding spirit energy. In an instant, the forest canopy withered and died, leaving only the lone flower standing. The main character had to admit, the power of the desolate attribute was terrifying, like the very hand of a demon. The flower continued to absorb spirit energy without stopping. He marveled to himself that in just 3 seconds, it had nearly drained the entire forest dry. It's just too overpowered. As the flower absorbed enough spirit energy, it slowly began to grow larger. The main character decisively plucked the flower from the ground, slightly worried that this massive disturbance would attract the attention of the Spirit Energy Association. Remembering his ride into the forest earlier, he recalled seeing a camera monitoring the area. He knew this was the central part of the city. The Spirit Energy Association would definitely monitor this place. As spirit energy recovers, all types of plants become a potential threat. The protagonist flinched slightly when he saw that the flower, even after being plucked, was still greedily absorbing spirit energy from the air. He was astonished. The flower had no roots, yet it was still alive, and it was even continuing to feed. The main character smiled faintly, teasing the small flower. Compared to its reckless absorption before, it was now much more gentle. Even uprooted from the earth, its spiritual energy didn't fade at all. The flower, as if enchanted by his looks, leaned in to gently brush against the main character's hand. He stared at it, his mind racing. Could it be that after gaining an attribute, this plant was breaking the very chains of its own evolution? Suddenly, a red light pulsed from the stem, an alarm warning of an abnormal reading that shattered all known limits, making both him and the flower jolt in shock. He cursed inwardly. This is bad. Did I still manage to trip the surveillance system? Clutching the flower tightly, he vanished in a blur. Back in the Spiritual Plant Research Division, every single monitor flared with a crimson alert. Panic erupted throughout the control room as the researchers scrambled in chaos. In the forest, a stark line had been drawn. One side thrived with life, while the other was a withered wasteland, its spiritual energy completely drained. A watch on one agent's wrist flashed with an alert. The hazmat-clad team immediately began scanning the area as one of them stared at his display in disbelief. This is insane. The incident at the north gate of Qingchang University only had a fluctuation range of 8 meters. This one is 25. His colleague agreed grimly. Any spiritual energy reading over 10 is immediately taken over by the military. This park didn't even register a 10 before this. A technician scanning the ground with a device looked up, completely baffled. Air humidity, surface moisture, temperature, everything is normal. Even the solar radiation is fine, and yet, it's as if every plant here had its life force ripped out in an instant. Another investigator stepped forward, murmuring to himself, what kind of spiritual attribute could possibly cause this? I have a feeling we need to push forward. The epicenter has to be just ahead. Driven by a burning curiosity, the agent edged closer to the incident's core, desperate to identify the strange power at work. Just then, a sharp voice cut through the air. Don't go any further, he warned the team, and whatever you do not touch anything. This is the desolation attribute. A younger agent nearby looked on, completely confused. Seeing his confusion, the man with the glasses explained, surely you've heard of the sky-hanging creepers. A chill ran down the young agent's spines, that demonic vine. It had been classified as a grade A mutation. The bespectacled man's voice was grim. That's right. It was designated grade A for a reason. It's a brutal killer that has annihilated countless veterans, and it's all because it possesses the desolation attribute, a terrifying power with the ability to drain the six life force from all surrounding creatures, claiming everything for itself. The young agent held his breath in terror. The investigator from before spoke, his voice filled with gratitude. Sir, if you hadn't stopped me back there. He paused, then continued. I would have been dead the second I stepped inside, wouldn't I? The veteran replied calmly. Any plant that awakens the desolation attribute creates a dead zone around itself. Anyone who enters has their life essence completely devoured. I've read a file on another desolation-type plant in the Xia Kingdom. It was the forbidden ancient tree in Merchant City. The image of that rotten ancient tree still haunts me. It polluted the entire forest, turning it into a forbidden zone where any living thing that got too close was instantly impaled. Sweat beaded on the bespectacled man's forehead as his mind raced. In this new era, the mutation of plant life was a threat that could not be ignored. And based on all known data, the desolation attribute is the most powerful one a plant can awaken. Now, in addition to the ancient tree and the creeper, a third desolation type has emerged. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. A new voice spoke, I've been briefed on the situation. The man turned, surprised. Major Han. Men stood by with protective suits, awaiting their orders. Han Li commanded, all researchers on site, suit up immediately. You're entering the contaminated zone with us. One by one, they donned the protective gear, their steps firm and resolute as they marched forward. The procession advanced, with beams of light cutting through the gloom, scanning every dark corner. Reports crackled over the radio. The desolation aura was fading, but they couldn't find any sign of the source itself. Han Li glanced back at Su Qing Huang. Let us do a little recon, he said. She simply replied, understood. Without another word, both of them dropped to one knee, unleashing their spiritual energy. Their auras slithered through the ground like serpents, searching for any trace. Suddenly, they both froze, breaking out in a cold sweat. Han Li's voice trembled with tension. The source. Someone's already dug it up. The bespectacled researcher was utterly stunned. He stammered in disbelief, but how is that even possible? Han Li's gaze sharpened as he stared into the distance, a tremor of fear running through him. If someone really managed to dig up the source from a desolation forbidden zone, then the identity of that person was a truly terrifying thought. Qing Huang spoke up from his side, Captain Han. I know what you're thinking, but there are no residual spiritual traces of such a powerful being at the scene. Han Li glanced at his datapad and replied, based on our screening and big data analysis, we've already looked. Here is the target's profile. His movements line up perfectly with the locations of both anomalies. Qing Huang accepted the report. The main character's information was displayed. Qing Huang muttered the name, Fang Yi. Han Li bowed respectfully and then spoke. I'll transfer his entire file to you, sir. There is a strong probability he is the person you encountered before. The rest is in your association's hands. Qing Huang paused for a moment, then agreed. 2 hours later, at the main character's house, he placed the flower pot on the table. The main character smiled softly, brushing a petal as the small white flower seemed to nuzzle his hand obediently. The main character chuckled to himself. My first time growing a flower, and I couldn't even manage to get a proper pot for it. This is the little home you chose for yourself, so stop clinging to my hand. With its desolation attribute, this little one will never stop cultivating. It will become a powerful ally that I've nurtured from the start. The flower began to emit a spiritual aura. The desolation attribute is special, he thought. It could be a huge help in battle. It might even have some surprising effects, right? Plus, it looks completely unremarkable. If Lin Yi happened to see it, it would never arouse her suspicion. In combat, an ordinary appearance is the ultimate camouflage. The main character's face was serene as he looked at the flower. In a real fight, raw power is only part of the equation. What truly matters is who has more trump cards. Suddenly, his phone rang. The caller was Lao Wang, his neighbor. The main character picked up, recognizing the name. Lao Wang's full name was Wang Liang, his neighbor and deskmate from elementary through middle school. They could have continued being deskmates in high school, but the kid suddenly packed up and announced he was joining the army. Fang Yi answered the call, a small smile playing on his lips. You punk, you're finally back? A cheerful voice replied from the other end. That's right. Want to grab a drink? Same old place. Fang Yi asked. So suddenly, Wang Liang scratched his head sheepishly. Yeah, well, I have a massive secret to tell you. Just try not to pass out when you hear it. After hanging up, Wang Liang put his phone on the table. Across from him sat Qing Huang and Ji Lan. He began his report with a serious tone. Reporting. Commander, I've done exactly as you ordered, but I'd like to make a request. If he turns out not to be the person we're searching for, can you guarantee his safety? Ji Lan tapped her fingers sharply on the table. Her expression hardened, and her voice became stern. Just complete your mission. Do not do anything unnecessary. If he isn't our target, then simply act as his friend and give him some advice. Later, Fang Yi and Wang Liang raised their glasses to their long-awaited reunion. As he drank, he watched Wang Liang chugging his beer and sighed inwardly. Seeing him like this, life in the military must have been incredibly tough. This idiot has really matured. Wang Liang took a refreshing swig and began to open up. These past 3 years have been filled with so many emotions. Life in the army, he sighed, then asked about the main character. He cheerfully explained that he got into college, so things were okay. Hearing this, Wang Liang just let out a quiet, oh. Across the table, Fang Yi was lost in his memories. In my past life, because of the chaos, I never had the chance to see him again or hear any news. The main character remembered the ruined buildings and the bodies of soldiers, thinking a serviceman like him must have logged out in some forgotten battle. This time, can his fate be changed? Wang Liang's serious voice pulled him back to the present. I wanted to ask, have you experienced anything strange lately? Like something from a zombie movie, monsters, or anything like that? Fang Yi's suspicion flared, but he quickly suppressed it. That's right, the military must know about the spiritual energy revival. But is he testing me? The main character feigned confusion. What are you trying to say? Wang Liang rested his forehead in his hand. If not, then that's good. I came here today to tell you something. This isn't for comfort. It's a warning. In the near future, degrees, assets, and valuables will all become worthless scraps of paper. The world is about to be reset. He listened in dead silence. Fang Yi deduced that this was classified military intelligence and regular soldiers were under orders to keep it secret. They must have signed binding orders to not disclose the spiritual energy awakening, which means the military has me listed as a person of interest under surveillance. So Wang Liang, his childhood friend, was sent to probe me. Wang Liang tried to reassure him, don't worry. As long as you don't reveal what we talked about today, you'll be fine. Hearing this, Fang Yi felt a surge of gratitude. Because I played dumb and didn't cooperate, he was willing to break protocol just to warn me about the coming changes. An alert blared from the phone. Wang Liang, emergency assembly at the target location within 10 minutes. He shot to his feet, ready to obey. Wang Liang rushed to leave, only managing a hasty goodbye. Urgent mission. I have no choice. You should head home. I can't see you out. In contrast, Fang Yi calmly asked, is this related to the spiritual energy revival? I'm going with you. Wang Liang stared at him, stunned. The main character clapped his shoulder and said firmly, take me with you. You meeting with me this time. It was an order from your superiors, wasn't it? Wang Liang was completely shocked that he knew the reason. Model, I started to ask the reason for this meeting, but he quickly cut me off. Don't worry, he said. Whatever your superiors told you, I know you won't harm me, because the real reason he wanted to come along was so I could investigate the situation myself. Is the military's current mission related to the strange transformations happening to the world? The Spirit Association already handles anomalies, so what is the military's responsibility now? The two of them arrived at the military's restricted Area 19. The main character could sense an overwhelming spiritual energy, far denser than any contamination zone. Wang Liang stated his name to confirm their identities. A verification sound chimed, and the two were permitted to enter between two rows of vigilant guards. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted. Before them, a squad of more than 20 soldiers was locked in combat with a roaring, grotesque beast. In their hands, they held advanced weapons or channeled streams of blue light that wrapped tightly around the creature. The beast spewed a crimson beam at the soldiers, sending them flying backward through the air. He was stunned. This was a coordinated attribute attack. Ji Lan, a 3-star ghost talisman captain, responded, that's right, it's an abnormal fusion of dark and fire attributes, making this hellhound especially brutal. Several soldiers are already She shouted for Wang Liang, who immediately snapped to attention, ready to receive her reprimand. Why did you bring an unauthorized person into a restricted zone without permission? Wang Liang tried to explain, but was cut off. Ji Lan rushed back into the fray. Forget it. This is an emergency. We're one man short. Now get over here and join the formation. Wang Liang obeyed the order instantly. Ji Lan sized up the main character from the corner of her eye. So this is Fang Yi. He doesn't look special. His spiritual energy was just a faint stir in the air. Could he really be the one? But this was no time for... She addressed him directly. You're Wang Liang's friend, so I won't waste words. This is a restricted zone. Once you enter, your life is in your own hands, and what you see must remain a secret. He understood completely and replied with one sentence. I know. She raised her weapon and shouted, Zhang Mi, Li Yu. The two soldiers immediately attacked the beast from above, while Ji Lan fired a brilliant golden beam from her rifle. The powerful blast slammed into the beast, causing it to roar in agony. But in an instant, a crimson light suddenly flared around the beast's body. Its mutation was escalating even further. It swung its enormous claws toward Li Yu. Everyone screamed, Li Yu, watch out. Fortunately, another golden beam struck the beast, saving Li Yu in the nick of time. Ji Lan held her weapon, smoke still coiling from the barrel. Don't let your guard down. Keep your distance. We have to finish it before it fully evolves. The entire squad immediately obeyed. The main character was silently impressed. This team was exceptionally well-trained, with incredible trust and discipline. Their coordinated efforts created a power far greater than any one of them could achieve alone. But then his eyes widened as he realized something horrifying. The main character screamed a warning. Run. You're no match for it. But it was too late. The beast suddenly unleashed a storm of purple lightning bolts that pierced through the entire team. Ji Lan commanded again, stay alert. I'm raising the mutation level for this restricted zone. No one retreats. The entire team roared in unison. The beast grew even more horns and countless claws as its size swelled, its head now glowing with an intense red light. Attention! The hellhound has fully fused with the dark attribute. Its mutation is complete. The beast's blazing red eyes glared down at them. Below, Wang Liang trembled in sheer terror. Ji Lan screamed his name, trying to snap him out of it. From behind, the main character's eyes sparked with brilliant, worried lightning. Wang Liang barely managed to dodge the beast's first attack. Ji Lan issued a command. All units, listen up. The Class C Hellhound in Restricted Zone 19 has fully mutated and evolved. Its threat level is now raised to Class B. Update combat plans. Meanwhile, the main character was silently analyzing the situation from the rear. He saw Wang Liang get sent flying, coughing up blood. He rushed forward to catch him. Are you okay? Wang Liang's form was battered, his body shaking, but he gritted his teeth. I'm fine. I just poured more spiritual energy into its binding collar and got hit by the backlash. He tried to reassure the main character. You don't need to worry. all of us soldiers from Restricted Zone 19. He trailed off, and Fang Yi just watched him in silence. On the other side of the field, Ji-Lan raised her rifle once more. She used every last ounce of her strength to issue the final order. Everyone, use any strategy and any method necessary, even if it means sacrificing our own lives. The team stood defiant before the beast and swore an oath. We will absolutely not allow a Class B anomaly to escape this restricted zone. Suddenly, the main character shot forward, blazing past Ji-Lan. As she demanded to know what he was doing, he gathered a massive bolt of lightning in the palm of his hand, preparing to strike. The main character's voice dripped with defiance as he asked, "You think this is arrogant?" He charged madly toward the beast, then leaped into the air to unleash his attack. "Then let this divine thunder be your trial." Struck by his overwhelming power, the beast shrieked in excruciating pain. The shockwave from that single blow was immense, forcing everyone to shield their faces. Li Yu could only stare, her eyes wide with utter disbelief. "Am I seeing this right? That's a B-class anomaly." Something even Chief Ji-Lan couldn't handle alone, Wang Liang stammered in shock. "Chief, is that really my friend? Is he truly?" Ji-Lan confirmed his suspicions. There's no mistake. Her gaze was locked on the man erupting with power. With absolute certainty, she declared, "He is, without a doubt, a tyrant." Meanwhile, our hero saw the beast was still standing and let out a sigh. "Looks like I'll have to end this properly." He then gestured to the two behind him. "Chief, old Wang, you both need to fall back now." Ji-Lan tried to process everything that had just happened. Dealing with a B-class anomaly requires a full squad, perfect coordination, even sacrifice. Yet he's done all this by himself. Her brows knitted together in deep thought. Just what kind of power was this? Over on the other side, our main character raised his arm, preparing another strike. He thought to himself, this is the ultimate lightning attribute. Even in the modern Thunder Kingdom, a power like this would be considered top tier, if he waits for his spiritual energy to fully recover. Seeing his movements, Ji-Lan's face paled with a terrifying thought. Just how monstrous will his power become? Suddenly, a massive pillar of lightning descended from the heavens. In that same instant, our hero turned back. He walked calmly against the blinding light of the bolt that had just obliterated the beast. The sight left her utterly in awe. He truly deserved the title of tyrant. The main character's expression grew cold and unreadable. Zhang Mi clutched her chest. Just watching this sends shivers down my spine. My head is ringing. Li Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this lightning attribute 10,000 times more terrifying than the shadow element? Good grief. I can handle corrosion, but being struck by lightning? No thanks." With the threat handled, he walked over, his voice returning to normal. "Old Wang, it's over." Wang Liang rushed over, a mix of joy and playful anger on his face. "You brat. You scared the life out of me," he said, giving the main character a light bonk on the head. "I never knew my sworn brother was this incredible." Getting hit, he just burst out laughing. "Is this how you repay me for saving you? I take down the beast, and you take me down." Wang Liang scratched his head sheepishly. "Sorry. I actually knew you might be an awakened, but military orders are absolute and you got dragged into this mess." The main character waved it off. "What's with that tone? It's been 3 years, don't act like we're strangers now. I know you better than that." Just then, Ji-Lan approached from behind. Her voice was sincere as she extended a hand. "Fang Yi, thank you for your assistance." He returned the gesture with a smile, taking her hand politely. "It was nothing. Think of it as me saving a friend." As if remembering her duty, she introduced herself. "I am Ji-Lan, the officer in charge of guarding Forbidden Zone 019. You saved Forbidden Zone 019. I hope you'll provide your contact information. I must file a full and accurate report." The main character readily agreed. "No problem." Meanwhile, Wang Liang was thoroughly enjoying the sight. How often do you get to see your commanding officer pay respects to your childhood best friend? Ji-Lan continued to praise him. "Fang Yi, your power surpasses many of the special practitioners the military has recruited. For that reason, I would like to formally invite you to join the Shy Nation's army. However, an invitation from a mere chief guarding a single forbidden zone. I'm afraid I lack the authority." Her mind raced, trying to analyze the situation. What was truly astonishing was his cultivation level. He was only at the 3-star Ghost Abode realm, and yet his power didn't just match, it completely surpassed that of a spirit creation realm venerable. He paused. "Chief Ji, are you saying you're not worthy of recruiting me?" Ji-Lan answered without hesitation. "That's correct. And I see no reason to deny it or be ashamed of that fact. We were following orders from High Command to investigate you. We never intended to drag you into this anomaly. I believe they will come to extend a personal invitation." Hearing this, the main character just gave a wry smile. "It's not that big of a deal. Actually, I have a great deal of respect for all of you. Not everyone has the courage to sacrifice themselves for others. I've never seen soldiers fighting on the front lines like this before. What was it you all were saying earlier? It actually moved me a little. His words seemed to put her at ease. Thank you, she said softly. He then made an offer. So, if you run into trouble again, just call me. It's my way of repaying what you all do for us regular people. Protecting us during times of peace. Of course, there is one condition. You cannot interfere with my personal cultivation, and you cannot place any restrictions on me. She was taken aback by his directness. He then turned towards the gate, ready to depart. It's getting late, so I'll be taking my leave. Ji-Lan nodded in agreement. All right, Wang Liang and I still need to handle the remains of that mutated beast. I'll have someone escort you home. Our hero walked off with a newfound confidence, thinking to himself, now I finally understand the army's role in all of this. The army stations itself in dangerous areas with dense spiritual energy. On one hand, it allows their soldiers to cultivate in a rich environment, maximizing their combat potential. On the other hand, it creates a buffer zone, a line that separates ordinary people from the supernatural world. Ji-Lan watched him go, deep in thought. Wang Liang, that friend of yours, can no longer be described as just not simple. What we witnessed today was merely a fraction of his true power, she stated with conviction. And yet, even that small glimpse is enough to prove we can't keep up with a cultivator who can reach such a level so quickly. It shows he possesses an unprecedented level of perception. In him, you find destiny, courage, and ability. He lacks none of the three. Wang Liang stepped forward to vouch for his friend. Ma'am, if that's the case, shouldn't we improve his treatment even more? If you feel you're not suited to recruit him, then let me, his childhood friend, do it. He blurted it all out, completely missing the dark storm gathering on her face. Seeing his emotional outburst, Ji-Lan slammed his head down. All right, you little brat. You're coming with me to clean up the scene. Even with his head pushed down, he managed to obey the command. Back in his room, the main character was meditating. He recalled that while he had exposed his identity, he hadn't revealed any power other than his lightning attribute. Besides, judging from their reactions, this might not be a bad thing at all. The main character made his assessment. At the very least, I now know this lightning attribute is exceptionally rare, perhaps even one of a kind, and it completely counters the darkness attribute. This makes me an asset the military desperately wants. To win me over, they won't dare threaten or suppress me. On the contrary, they'll give me a voice, the fastest path to greater strength, and access to the most advanced information. I also understand the functions of the military versus the spirit association. The key difference is that the military are the guardians of the night, the sword in the shadows. They are the nation's unbreakable shield, doing whatever it takes to protect the peaceful lives of ordinary people. On one hand, the government uses restricted zones to shield civilians, while on the other, it signals that the spiritual energy recovery is coming. It's a two-pronged strategy, all to buy more time for humanity, so they aren't immediately torn from their homes by monstrous beasts. With that settled, he began his cultivation. Sensing the spiritual energy in the air, the main character was deeply satisfied. As expected of a restricted zone, the spiritual energy is overwhelmingly dense. Just absorbing that desolate power wasn't enough to trigger a breakthrough, he thought with a flicker of excitement. But after just a moment in this restricted zone, the spiritual energy in my body is already overflowing. This is the sign. I'm about to break through. On the street below, Lin Yi walked home, lost in her thoughts, wondering if her cousin had returned. She hoped he had, so she could show him how much her cooking skills had improved. A distant pillar of golden light suddenly pierced the sky, forcing her attention. She was stunned. Is that the spiritual wave of a breakthrough to the spirit palace realm? But Lin Yi's instincts told her this terrifying aura was something more. As she pondered, the pillar of light erupted, soaring into the heavens. A bold guess formed in Lin Yi's mind. Could it be? A senior is breaking through to the spirit creation realm. The potent golden energy condensed, forming a massive, glowing golden axe in the sky. Everyone below stared up in absolute awe. Lin Yi was even more horrified. It's moving. Wait, this isn't the spirit palace realm. This immense power, it's the spirit creation realm. The fierce golden aura morphed once more, forming a giant hand with its index finger pointed straight toward the heavens. Lin Yi's jaw dropped as a cold sweat trickled down her face. A cultivator this powerful lives right next to me. At that exact moment, emergency alarms blared. Warning. Anomaly index has reached 99. Spiritual energy fluctuation field located 5 kilometers southeast of the city. Han Li and Qing Huang froze in shock. What is happening? All units converge on the target area immediately. Their minds reeled in disbelief. An anomaly this powerful, how did it go undetected for so long? An index this high is enough to annihilate an entire city. In the command center, bathed in the glow of monitors, the entire team was stunned. A new spirit creation realm cultivator has appeared. In other words, This city is about to face a world-shaking catastrophe. The air was thick with tension. Hanley instantly gripped his radio, his voice sharp and clear as he requested support from headquarters. Send all of our most advanced equipment and resources, everything short of large-scale weapons of mass destruction. Just as the order was given, the door burst open. A young officer scrambled inside, reporting frantically. Major Han, the alert has been cancelled. The anomaly has been resolved. It was a cultivator's advancement. The room fell silent, then exploded with a collective sigh of relief. Elsewhere, the main character let out a relaxed breath. So this is the first star of the spirit creation realm. He casually rubbed the back of his neck. I didn't expect the breakthrough to be this easy. He was a bit puzzled. Other than my body feeling lighter, there doesn't seem to be a huge difference. Just then, a notification lit up his phone screen. It was a message from Wang Liang, sending news about a massive, unexplained fire at Qingcheng University, the second anomaly to appear from the contamination zone. The main character quickly read the news. After they joked around for a bit, his friend warned him, "Your power is immense now and difficult to control. You have to be extremely careful when you go out." He agreed with Wang. Inviting disaster was too easy, which is why he always concealed his true strength. He kept his Yang Flame attribute and the Red Fire Taoist arts as his ace in the hole. Finally, he shot a text to Wang Liang. "Don't worry, I'll be careful. I've still got a few tricks up my sleeve." Just then, the click of the door broke the silence. His cousin, Yin, walked in carrying takeout, her voice bright and cheerful. "I'm home. Hey cousin, have you eaten yet? I brought you some food," she announced, stepping further inside. The main character sat casually on the sofa and replied, Okay, just leave it there. I'll get to it later." Yin's brow furrowed with a hint of worry. She knew her cousin was a good person deep down, but he could be infuriatingly lazy. Even if his studies weren't a priority, she was busy with her own duties as a spiritual practitioner. She collapsed onto her bed, her mind racing. The sudden appearance of a spirit creation level master could spark a massive incident. She decided she had to protect him, to repay him for letting her stay. The main character's eyes remained glued to the screen, tracking the latest news. First, it was the record-breaking heatwave, and now, this massive fire. His brows knitted together in thought. From the footage, it was clear the flames had erupted with unnatural speed and ferocity. The trees and planters surrounding the athletic field were incinerated, reduced to nothing but ash. The entire area was now on lockdown. His phone replayed the clip of the inferno as comments flooded the screen. The video was too short, cutting off abruptly, but it looked far worse than the previous incident at the North Gate. I wonder if this Yang attribute energy will be different this time. Lost in thought, Fang Yi suddenly recalled an image of Ji Lan reaching her hand out to him. He had to investigate this himself, but first, he needed to contact her. The following day, a swarm of reporters descended upon Qingcheng University, crowding around the main gate, which was now sealed and under heavy guard. Dozens of journalists shoved for position, relentlessly shouting questions about the mysterious fire. Then, through the chaos, two figures emerged. With every step they took, the clamor of the crowd died down. A reporter whispered in awe, "Who is that guy? His presence is overwhelming." To the utter astonishment of the press, Fang Yi and Ji Lan walked straight onto the campus. One reporter shouted, "We're being held back out here. Why do they get to go right in?" Inside, the two of them surveyed the smoldering remains of the blaze. To burn this intensely, is this really a heavenly fire? Fang Yi found the scene unsettling. Yes, that's the official government designation. It appears without warning, a sudden eruption of flames that's impossible to extinguish. All you can do is wait for it to consume everything in its path. The valley was a raging inferno. Dozens of helicopters circled overhead, but their efforts were completely useless against the blaze. Ji Lan turned to Fang Yi. "I'm heading to the principal's office. Are you waiting here or coming with me?" He glanced over, giving a slight wave of his hand. "You go on ahead. I'll be fine here." "All right. Be careful. I'll see you in a bit." He slowly approached the burn zone, still surrounded by caution tape. The scorched earth was already ice cold. Could it be that not a trace of the heavenly fire's spiritual energy was left? Lifting the tape, he stepped into the sealed-off area. He pressed 2 fingers to the ground, trying to sense anything. If that was the case, collecting it was impossible. It seemed he had been far too naive. Suddenly, a voice calling his name made Fang Yi freeze. He turned, recognizing the person behind him instantly. Chu Qingli. Beside her stood a freckle-faced girl with brown hair. "It really is you. What are you doing here?" Chu Qingli wondered. "Huh? Fang Yi? Isn't that the ex-boyfriend you told me about? The one who only got into a community college?" The freckled girl interjected as Qingli gave a silent, hesitant nod. "Look, buddy, I get it. You're probably here because you still have feelings for Qingli." The friend placed a hand on Qingli's shoulder, speaking loudly with a dismissive air. "But the gap between you two is obvious. You should just give up." Fang Yi's brow furrowed in confusion. And you are? Just then, a crowd of other students started to gather. Whispers and snickers spread through the group, assuming he was here to stalk his ex. The freckled girl jutted her chin out, pointing a finger right in his face. Her voice dripped with contempt. You should get lost before I call security. Qingli lowered her head, embarrassed. She couldn't understand why he was here, unless he still couldn't accept their breakup. Just as the tension reached its peak, a calm, cool voice cut through the air. Fang Yi. Are these friends of yours? Qingli was stunned to hear his reply. Just some old high school classmates. A sharp smile played on Jilan's lips as she eyed the two of them from behind her sunglasses. The two girls recoiled. Her aura was overwhelming. Who was this woman? And how could she possibly know someone like Fang Yi? Jilan approached, her expression grave as she spoke to the main character. The Heavenly Fire incident is worse than we thought. The principal is taking us to ground zero. As an invited consultant for the military, Fang Yi had to go. He agreed without hesitation. Just then, a sharp command cut through the crowd, and everyone immediately parted ways. Everyone gasped in shock as the university principal strode into view. The students were stunned to see him. He was known for being incredibly busy, and rumor had it, no one had ever even seen the man crack a smile. Could he have come here for Jilan and Fang Yi? Confusion and doubt stirred within Qingli. While her friends smirked, certain the principal was here to have the main character thrown out. But completely defying all expectations, the principal strode right past them to the main character. He warmly extended a hand, saying, Greetings. You must be the advisor Fang our superiors mentioned, correct? Lately, the strange incidents at this school have my mind in a tangled mess. I was terrified the students would be hurt in the fire. It's a tremendous relief that you've come to resolve this. With that, he gave the main character a slight, respectful bow. We're counting on you to handle the situation at the gymnasium. Qinli was completely stunned, held back by security with the other onlookers. Everyone was shocked by the principal's deferential treatment of the young man. After witnessing that exchange, the crowd's attitude shifted in the blink of an eye. The scornful whispers from moments ago vanished, replaced by murmurs of admiration for his powerful presence and dignified manner. But Qinli just stood there, dazed, as the shifting crowd pushed her further and further away. She remained silent, lost in the noisy, shoving mob. The questions started all over again, doubting he was ever her boyfriend, sneering that she wasn't worthy to even stand by his side. Someone pointed out that the main character hadn't glanced at Qinli even once. She stood frozen, letting the crowd's toxic gossip wash over her. The color drained from her face. A short while later, in the north sector of Qingcheng University, the principal led the group forward. As they walked, he recounted the first fire incident at the school. His brow furrowed deeply, remembering the hellscape of that day. The principal suddenly stopped and added, Luckily, the fires of the other stadiums were put out. Only this one remains. The main character followed his gaze, thinking to himself. The acrid, burning smell is overwhelming. The three of them stood before a basketball hoop that was still engulfed in flames, instantly realizing this had to be the source. Just then, a woman named Ji Lan pulled out a strange watch-like device. The man beside her asked, What is that thing? She stared intently at the number on the display and explained, You can think of it as a basic device for detecting abnormal spiritual energy. When the reading surpasses 10, the area must be sealed off. The life force of ordinary people is incredibly fragile. To them, an anomaly like this is a natural disaster they can't escape. As Ji Lan finished speaking, the number instantly jumped to 60. It's that high? She exclaimed in alarm. This is bad. The threshold is far too high. If we leave this unchecked, I fear it won't just be Qingcheng University. The entire city will be affected. We need to immediately dispatch those with the purest spiritual power and the most stable cultivation realms. Just then, to the utter shock of the other two, the main character vaulted over the barricade. Advisor Fang. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the fiery crater. In a flash, the index skyrocketed to 110. Ji Lan screamed in terror. It rose again. A reading of 110. This can already be classified as an S-rank anomaly. The principal standing nearby was even more panicked. He went inside. What do we do now? Suddenly, the flames in her vision warped, taking the form of a monstrous beast. But Ji Lan had to wonder, how could he dare to venture in alone? Not even the strongest war king from the Forbidden Zone would risk this. Meanwhile, inside the sea of flames, the main character's silhouette walked with an unwavering stride. There wasn't a single scratch on him, he calculated as he moved. Last time, my Yang attribute helped me resist the lightning. This heavenly fire should also be blocked. But while my protective aura is active, I can't touch the source flame, and I can't seem to activate my cultivation techniques either. Walking a bit further, he came face to face with a colossal fire dragon. I have to get as close as possible to the source flame. Then, the dragon suddenly lunged toward him. He calmly raised one hand, unleashing his spiritual energy. As the dragon closed in, the main character whispered, "Golden Yang body, release." The fire dragon opened its massive jaws, as if to swallow him whole. The main character gritted his teeth, struggling to hold his ground. At that moment, the system chimed in. Detected an extremely powerful heavenly fire attribute fluctuation. A grim smile spread across his face as he read the notification. Truly worthy of being called a heavenly fire. It's even more wild and powerful than the desolate energy of death, but I will absorb you. Accepting the command, the system began its work. Activating ultimate computational ability. Compiling. Compilation successful. A grin of pure delight lit up the main character's face. The system simultaneously announced he had acquired several fire attribute techniques and other bonuses. With this new power, he twisted the fire dragon's momentum, sending it soaring straight into the sky. The techniques he had just compiled were instantly unlocked, but then hundreds of fire dragons began to descend upon him. At the same time, the main character's eyes turned completely white. Extracting attribute. Heavenly fire attribute acquired. He squeezed his eyes shut as red, vein-like patterns began to appear on his face. The markings didn't stop there, spreading wider as he grimaced in pain. Then, his eyes flew open, and he slammed his palms together with a roar. 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Seal. As the words left his lips, several iron chains erupted from his back. They extended on their own, snatching every single fire dragon that was menacing him from behind. Ji-Lan and the principal could only stare, dumbfounded by the sight. This is the aura of a sealing art. I've seen high-ranking cultivators from the Forbidden Zone military use something like this. His execution is different from Fang Yi's, but the sealing aura is almost identical. Amidst the writhing chains, the main character's voice boomed. Absorb. The raging heavenly fire began to be pulled into the massive chains. The chains expanded in an instant, ready to devour the skyfire whole. The main character calmly embraced the searing metal as it consumed the flames. With the seal complete, he landed softly, releasing the blazing orb to hover in mid-air. He gave it a final look before announcing, "I'll seal the skyfire here for now. Keep the stadium locked down in place. Don't make any repairs, and absolutely no one is allowed near." This should stop the skyfire from spreading any further. The principal quickly nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, advisor. The stadium will remain sealed. Besides, it's not like the university only has one." Meanwhile, Ji-Lan stood off to the side, her silence suddenly feeling heavy. The main character then joked, "Qingbei University is certainly generous, with 7 or 8 stadiums to spare." The principal flushed, stammering, "You have a great sense of humor, advisor, if you need." But before he could finish, Ji-Lan cut him off. "Principal, I need a word with advisor Fang." The principal immediately beamed, turning to them. Of course, please, go right ahead." He glanced at her, confused. "What is it?" Ji-Lan stepped right in front of him. "Fang Yi, you're very good at hiding things," he replied humbly. "It was nothing special. That skyfire was incredibly potent and a real handful to deal with." She shot back, cutting straight to the point. "Don't play dumb with me. You know I'm talking about your hidden talent and your true cultivation level." Even though he'd been exposed, Fang Yi's expression remained perfectly calm as Ji-Lan continued speaking. "But never mind. It's normal for a cultivator to have secrets, especially one as powerful as you, Fang Yi. While I have no right to ask anything of you, I hope you'll listen to what I have to say next. In this critical era of upheaval, the Xia Kingdom desperately needs top-tier talent like you. Let me put it this way. When spiritual energy fully returns, a person like you will be the equivalent of a nuclear deterrent." She paused, letting her words sink in. "Everyone will be after you. From the military's forbidden zones to the Spirit Association, even foreign powers." She talked around the subject for a moment, even subtly inviting him to her own forbidden zone, but urged him to start thinking carefully about his future. He listened to everything she said, remaining silent for a moment. Then he asked why her own faction wasn't trying to recruit him. Ji-Lan hesitated before finally answering. "It's because of them, of course. That legendary military forbidden zone. Frankly, their power is on another level, almost freakish. So I figured you'd be more interested in joining them." Fang Yi offered a small smile. "The absolute top tier, huh?" she affirmed, without a doubt. "But I rarely see them myself. I hear they've been incredibly busy lately." Her words made him realize something. The top military unit was being pushed so hard that even other divisions knew of their struggles. A second later, Ji-Lan turned away, reminding him of the principal's earlier dinner invitation. Fang Yi followed her in silence, his mind racing. It seems even they're facing some serious trouble. He could almost picture it, them facing down monstrous beasts day after day. But Fang Yi knew what that truly meant. The number of anomalies was rising, and powerful new cultivators were emerging alongside them. A sense of urgency washed over him. With the full return of spiritual energy fast approaching, his own preparations still weren't enough. He thought to himself, how can I best utilize the Skyfire attribute I just absorbed back at the stadium? Skyfire is chaotic and spreads without pattern, burning everything in its path to ash. An untamed, endless flame, perfect for dealing with wide areas of endlessly spawning anomalies. Then, something clicked in his mind. He realized, wait, this is a perfect 100% match for my Crimson Flame Saber art. An enchantment like this would be the ultimate upgrade. In the distance, mountains rose one after another. Saber in hand, Fang Yi stepped into the forest, his attention immediately drawn to a notification before him. Upon reaching the Forbidden Mountain, Fang Yi sensed nothing out of the ordinary. And yet, the entire area had been cordoned off. Military intelligence might be slow, but he couldn't help but suspect the Spirit Association had already figured out his plans. A slight smile touched his lips as he thought of Qing Ying. Was this entire area gifted to me as a testing ground? Well then, it would be rude to refuse. Suddenly, his senses flared. His intuition screamed at him. He could feel the vile aura of mongrels nearby. Just then, a shadow rustled in the trees above. His eyes met the gaze of a ferocious beast, staring down at him like he was prey. But Fang Yi remained perfectly calm, a smirk playing on his lips. So it has some intelligence, sizing up its enemy before deciding to attack. In that case, you better watch closely. He quickly accepted the system's prompt, pouring spiritual energy into his blade until it blazed with light. Flames erupted from the saber's edge, the eternal, unquenchable power of the Skyfire. Fang Yi's excited gaze sent a jolt of fear through the beast. He was eager to see what effect his new power would have on this monster. He swung his saber without hesitation, unleashing a torrent of fiery sparks. Let's use you to test out this new blade. The beast panicked, caught completely off guard, as a powerful torrent of flames surged toward it. Shocked, it could only scream and try to flee. The main character strode confidently toward the monster, marveling at his newfound strength, which had easily doubled. Better yet, this powerful energy didn't harm him in the slightest. His fingers silently glided over the blade of his sword. The moment he touched it, a chilling coldness spread through him. Time to hunt down that mongrel and see where it ran. Elsewhere in the forest, a phone was broadcasting a live stream, a voice chattering away about nothing in particular. She posed for the camera. Even though this is my first ever live stream, she announced, the content just keeps finding me. Meanwhile, the chat box was flooded with sarcastic and provoking messages. Suddenly, her eyes darted to something just off to the side. In an instant, the thing lunged forward, tackling her to the ground. The phone flew from her hand, shattering on impact. The beast pinned her down, ignoring her piercing screams, as her viewers realized what was happening and the comments exploded. Its brutal hand clamped around her throat while her tear-filled eyes begged for mercy. The beast, driven mad with hunger, leered at the delicious meal before it. All of a sudden, from behind them, draconic beasts charged onto the scene. The online viewers gasped in unison. The view count instantly skyrocketed to an unbelievable number. And then, a figure appeared behind the monsters, leaving the girl stunned. Who are you? She wondered. But then she scrambled for her phone, frantically aiming the camera to show off what was happening. I got it on camera. There's someone standing in the fire. The image of the main character, sword in hand amidst the flames, sent the stream into a frenzy. It has to be an Immortal. An Immortal is here to save us. After the live stream, his image instantly blew up on every news site, sparking intense debate. Elsewhere, a woman, unable to hide her excitement, called Kyla over to see the explosive news about the main character, but Kyla immediately shot it down. But then, Kyla glanced at the screen again. She gasped in shock, making the other woman laugh triumphantly. See? What did I tell you? I was right. This is ridiculous. Kyla's face darkened as she declared the video was an absolute fake. It's all just special effects. Kyla tried to convince herself. It's not him. He just has a similar build. That's all. If it were really him, he would have been burned to a crisp by now. But if it is real, will he use this power to get revenge on me? Damn it, she thought. I will never bow my head to him. Elsewhere, a beautiful 81-year-old woman saw the notification and rushed to show her phone to her companion. Does this person look familiar? He looks just like the adept who saved us from those vines before. Her friend enthusiastically agreed. At the same time, Maya also saw the image of the main character. Old Lee. Look, isn't that Feng? He feels so much stronger now. The old man was stunned. My God, that sword stance. It's identical. It looks like we really managed to ally ourselves with someone incredible. Inside a towering skyscraper, a stern voice echoed through a hall. The city's crisis is rapidly approaching, and our current adepts are not powerful enough to handle it. Inside the principal's office, Principal Huang and the others were deep in discussion. Sierra Lam asked Han Li with suspicion. Exactly how many attributes does he possess? Hanli answered, 3. Or maybe more. She spoke up. You mean the higher-ups have decided to go themselves? Hanli frowned, cutting her off to reassure them. Then he stood up to leave, tossing back one last command. Handle this situation and do it cleanly. Principal Huang was sweating nervously. The entire spiritual energy circle of the Xia nation has its eyes on him now. Even Sierra Lamb had to admit, this is certainly becoming something to look forward to. In another scene, a heart monitor beeped steadily as a cheerful voice rang out. Master, it seems the Xia nation has found a new hope. Jialin sat by the hospital bed, his voice tinged with sadness. With someone this powerful appearing, the chance of you waking up has grown just a little bit more. The sun rose, its rays signaling a new day. The main character sat at home, quietly thinking about being filmed the day before. He ate a piece of bread, wondering why the live stream video had been taken down. Suddenly, he looked around, and it hit him. Lin Yi hadn't come home all night, and she hadn't sent a single message. A worried expression crossed his face as he picked up his phone to call her, but it went straight to voicemail. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? She's not usually this unreliable, is she? A knot of fear tightened in his stomach. Finally, the main character decided he had to go find her. Back with Lin Yi, she nervously asked her companion how long they'd been trapped. Both of them were covered in wounds. The beautiful 81-year-old woman spoke with difficulty. Probably about 10 hours now. I'm so sorry. I'm the one who dragged you into this. At first, I thought it was just a normal shadow demon. She clutched a wound on her side, groaning in pain. Lin Yi's expression was unbelievably calm as she comforted her. Ultimately, it's because I'm not strong enough. Just remember to stay alert and conserve your strength. She then recalled watching a legendary battle. If only I could be like that great master. But neither of them noticed the monster's shadow lurking nearby. A monster was lurking right behind them. The moment Y turned her head, it lunged with its claws, ready to tear her apart. She screamed for her teammate to watch out, unleashing a blast of spiritual energy. The powerful force shot past the creature, completely blowing its head clean off. The beautiful 81-year-old woman asked in horror, are these the people who were trapped and died here? Yai's brow furrowed as she replied, after becoming an undead anomaly, it wants to assimilate us all. Just then, the 81-year-old woman realized something terrifying. Our attacks are having no effect, she gasped, and our spiritual energy is draining faster. It was as if the creature was just waiting for them to run out of power, treating them like prey to be exhausted. In this place, the monster seemed invincible. A cold wind blew past, and the woman froze for a few seconds in pure dread. As she looked up at the giant eye before her, 81 couldn't help but let out a terrified scream. Suddenly, several rips appeared on the giant eye, and from those tears, it cloned itself into countless smaller copies. Furious, 81 slashed through them. Wyatt quickly warned her, it's losing patience. Don't let your guard down. But then, she noticed something was terribly wrong. A chilling gaze pierced her from behind. When she looked again, she found herself completely surrounded by dozens of those eyes. She despaired, believing her end had come. It felt as if both she and 81 were being swallowed by the darkness. At this moment, she was filled with guilt for her comrade, and regret that she'd never see the magnificent world after the spiritual energy revival. Finally, Y closed her eyes in defeat, but in her darkest moment of despair, a brilliant blue light tore through the sky. The main character descended with an overwhelming aura. He whispered under his breath, almost didn't make it in time. Seeing him, Y was so relieved she burst into tears. That immense power slammed into the ground nearby. It was then that Y realized her cousin was no ordinary person, but her joy was short-lived. She screamed a warning as she saw the monster preparing to ambush the main character. He drew his sword, Sky Piercer, casually wanting to test out his new toy. The main character pinpointed the monster's location with a glance, then unleashed his Chainblaze sword technique. The creature was instantly incinerated by the flames, its body twisting into a deformed, charred husk. Even Y shuddered at the horrific sight. 81, just coming to, could only stare in disbelief. Are we about to die? She asked, completely stunned. Did we descend into hell with that monster? Hearing this, Y quickly calmed her down. No, we're still alive. 81 finally snapped back to reality. We're alive. Wait, who are you? Just then, the main character spoke up. It's all taken care of. They hadn't even had breakfast yet. But neither Y nor the beautiful 81 could care less. Her eyes widened in awe, and in an instant, she flew over to her handsome savior to express her adoration, leaving him completely flustered. Hearing this, a suspicion grew in Y's mind. The fire element master who saved me, was that my cousin? The beautiful 81-year-old woman was shocked. That legendary master is your cousin? Didn't you say your cousin was just an ordinary guy? The main character could only watch this tragic comedy with a foolish grin. Meanwhile, 81 had completely lost control, excitedly shaking Y as she recounted all 49 of his glorious achievements. Even though his identity was confirmed, seeing him use the lightning attribute moments ago only deepened her confusion. A high-level dual-element genius, with lightning and fire auras that far surpassed her own. Had he truly broken through to the spirit creation realm? Was this really her cousin? The main character finally had to admit his true identity, and then ask them some questions about dealing with the dark element. Why did only the two of you come? Where are your other teammates? At his question, the woman grew solemn as she recounted everything. Wu Mao got seriously ill and was kept home by his family. Uncle had another, more difficult mission. We don't know where the others are. Y's face fell, and she instinctively avoided his gaze. This time, I was careless. I thought that since I broke through to the 3-star noble realm, I'd be fine. Her words left the main character speechless. Thinking about it, he couldn't deny that their other teammates all had their own selfish motives. The team was bound to fall apart sooner or later. Only 81 had changed unexpectedly, something his clever cousin must have sensed long ago. Shaking off his thoughts, he got straight to the point. Since we all know each other's identities, and I trust you too. How about it? A second later, his handsome face presented them with a very tempting offer to form a new team. However, there was one condition. They could never reveal his identity. Y was about to speak, but 81's overjoyed expression stopped her. She could only look at him with tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. He probably knew all along, she thought, and has been protecting me in secret. It turns out, on this lonely path of cultivation, having someone you can trust completely, someone who helps you wholeheartedly, is the greatest happiness. And with that, a single tear of joy rolled down her cheek. In a flash, Y's expression did a 180-degree turn. She flashed a brilliant smile and thanked her cousin, cheerfully demanding 2 fried eggs as a reward. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. Y glanced down at the screen and announced, Sister GL Land just posted a new mission. The mission details were clear. Proceed to the land of extreme yin. Collect mission items related to the dark element. Think carefully before accepting. The main character glanced over the mission details and asked with great interest about this new land. Y replied worriedly, the land of extreme yin is strictly forbidden by the Xia kingdom. The dark element inside is incredibly powerful. Most of the anomalies appearing in the city these days originate a forbidden zone the authorities never dared to fully explore. The main character suddenly urged her to dig for more details. This immediately raised 2 possibilities in his mind. Jailan was either someone with a hidden, special status, or she was a high-ranking official in the military or the council. Following the main character's signal, Yi pressed for more details about the mission. And just like that, Jailan laid out the mission's details without hesitation. This revelation made even 81's eyes widen in shock. Jailan gave them a pointed warning to think things through. If they could form a squad with strong, trustworthy trailblazers, then it wouldn't be too late to register. Her fingers danced across the screen as she waited for their decision. The main character crossed his arms, rereading her warning. He saw right through her true intentions. He raised an eyebrow, smirking at Yi. Looks like this is targeted directly at me. The thought of that forbidden land sent a thrill through him. How interesting. I've always wanted to explore the land of extreme yin. The system confirmed it. An S-rank mission with a lethal mortality rate. If strong, trustworthy trailblazers form a team, registering later isn't an issue. The woman in the suit spoke up. Sister Jailan, their squad is. Jailan cut her off. It's fine. If he's truly a trailblazer worthy of the Xia Kingdom's faith, he will come. The woman's gaze fell. But if he doesn't come, won't this entire generation of trailblazers be? Jailan's expression turned grim. If he doesn't show, it means fate hasn't aligned. She clutched the bouquet tightly. Do you really think the mission to gather the 7 Sorrows flower is a plot to send our strongest to their graves? The girl quickly interjected. Sister Jailan, we. Jailan gently set the bouquet down. A suicide mission, like gathering the 7 Sorrows flower. Its true purpose was the complete opposite of what it appeared to be. She continued, this is the only path to build the Xia Kingdom's true strength. Only by obtaining the 7 Sorrows flower can we save countless more of our comrades. An image flashed in Jailan's mind. Everyone on that high-speed train, the future core of the Xia Kingdom's power. The nation's elite combatants, falling one by one, their fates hanging by a thread. She leaned down, taking the hand of the comatose old man. No matter the cost, we must retrieve more of the 7 Sorrows flowers. His face was a web of dark veins. Master, as the Xia Kingdom's only trailblazer to reach the Diamond Realm, we have to use the flower to heal you, to awaken you. A vision of the trailblazer fighting desperately surfaced in her mind. After the spiritual energy revival, a Diamond Realm expert is an asset no less valuable than a nuclear weapon. He is our greatest bargaining chip in negotiations with other nations, both before and after the revival. Therefore, sacrificing a few Jalons, a few squads, or even more trailblazers is a price worth paying. The woman in the suit couldn't hide her concern. The mission is critical, but so is your health, ma'am. Jalon bit her lip, a bitter taste in her mouth. My health is important? Then she screamed, yes, it's damn important, because my life was bought with the lives of my comrades. Her face turned pale as she leaned against the bed frame. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have taken my anger out on you. The other woman waved her hands dismissively. Sister Jialan, it was my fault. I misspoke. Is your headache acting up again? A shadow of sorrow crossed her eyes. It's fine. It's not time for my medicine yet. It's all in the past now. But the images of the fallen were still seared into her memory. Blade Bearer Squad, retreat immediately. The ground was littered with bodies, the land of extreme yin. What an unbelievable place. A man reached his hand out toward Jialan. Jialan, the mission to retrieve the Seven Sorrows flower, we're entrusting it all to you. For our master, for the Shia kingdom, for everyone. Tears streamed down her face. No, I won't go, Captain. With the last of his strength, the man transferred a surge of power into her. Our attributes, I hope they can aid you. You must survive and come back. Jalan's voice was thick with sorrow. They transferred their life force to me, but they didn't know. If the Seven Sorrows flower is stained by blood or not harvested whole, it becomes completely useless. An hour and 45 minutes later, the main character and his team were still trekking across the mountain ranges. The beautiful warrior, 81, was drained. How many more kilometers is it? Suddenly, she turned her gaze to Yi. Hey, listen, Elder Yi. You guys are all so powerful. Can't we just fly the rest of the way? Yi immediately shot down the idea. When the ambient spiritual energy isn't dense enough, the human body can't sustain flight. Not even for powerful trailblazers. The main character's gaze pierced the distance. He spoke suddenly. Is that the land of extreme yin up ahead? His brows furrowed into a tight knot. Even through layers of barriers and shrouded in dark attributes, he could sense an unsettling presence wafting from it. 81's face twisted in disgust. This horrible stench is 100 times worse than that mutant creature we fought last night. Try 1,000 times worse, Yi corrected. His expression still perfectly calm. All right, stay calm. We're here now. The main character spoke, not bad. Look ahead. I didn't expect so many pioneers to show up. Yi stepped forward. Exactly. I don't think they're just here for the so-called generous reward. It's likely related to what 81 and I encountered. The dark attribute is notoriously difficult to handle, bloodthirsty and utterly hostile toward humans. Dark phantoms have been creeping into the city. And now, riots caused by these dark attribute anomalies are becoming a common sight, he agreed. That's right. I've faced 2 of these dark attribute anomalies head-on before. The dark monsters looked like they wanted to devour him whole. One was a mutated rabbit, but it resembled a giant rodent more than a wild hare. He remembered that near-death experience, and his brow furrowed instinctively. There was also a massive serpent lurking in the factory late at night. They possessed a much higher intelligence than the mutated rabbit. They could coordinate an ambush, a trap that nearly wiped out the entire Spirit Energy Association team. Most importantly, just as Yi said, these anomalies are incredibly cunning. They seem to be deliberately bypassing the military's border defenses. That defensive line is protected by massive barriers. The entire city is drowning in smoke and fire. Although we don't know how they're getting in, these anomalies are appearing inside the city walls with terrifying frequency. It's reaching the point where we can no longer contain them. A grim expression settled on the main character's face. That's exactly why we have to do this. Qing Huang stood at the border with a group of pioneers. She suddenly sensed something and froze in astonishment. What? He's here too? And he even brought 2 girls with him? A blue-haired girl called out, Boss? Hey, boss. Qing Huang muttered a silent prayer. Oh, heavens above. Please don't let him see me. Don't let him see me. The main character looked confused. Hey, isn't that person Captain Su? The blue-haired girl replied, Oh, it's you. You came to the Abyssal Zone too? That's great. Qing Huang just scratched her head and forced a smile. Fang Yi's file had long been synced with the military's database. 81 pointed. Hey, master, who is this girl? Don't tell me she's Yi's future sister-in-law. Hearing this, Yi was stunned. Huh? My cousin? Qing Huang's face turned beet red as she scrambled to explain. Oh my god, this is a huge misunderstanding, he introduced her. Of course not. This is my errand runner, Captain Su of the Spirit Energy Association. Qing Huang composed herself. Why does that sound even more insulting? Suddenly, a voice boomed from behind them. A bunch of shameless brats, running their mouths. A pioneer with a large gun slung over his shoulder shouted. The pioneers these days just keep getting younger and younger. Not an ounce of respect. Forgetting to greet your elders is one thing, But to be bickering so loudly, do you have any idea where you are? This old man just hopes you can all trust each other this much once we're inside the abyssal zone. 81 was absolutely furious. Ah, there goes my temper again. Old man, do you have any idea who you're talking to? The main character shot him a warning look. Stop it. 81 shot back sarcastically. Hey Gramps, you should worry about yourself. We'll see who's scared to death in a little while. The other pioneer glanced behind them and let out a smirk. Looks like our ride is here. Let's go see what's what. The vehicle's doors slid open, revealing Jylan, standing majestically in the doorway. Everyone was stunned. It's Lady Jylan. Jylan approached. It was really her. 81 was curious. So what's her story? Now that's what I call a grand entrance. The main character replied, she's probably the one who's going to open the gate for us. Jylan shot a glance in his direction before walking toward the border gate. She raised her hand, launching something toward the barrier. Veins pulsed at the corner of Jylan's eyes as the mystical border gate began to dissolve. A crimson surge of power spread rapidly. Everyone has arrived. The gate is open. After clearing the path, Jylan turned and addressed the crowd. You may enter now. A special reminder, the 70k flowers you collect must be perfectly intact and untainted by human blood. The main characters group listened in silence. If you fail to meet the requirements, you will not receive the reward. If there are no questions, begin. As the old pioneer entered, he grumbled, she's not even going in herself, just sending us to our deaths. Not even a decent compensation package if we die? What a joke. The young man walking behind him was clearly infuriated. If we die, we'll just be reported as missing. If the government suddenly gave your family a huge sum of money for no reason, wouldn't that just prove they got you killed? Qing Huang turned to the main character and asked, that middle-aged man, is he a one-star spirit creation realm, just like you? Also, among the silent ones, there seem to be a few other masters, but they've likely suppressed their spiritual auras, making them hard to read. The rest are all solid pioneers. From the 2-star and 3-star Ghost Core realms, the strength of each team is roughly equal. A grim look crossed the main character's face as he replied, it seems this mission is going to be incredibly difficult. I can't believe they assembled so many elite pioneer teams for this. A seed of suspicion was planted in his mind. You're in the spirit creation realm too? Your level of spiritual energy doesn't seem all that high. The girl standing beside Jylan spoke up. The personal assessment is complete. For this operation inside the abyssal zone, their forces were formidable. 37 were 2-star Nether Realm warriors. 12 had reached the 3-star level, and 3 were powerful 1-star Soul Forge masters. The official difficulty for this anomaly was Class B DNS. Jylan watched from a distance as the team moved out. Head over to the monitoring station. All the prep work is done on my end, so don't worry. Beyond the border, a desolate wasteland stretched out before them, utterly devoid of life. A foul stench filled the air, making 81 and Yi gag. The protagonist gave a warning. Stay close. The dark attribute here will swallow your vision. If we get separated, we'll be lost in an instant, completely disoriented. 81 collapsed to the ground, apologizing, I'm sorry. I can't stop the nausea. Qing Huang gently reassured her, it's all right. It's the smell of decaying corpses mixed with spinal fluid. You're not the only one feeling sick. This reaction is perfectly normal. She offered a strange smile. See, even the walkers up ahead with similar power levels are throwing up. Qing Huang continued her explanation. The dark attribute is a natural counter to walkers like us. You can think of it as a type of corruption. Anomalies thrive in these zones of absolute darkness. She continued, her voice steady. A Class B anomaly is comparable to the Nether Realm in power. The damage they cause is usually containable. Class A is on par with the Soul Forge realm, often found where spiritual energy is rampant, like this very zone. Then there's Class S, comparable to the Vajra realm, or even beyond. We're talking about a world-ending catastrophe. But remember, in a zone like this, dark attribute anomalies get a massive power boost. So, what was rated Class B outside is at least a Class A threat in here. As Yi helped 81 to her feet, she remarked, a power boost? This is the first I'm hearing of it. I understand now. But what about you and Captain Su? 81 asked. Doesn't it affect you at all? Yeah, aren't you being corrupted? Qing Huang gave a vague smile, hiding the fact she'd already reached the 3-star Nether Realm. You're overthinking it. My team and I deal with these kinds of anomalies all the time. We're used to the smell. Besides, Yan Ke recently pushed me to evolve my mutated water attribute into the ice attribute. 81's voice was faint, but we're the same rank. Captain Su, do you feel this way too? The moment I stepped into this fog, my spiritual energy started draining. It's way worse than the last mission. Qing Huang's tone grew serious. Many powerful masters have fallen here, including elite soldiers from the Soulforge realm and higher. That's why we have to be extremely careful. Hearing this, a wave of fear washed over 81. Let's move. The mission comes first. Yi carefully supported 81, but the group ahead had already vanished into the fog. Everyone, huddle closer. I'm going to conserve my energy, so I'll be speaking less. Focus your spiritual power, and don't give this fog an opening. As the protagonist walked, he fell into deep thought. Strange. After entering this place, my body doesn't feel sick at all. It seems my Yang attribute and the enhanced demonic lightning attribute are both effective at repelling the darkness. Or maybe it's because my spiritual power grew stronger after reaching the Soulforge realm. Elsewhere, a walker in red armor was battling a grotesque beast. Hey, is this all the anomalies in this dark zone have to offer? He pressed his advantage, charging forward. Let's go, brothers. That 7-rot flower is as good as ours. Time to show those rookies what real power looks like. Another man yelled, You got it, boss. Charge. Back with the main group, Yi broke into a violent coughing fit. 81 glanced over, her face filled with concern. The protagonist turned to look as well. She's still just a kid. Yi froze as she felt the main character's hand gently pat her back. She gasped in surprise. In an instant, the nausea and the corrosive gloom vanished completely, a warmth spreading through her like basking in the winter sun. A voice full of awe spoke up. As expected of someone from the Soulforge realm, Yi stared down at her own hands. That warm fire attribute is incredible. No wonder it's such a rare, high-level power. I've only started to understand attributes since I hit the 3-star nether realm. My nature attribute is good at absorbing spiritual energy from plants, and Captain Su's mutated ice attribute is also extremely rare. The protagonist replied nonchalantly, It's not the fire attribute, it's the Yang attribute. My mistake, I never explained it to you. The one who handled the fire incident at Gongbei and the one at the Qingcheng University training grounds. That was me, he said, his tone casual. But those two anomalies were different. My Yang attribute is subtly different from the heavenly fire attribute. Qing Huang cried out, You're just admitting it like that. Does that mean you possess 3 rare, high-level attributes? The main character thought to himself, Actually, there's also my wasteland attribute, but the tallest tree catches the most wind. I'll keep that one a secret for now. Out loud, he just gave a vague reply, something like that. Then, he turned. Where's 81? She was trembling. I haven't reached the 3-star nether realm, so I can't sense attributes clearly, but I think I'm on the path of the metal attribute. He turns to Su Qinghuang's crew and suggests, Captain Su, how about I give your team a little upgrade as well? I wouldn't mind that at all, she replies, as the 2 cloaked girls light up with excitement. Then what are we waiting for? Please, lend us your power. One by one, our hero channels a warm, spiritual energy into them. But suddenly, the thud of monstrous footsteps closes in. His eyes flash with vigilance as he gives the warning. Su Qinghuang launches a strike towards the beast. What is that thing? 81. It's right in front of you. 81 recoils in shock. A desperate warning echoes out. It's an A-class aberration. Su Qinghuang gathers frosty spiritual power in her palm and blasts the monster head-on. She shields Yi with her own body. A beast this tough. Did it just vanish? Then, from out of nowhere, a horde of undead materializes. Our hero quickly pulls everyone into a tight circle. Careful, watch your feet. He draws his blade. A deadly aura radiating from his eyes as he advances. Each slash of his sword roars like a fire dragon's challenge. The undead horde shrieks in agony as they're consumed by the flames. The fire in our hero's eyes subsides. For the moment, they are safe. The aberrations are gone. It looked like many eyes, but it was really just 2 creatures. He strokes his chin. I just never expected the monsters here to have evolved to mimic human speech. Su Qinghuang adds grimly. Perhaps they learned by devouring countless humans. Even the weakest creature here has been nurtured into an A-class by this land of extreme darkness. Unless you're in the spirit creation realm, you can't face them directly. Jialin stares at the raging flames, marveling to herself. He took down 2 A-class illusion-type beasts with a single blow. Her face remains a stoic mask, but she inwardly admits that even she would have needed several rounds to defeat them. Elsewhere, Yi clenches his fists. If what Captain Su says is true, we have to stay united. Otherwise, an aberration will surely disguise itself and infiltrate our ranks. It'll wait until we lower our guard to strike. 81, get on your feet. But 81 is still frozen in fear. That oppressive aura was terrifying, far stronger than even Meow Meow or the Jiangxi. Just grazing it would have burned me to a crisp. Is this the pressure that comes from a higher realm? I can barely even breathe. Our hero's attention suddenly snaps to a nearby mountain. Yi follows his gaze. Everyone, listen. Is that the sound of ocean waves up ahead? The ground begins to tremble violently, and everyone scatters in panic. Someone screams, "Run! Don't even try to fight it. This thing is pure evil. Help me! It's a monster." Our hero's expression remains unchanged, save for a slight furrow of his brow. The other spirit practitioners, however, turn tail and flee for their lives. This is a threat that would decimate even the legendary armies of old. It is the Black Tide. In the distance, a colossal, blood-red tsunami surges toward them. They run and scream, their terror lost in the chaos. But one fool, a man with a shrimp-like head, stays behind. He erects a barrier, his face twisted with greed. He then confidently charges headfirst into the crimson wave. But the instant he makes contact, his life begins to fade. Damn it. He chokes out, his voice filled with regret. The aberration is in here. Before he can finish, the wave itself transforms into a ravenous demon, devouring him completely. One by one, the others who fled are also overtaken by the tide. Staring at the monstrous wave, Su Qingwang's voice is filled with sorrow. They're beyond saving, aren't they? Can we even escape this? But next to her, our hero just looks confused and asks, "What's a black tide?" Even in this desperate situation, she patiently explains, "The black tide is a corrupting force that consumes all it touches. Our plan was supposed to completely avoid the tide's arrival. Oh God. Are all those people up ahead already gone?" At that moment, Lin Yi can't take it anymore and asks, "Shouldn't we just run for it?" Facing his team's growing panic, our hero calmly erects a massive barrier, reassuring them. "If we combine our power to maintain this barrier, we can protect everyone through the tide's initial impact." But Su Qingwang instantly realizes his true intention. "What do you think you're doing?" she shouts angrily. "Our combined strength is nothing against this black tide." He ignores her plea, already channeling his spiritual energy into a weapon. "I can destroy it," he declares with unwavering confidence. With that, he rockets into the sky. Without a shred of hesitation, he plunges directly into the heart of the Crimson Storm. Inside, a sphere of light protects him from the pitch-black darkness swirling all around. But even in this chaos, a single glance is all he needs to grasp the entire situation. Staring down the demons, he thinks to himself, "These are definitely A-class aberrations, but they're an upgraded version, fused together to become something more." His expression turns grim as he realizes they went from B-class to A, and from A to S-class. To call this black tide an SSS-class threat wouldn't be an exaggeration. No wonder it could swallow even spirit practitioners from the creation realm. With that thought, he immediately condenses spiritual power into his palm, darting through the darkness and striking down the demons around him. But just then, a demon materializes from the shadows behind him, poised for a deadly sneak attack. Relying on his razor-sharp senses, he instantly spun around, unleashing a deadly slash at the creature. Suddenly, something else caught his attention. Looking at the figure before him, our hero realized it was the same man from earlier. He immediately called out, "Are you still alive?" Recognizing our hero's voice, the man struggled to respond. This was all the confirmation he needed. The man still had a chance. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised a hand to the heavens and summoned divine lightning. Answering his call, a bolt of thunder materialized from thin air, striking the shrimp-headed monster directly. After pulling the man to safety, our hero casually tossed him to the ground. A closer inspection only confirmed his initial guess. He could still be saved, but his chances of survival were slim. Just then, the monster from before finally caught up. Our hero shot it a cold glance, tightening his grip on his sword, ready for another fight. When the monster began to grow even larger, he instantly identified its ability, limitless growth. Even though it was stronger, he just smirked, deciding this was the perfect chance to test his new skill, spiritual protection. Instantly, a radiant barrier of spiritual energy erupted around him, stopping the monster dead in its tracks. Just then, the system suddenly displayed a notification. A dark attribute is nearby, but it cannot be extracted. He struggled to grasp the elusive power, but failed. Returning to reality, a handsome, yet mysterious smile played on his lips. Faced with such incredible danger, he wasn't thinking of running. Instead, he was already plotting different ways to strike back. Two giant spiders launched their attacks straight at our hero. And yet, even in this moment, his thoughts drifted to his innocent little flower. He turned to face them, ready to see who was superior. A brilliant flame ignited in his eyes, filled with contempt. "Isn't this what I was waiting for?" From a distance, Qingwang's team could only watch, completely frozen in awe. Someone asked her if she'd ever witnessed a situation like this before. Su Qingwang could only bitterly accept her own powerlessness. Their jaws dropped in utter disbelief. How could the dark tide just stop moving? Suddenly, Lin Yun's whole body trembled. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Cousin Yi has been in there for so long. What if something happened to him? Standing beside her, Su Qingwang grabbed her hand to comfort her. With his power, she assured, Victory is guaranteed. She then turned to the others and declared, with our hero's strength, he definitely won't need help from small fry like us. Hearing Qing Huang's words, Yi let out a hearty laugh, praising her. Suddenly, a pillar of energy descended from nowhere, slamming into their defensive shield. The column of light grew even more intense. It seemed to be the legendary technique, the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Fire Seal. From within the light, our hero's body emerged, floating in midair. The curly-haired girl was the first to react. She pointed excitedly and screamed, "It's Cousin Yi!" And from his technique, 5, then 6 dragons suddenly burst forth. They could only gasp in absolute amazement. From another corner, Jylon witnessed the scene and cried out, a heavenly fire attribute and a sealing technique. She couldn't help but wonder, did our hero actually manage to seal it? The scene cuts back to him, gritting his teeth against the immense strain. The struggle was overwhelming. His lone, small figure was shouldering a colossal amount of power. He roared the technique's name, Nine Dragons Command, and slammed the energy straight into the ground, creating a terrifying impact. He then harnessed the flames from the explosion to activate his sealing skill. The fire quickly gathered into a sphere, enveloping its target. But then, the orb suddenly shattered, and the creature's corpse was thrown to the ground. They all breathed a collective sigh of relief, looking at each other. So, what do we do now? Lin Yi, however, ignored them, rushing to our hero's side. Suddenly, Su Qinghuang spoke up, asking him to leave the matter to her. She looked at his expression and wondered, why doesn't he look happy? But deep down, she was filled with admiration. He said he would destroy the dark tide, and he actually did it. Our hero turned away coldly. The dark attribute here is too dense. We need to leave, now. While quickly gathering the 7 decay flowers, Su Qinghuang replied, we'll take this person back to the Spirit Association for treatment. Their voices were filled with shock. Are all the people who went ahead gone? Our main character calmly explained. Besides this one, the dark attribute probably devoured the rest. The voice of number 81 was tinged with regret. Just like that, they've all vanished. It's a good thing I didn't have to witness their deaths. The group continued on until they reached a pitch-black lake, where our hero fell to the back of the group. The most dangerous thing now is this dark pool. It's better if I cover our rear. The others immediately agreed and followed his lead. His eyes were locked on the lake's surface as a system notification appeared, detecting intense waves of the dark attribute. A surge of dark power erupted from the water. Detection successful. Activating ultimate computational power. As the message ended, the energy scattered into pillars that shot toward the sky. Our hero then began to slowly absorb all of them. The system's voice rang out, compilation successful. When he opened his eyes, a mysterious power enveloped his entire body. The system panel appeared. New technique has been acquired. The dark attribute. The infinite dark world. This skill creates a domain that corrodes all spiritual energy within it. He slowly began to understand. The corrosive effect of the dark attribute could drain an opponent's spiritual power. If he combined this with his own techniques, wouldn't he become unstoppable? Back in reality, Su Qinghuang felt something was wrong. She turned to the main character. Do you feel this mist? Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in sheer terror, because at that moment, the main character was levitating in mid-air. How is he having another breakthrough? A thought flashed through her mind. Could he be absorbing the power of the dark tide? But she quickly dismissed the impossible idea. Su Qinghuang scanned her surroundings. The power fluctuations were growing more intense, but absorbing the dark attribute is strictly forbidden by the government. She couldn't help but recall a horrifying incident. The government once tried to purify and refine the dark attribute, but the price they paid was catastrophic. The subjects were ranked from D class to S class, but even a D class was enough to make a newly awakened ascendant suffer unimaginable torment. Forget a spirit formation realm expert. It could devour 10 of them without breaking a sweat. Every ascendant used in the experiments lost their sanity. Their minds completely shattered. When it was over, our hero returned to normal. He spoke coldly into the empty air. Come out. You've been watching us long enough. From the shadows, Jialin slowly emerged. Let me guess, she said. You were the one who sealed the dark tide. Su Qinghuang stared, completely stunned, at the woman before them. Jialin continued her interrogation. What were you doing just now? He didn't hide it, admitting it plainly. That's right. Su Qinghuang turned to the main character, utterly shocked. Suddenly, Jialin reached into her jacket, and in the next second, she pulled out a gun. Everyone present cried out in panic. Jialin, what are you doing? I thought Fang Yi was a top priority recruit for the military. What is the meaning of this? The main character remained calm and collected. Isn't our mission to find the 7-rot flower? It seems you're disappointed we didn't die here. Jialin didn't respond, merely watching his every single move. Number 81 rushed forward to intervene. Why didn't you help us earlier? If it wasn't for him, we'd all be dead. And now you're threatening our leader? At last, she finally lowered her weapon. Just kidding. Congratulations on passing the test. Hearing this, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. The main character suddenly asked Jailan, "So your purpose was to test me?" She had no reason to hide it and admitted it instantly. "Because you have both talent and power. I wanted to witness it for myself." Then, she addressed the earlier question. As for why I didn't intervene, it's because ascendants must abide by the rules of ascendants. Life and death are governed by fate. But you all are lucky. You have people worth trusting and protecting. Haven't you noticed why no aberrations have attacked you yet? They were terrified by the sealing power Fang Yi unleashed. The dark tide is the same. It preys on the weak and fears the strong. Now, I'll lead you to the 7-rot flower. She turned and gave the order. The main character observed Jailan and thought, I sense something is wrong with her mental state. Su Qinghuang whispered to him. Back then, she was the only one who escaped the dark tide alive. Our main character instantly understood the problem. Her identity forces her into absolute obedience, making her indifferent to the rules and the mission itself. Yet, there's also a core belief that keeps her going. He lowered his guard, turning to the others. Everyone, try to be understanding of our injured comrade. Number 81 immediately caught the hidden meaning in his words. She's injured, he confirmed it. Her spiritual power is severely depleted, which proves she's suffering from a grave internal injury. Jalen's footsteps paused for a moment. She glanced back, quietly said thank you, and then reassured them. In the extreme darkness of the graveyard, the atmosphere was chilling. They ventured deeper into the territory. The main character noticed something on the ground below, a dried-up skeleton. What is this? Jalen quickly cut him off. We're here. This is the boneyard. She pointed to a glowing flower in the distance. Look, that's the 7-rot flower. Without another word, she moved forward. The flower was guarded by legions of dark creatures. Jailan seemed to lose her composure, unconsciously reaching a hand forward. Finally, I've found you again. Fang Yi immediately sensed something was wrong. He conjured a fireball with one hand and shouted, Hey, snap out of it. As he spoke, he launched the fireball straight at Jailan. Feeling the immense power radiating from his attack, Jailan was stunned. She detected the rare yin-yang attribute hidden within it. She quickly created a slash with her hand, intercepting his attack. She then stared at him, her thoughts unreadable. At that moment, the wraiths behind her suddenly vanished. This made her realize she was completely unprepared. Lin Yi and Su Qinghuang rushed to her side. Lin Yi asked worriedly, Jailan, are you all right? Su Qinghuang chimed in. The dark attribute is affecting you severely. We should all stick together. After a moment of thought, Jailan suddenly spoke. The 7-decay flower. Just let him handle it. At those words, the main character moved forward, striding calmly past his 3 companions. He was just steps away from the flower when it finally came into view. But suddenly, the ground began to violently shake. A grotesque fox demon burst from the earth, lunging right for him. It opened its massive jaws, revealing the tormented souls of its victims, screaming in endless despair. So hungry, the voices wailed. But he remained unfazed, channeling power into his palm, with a quiet whisper. Divine thunder. In the next instant, a barrage of lightning-infused bullets tore through the fox demon's flesh. But the creature merely howled in agony, its massive body barely showing any serious damage. The main character wondered, just how many aberrations did this thing devour to reach S rank? I need to end this, now. Grab the 7-decay flower and get out. The seal holding back the dark tide is about to break. With that thought, a swirling purple energy gathered in his palm. He unleashed his skill. Immeasurable dark world, a shadowy dome enveloping both him and the beast. Inside the domain, the demon collapsed to its knees. One by one, spectral forms emerged, coiling around its body, crushing it until it began to tremble uncontrollably. It let out a blood-curdling scream. Just then, a system window materialized. Fox Demon has been afflicted by the special dark attribute of the immeasurable dark world, S-rank aberration. Semi-corrupt Fox Demon has been demoted to B rank. He glanced at the notification, then at the beast now bound and helpless before him. The main character mused that the foundation of these Dark Zone creatures wasn't so sturdy after all. With that thought, he summoned a blade of pure flame. A single devastating swing resulted in a massive explosion. He whispered, It's over. Outside the dome, Su Qinghuang stared in confusion. What is that? I can feel the dark attribute, but it's somehow different. Lin Yi agreed. That's right. It doesn't have that oppressive, chilling, and disgusting aura. Just then, Jia Lan stepped forward, her expression grave. That's because this is Fang Yi's domain. He has created a territory entirely his own. Her words made her think of her own master. Creating a domain with pure spiritual power is an incredibly rare feat. Besides her master, maybe only 3 other people on the entire planet possess such an ability. She remembered when a world-ending catastrophe threatened the capital. Her master had deployed his own domain to hold back the tide of destruction. Just then, the dome dissipated. The main character emerged, giving them a friendly wave. The graveyard behind us shouldn't cause any more problems. He then walked over to the 7-decay flower, gently lifting it with both hands. With the flower finally secured, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. But then, Jalan's eyes widened in stunned surprise. He was actually handing the 7-decay flower to her. Then, he turned to the others. "We need to get out of here, right now." The dark tide could surge at any second. His gaze shifted away as he finished. "Besides, we're still carrying a burden." She offered him a gentle smile and a quiet thank you. Without wasting another moment, the group immediately began their retreat. But she called out to him once more. "Thank you. Truly. Old Wu was in mortal danger, and you saved his life." He simply watched her, offering no reply. The scene shifts, and they finally reach the exit, their faces filled with excitement and relief. "We made it back alive," Lin Yi exclaimed. "Finally, we can see the sun again." On the other side, a large crowd was there to welcome them, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary 7-decay flower. As they stepped through the portal one by one, they were swarmed with questions. Number 81 scanned the crowd. "So many people are waiting for us." Suddenly, Lin Yi spotted something and gasped in shock. "That's a vehicle from the Star Spirit War Zone." Their reputation was legendary. There wasn't a soul in the entire Xia kingdom who didn't know their name. Number 81 suddenly felt a deep pang of regret for ever mocking Jialan. The scene changes to a bustling metropolis, home to the Star Spirit War Zone, the top-ranked of all 19 zones in the Xia kingdom. A container holding the precious 7-decay flower is presented. The recipient is none other than a high-ranking commander of the Star Spirit War Zone. In the next moment, every soldier in the room offered a deep, respectful bow to the main character. Even the commander himself expressed his gratitude to Jia Lan. Soon after, their vehicle departed. As he walked beside Jia Lan, the main character asked curiously, "You're a member of the Star Spirit War Zone?" She nodded. "Word of your exploits has already spread throughout our ranks. Before long, you're going to be a very famous man. I have to admit, your power is enough to overwhelm even our strongest squad. And beyond that, your potential is immeasurable." Jia Lan's tone shifted, attempting to recruit him with a tempting offer. But seeing his clear lack of interest, she quickly changed the subject. "With the world in chaos, the nation's greatest concern is the threat of dark attribute aberrations. Their numbers are increasing at an alarming rate. In the future, the situation is only going to get worse. Their territory is constantly expanding, threatening to cause a catastrophe at any moment. That's why we're pouring all our resources into building containment zones to hold them back. The Spirit Association is also on high alert. I'm telling you this because I believe an elite cultivator of your caliber deserves to know the truth of our situation." After hearing everything, the main character simply replied, "I understand. Even for a stranger, I wouldn't just stand by and watch." Hearing his words, the coldness in her eyes finally began to melt. Jialan then presented him with a command token, saying, "It's an honor to meet you, Fang Yi. Please, take this token. With it, you can freely enter any restricted zone to cultivate your power. The gates of the Spirit Division will always be open to you. One more thing, would you be willing to visit Elder Wu?" Fang Yi's eyes narrowed. "You mean the legendary Vajra Realm Master?" Jialan confirmed, "He is my honored master. I believe you should meet him." Hearing this, he simply slid the token into his pocket. Then arcs of lightning began to crackle in his palm. "All right, one more friend means one more path. I'll make the trip with you. And consider this a gift between new friends." In an instant, the lightning shot from his hand, enveloping her entire body. Fang Yi explained calmly, "I believe I can purge the remaining poison from your system." She could already feel her body growing stronger. Jialan was shocked. She never knew the lightning attribute could have such healing properties. Not only that, the wounds from the black bone corruption were rapidly closing. Her damaged organs felt like they were being restored, and even her blood vessels were being realigned and cleansed. A look of pure relief washed over Jialan's face. Every last trace of the toxin in her body had been completely eradicated. After a few moments of treatment, Fang Yi asked how she felt. Jialan replied, "It's incredible. The dark attribute within me has been completely shattered." Nearby, an ambulance crew was frantically working on a critically injured patient. Su Qinghuang, who was standing close by, couldn't help but notice them. She approached and asked, "You two are still here?" "Wait a minute. Jialan, your injuries?" Answering her unspoken question, Jialan said, "That's right. The dark attribute in my body was completely purged by his lightning attribute. Hearing this, Su Qinghuang's interest was instantly piqued, and she stepped forward, eager to get a closer look at Fang Yi. Without hesitation, she called over the entire medical team. Then, she turned to Fang Yi, her eyes shining with hope, asking if he would help treat the other Vanguard soldiers infected by the dark attribute. With that, she bowed deeply to show her sincerity. Faced with her earnest plea, Fang Yi agreed, unleashing his pure lightning attribute. Seeing the raw power he generated, one of the medics expressed his doubt. Could pure lightning essence truly destroy the dark attribute? Jailan immediately stepped in to explain. Just now, Fang Yi transferred his power directly into me, shattering the dark attribute. All you need is for him to make physical contact with the injured pioneers. I remember there's one in a coma. Also from the spirit creation realm, isn't he? At this, Su Qingwang looked troubled. Not everyone in the spirit creation realm can withstand such a direct infusion of spiritual power. The medic added, his injuries are far more severe than hers. By my estimate, to heal him, you would need M times the lightning energy she received. Besides, just waking him up would be a miracle. A full recovery is simply impossible. Cutting to the chase, Fang Yi asked the medic how he should store the spiritual energy, and they quickly led him over to the ambulance. They then instructed him to place his hand on a machine to release his spiritual power. From a distance, Lin Yi watched Fang Yi with a contemplative look. She couldn't believe Jailan was a high-ranking officer of the Spirit Division or that her cousin had made them offer him such special treatment. The famously cold Jailan actually wants to befriend my cousin. I even saw her give him her own command token. Just then, Fang Yi noticed her gaze. He turned to number 81 and Lin Yi, asking quietly, "How are you two?" She replied, "We handled everything on our end. From now on, number 81 and I want to get some real training in. We can't always depend on you, cousin, or we'll never make any progress." Hearing this, he readily agreed. Fang Yi looked at her with gentle eyes, thinking to himself, my little cousin is finally growing up. Once the energy transfer was complete, Su Qinghuang waved goodbye to Jailan and Fang Yi, and her team drove away. Sitting in the vehicle, she cursed in frustration that Fang Yi had been poached by the Spirit Division. But then again, she thought, the Spirit Association's organization was a complete mess. At headquarters and the branches, many managers were even more two-faced than the military's top brass. The top elite teams are all fragmented. Never mind getting them to befriend Fang Yi. We'd be lucky if some of those stubborn fools didn't try to cause trouble for him. The scene shifts to a high-class medical room within the Spirit Division's healing base. Looking at the frail old man dying on the bed, Fang Yi asked, "This is Elder Wu?" Jailan nodded. "Yes." Strange, isn't it, that a mighty warrior of the Vajra realm is now just a skinny old man? He looked even worse before. We've even used the legendary Seven Wither Flower, but he still hasn't woken up. After hearing this, Fang Yi asked what had happened to him. She began to recount the story of when a dark attribute disaster struck Daoqing, causing a bizarre celestial phenomenon. To shield the capital from the encroaching darkness, the master used his own body as a desperate seal against the lingering corruption. We had all poured our spiritual energy into him, but we realized this calamity was a threat far exceeding S-rank.
The dark waves we faced before were a terrifying S-rank disaster. Yet the destructive force of this new cataclysm was exponentially greater.
As she spoke, her head drooped, her voice heavy with despair. If it were to fully manifest, it would annihilate the entire capital, and the corruption would spread like a plague, consuming the surrounding cities. The capital is the heart of our nation. Its fall would plunge the country into chaos. That's why the master deployed his own domain, forcibly sealing the anomaly. But even with our combined strength, this monstrous calamity was far more terrifying than we could have ever imagined. The very darkness he sought to contain consumed him from within. If he weren't a master of the Vajra realm, he would have been instantly incinerated, his essence becoming fuel for the dark anomaly. Hearing the full story, the main character was in awe. The master was truly a great vanguard of humanity. The tale reminded him of the heroes from his past life, the ones who had shielded him, ensuring he was the final survivor. Perhaps, in that other timeline, the master had already fallen by now. With that thought, he extended his palm towards the fallen hero, intending to purge the dark corruption from his body. She watched with doubt, but remembering his incredible feats in the secret realm, she held her tongue and chose to trust him. Then, she warned him, "Be careful. This corruption is far deadlier than any dark wave. Otherwise, the seven-petal flower would have healed him much faster." He nodded grimly. "I know. I can feel the overwhelming power of this darkness, even suppressed by the flower's sacred purifying energy. Its suffocating pressure was still immense." The moment he finished speaking, a foul black mist erupted from the master's body, instantly engulfing the entire room. Jia froze in shock, then urgently shouted, "Fang Yi, focus your mind. It's trying to corrupt you." He immediately closed his eyes as a golden aura flared to life, shielding him. A moment later, his eyes snapped open, blazing with determination. To his horror, he realized his consciousness had been dragged into the past. Before him stood a bizarre creature, its voice echoing in his mind. "Who are you?" He was stunned. He never expected to be trapped in a mental illusion here. Fang Yi's voice was ice. "All you need to know is that I'm here to erase you." As he flared his power, the creature retaliated with a blast of dark energy. He cried out in alarm but reacted in a split second, activating the golden sun-breathing technique to easily dodge the deadly assault. Fang Yi was stunned by the creature's power. It was no weaker than the divine lightning he'd absorbed back on Jade Emperor Dragon Peak. Suddenly, he realized he was surrounded. Countless more of these monsters swarmed him from all sides. A crimson flame ignited in the palm of his hand. Facing an overwhelming enemy, Fang Yi felt no fear. He charged forward, his eyes burning with resolve. In a flash, he slashed through the darkness, leaving a fatal gash on the creature. But a second later, the wound had completely vanished. It unleashed 2 more strikes, though they were visibly weaker. Fang Yi dodged again, leaping onto the rooftops to gain some distance. In an instant, he unleashed the boundless Yin Realm technique as a swirling orb of pure darkness materialized in his hand. It began to absorb all the surrounding dark energy. The creature stared in disbelief. You're not human." Fang Yi's face darkened as he commanded in a low voice, "Open." Instantly, a massive black hole manifested, and the creature simply dissolved into nothingness. Yet, a sinister aura still tainted the sky. The lingering consciousness of the dark anomaly. A deep dread about the coming calamity washed over Fang Yi. He couldn't shake the image of those horrifying creatures. Facing an endless horde of them, all alone, he sighed, "I have to get out of this." Back in reality, his eyes shot open. He thrust his hand into the air and pulled a writhing strand of black energy from nothing. With a single, decisive move, he crushed it, and it vanished. Immediately after, he began chanting a powerful incantation, 9 Dragons, Heavenly Fire Seal. The dark energy was instantly bound. Jia Lan stared, speechless. "That's the corruption from Elder Wu." Fang Yi explained it was just a remnant of the cataclysm. "It's still potent," he said, "but its influence is now contained." They saw the color returning to Elder Wu's face. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Jia Lan couldn't thank him enough. But Fang Yi humbly waved it off, admitting he couldn't completely erase the dark corruption from the Elder's system. He then clenched his fist around the sealed energy, and it shattered into the air. Only then did Fang Yi finally relax. But then, he remembered the vision from the illusion, and turned to warn Jia Lan to be ready for anything. Her expression turned grim as she mentioned a dark rumor. Fang Yi looked confused. "But all abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations are strictly recorded in the official logs," he argued. "At this rate," she muttered grimly, "even with the full might of the Xia kingdom, we might not even last 5 years." First came the recovery of spiritual energy. But of course, no one believed it. His expression darkened, his voice laced with sarcasm as he monitored the data, the erratic fluctuations of this bizarre energy. The main character wondered, could my rebirth have already changed the course of the future? Despite his thoughts, he placed a reassuring hand on Jia Lan's shoulder. "Don't worry. Old Wu will probably wake up soon. Rest assured, if another disaster strikes, I will stand with you all, no matter what." As he spoke, he made a silent promise to himself. "This catastrophe will happen sooner or later, but this time, I'm going to change everything." Later that night, in a quiet apartment complex, the main character sat in meditation, thinking, "I'm about to break through to the 2-star spirit realm. The spiritual energy recovery is right on schedule. And although I have dark attribute powers now, it's still not enough. The anomaly in that phantom realm. Even in a weakened state, it was impossible to hide its true, terrifying power." Suddenly, a flower on his desk began to sway, catching his eye. He walked over and teased it gently. "It was my mistake not to bring you with me before. You just weren't very easy to carry around." Saying this, he lifted the flower pot. "All right, I only regret not giving you a chance to level up. How about we take you out for a walk?" On the back mountain, the main character carried the flower pot, walking and talking to himself. The Spirit Association's Botanical Research Institute is actually pretty impressive. During the early stages of the energy recovery, nature's healing abilities become incredibly strong. In just a short time, these scorched trees have mostly recovered, and there's even a new type of hybrid plant. Reaching this point, he set the pot down on a clear patch of grass. "I'll have to thank Little Sue's guild later. For now, just absorb a little. We can't be too reckless." The moment he planted it in the soil, the flower burst back to life. Its roots shot out, covering the entire area and the nearby trees. Watching the surrounding plants wither as the flower drained their life force, he thought, "That's enough." He then plucked the flower from the ground, much to its confusion. All right, let's find a new place to absorb energy. Among all the evolved plant-type creatures, I wonder where you'd rank. An anomaly with a desolation attribute. You've got to be at least A class. This mountain used to be filled with animals, but today I haven't seen a single one. Are they afraid of your desolation power? As he finished speaking, a sudden roar echoed from nearby. The main character's face instantly became serious. Wolves. He saw a nearby wolf pack, their eyes glowing an ominous red. The alpha's muscles were bulging unnaturally. He was startled. The pack is about to evolve. The main character stared at the wolves and muttered, "So that's the Wolf King, huh? It looks like its evolution is almost complete." Once the Wolf King's evolution was complete, it let out a terrifying howl. The main character shielded the spirit flower with his arm, assessing the situation. This spiritual energy. Is it becoming an A-class anomaly? After ascending, the Wolf King anomaly evolved from a forest creature's wood attribute into a deadly poison attribute with strong corrosive power. This new attribute was gained by absorbing dark energy. It seems dark attribute activity is on the rise. So much so that it's caused the Wolf King to upgrade into a dual attribute beast, but in the end, it's still just an A-class anomaly. He then pulled the spirit flower from its pot and declared, "Now, let's take care of them." It might just be an A-class threat, but the pack is huge. On top of that, the city is right at the base of this mountain. If they get through, the outcome will be a disaster. Well then, let's begin. I want to test something. Without using any of my other powers, let's see just how much damage your desolation power can unleash. Meanwhile, down the mountain, a group of strangers watched them. A long-haired man spoke. The Wolf King's evolution was a success. It's strong. What's the contamination level? The captain glanced at his watch and reported, 90. Hearing that, the man froze. 90? The captain tapped his watch again. Not only that, it's still rising. A wood attribute Wolf King should have the power of a 3-star demon core realm at most, maybe a 1-star spirit creation realm. Why is the reading so high? The long-haired man cried out in horror. Looking at this, we don't have enough people. We can't win. Even you only just broke through to the 3-star demon core realm, right? Suddenly, a massive surge of dark power erupted from the mountaintop. The whole group stared in absolute shock. That's the dark attribute. Another dark attribute user has appeared. How? No wonder the contamination is so high. The captain suddenly understood the cause. He yelled, "I get it. The contamination level is through the roof because the Wolf King evolved into a dual attribute beast. For an anomaly, that's almost unheard of. But even if we can't win, we have to stop them. Once this pack of beasts fully evolves, the area at the foot of the mountain will be destroyed. These creatures are already savage, but evolved with this new power, they'll be even more terrifying. I have to contact the Spirit Association for reinforcements immediately." Just then, the ground began to tremble violently. Everyone panicked. An earthquake? How can evolving wolves cause an earthquake? Wait, that's not right. Another anomaly has appeared. The number on the captain's watch skyrocketed to 1,000. The group at the base of the mountain realized it instantly. My God, that's the power of desolation. Why is the desolation attribute here? We have to run. No matter what, we must retreat to the safe zone. The long-haired man glanced back and asked, "Are those the vines that vanished earlier?" It appeared without any warning. The captain urged everyone, "Hurry. We need to evacuate all nearby residents immediately." But suddenly, another team member stopped him. "Wait, Captain. The desolation power isn't approaching." "Then what is this?" the captain asked. "Has the desolation power hidden itself deep within the mountain?" The long-haired man confirmed, "That's right. It's strange. The sense of danger has vanished. Should we still report this?" Vines erupted from the spirit flower, growing longer and longer. Along their stems, hundreds of small buds began to bloom. A moment later, the blossoms detonated, releasing an intense wave of desolation power. The captain stared in awe. They're flowers. Back with our main character, the spirit flower had created a sea of petals around the Wolf King. The beast continued to snarl, tearing through the blossoms with its sharp claws. He knew this sea of spirit flowers would endlessly regenerate, growing until it drained every last drop of energy from the wolf pack. The Wolf King was lucky it had a spiritual aura to protect it. But what about the others? The surrounding beasts cried out in despair. Vines coiled tightly around them, leaving them to tremble and whimper as their life force was siphoned away, leaving behind nothing but dried skeletons. After the spirit flower absorbed all the life force from the pack, its vines began to glow a sinister red. Enraged, the Wolf King opened its maw and unleashed a beam of green light, launching an all-out attack at our protagonist. However, his entire body was shielded by the spirit flower's durable vines. As they slowly retracted, his calm voice echoed out, "It's useless. Haven't you realized it yet? The spirit flower's desolation attribute has already taken deep root in this mountain forest. This endless sea of flowers draws its power from the mountain itself. Even though you've evolved and gained sentience, you probably don't know the saying, do you? Wildfires can't burn it all away. It grows back when the spring wind blows. Not bad. You managed to pinpoint the flower's real location. Little flower, it's found you. What now? The Wolf King snarled fiercely, gnashing its teeth before charging straight for the spirit flower. The spirit flower instantly changed its size. The Wolf King pounced, but its luck had run out. It was trapped between two massive petals. The beast struggled with all its might, but it was no use. The spirit flower began to consume the Wolf King. The main character watched calmly, wondering to himself, is it really allowing the dark attribute to corrupt its own body? The glistening petals split apart, each piece pinning down the pathetic, screaming beast before mercilessly devouring it whole. Our hero watched as the spirit flower dissolved the Wolf King, lost in his thoughts. The power of desolation is truly domineering. Just what kind of ability is this? I can't believe it. After I grafted the desolation attribute onto this spirit flower, it developed its own techniques without any more of my help. He knew that once trapped in this overwhelming sea of flowers, no anomaly could ever hope to escape. Even if you destroy the flowers again and again, they simply regenerate, using the endless power of desolation to turn everything into bone. This is the Endless Spirit Sea. A system notification appeared. Spirit flower has successfully been grafted with the desolation attribute, Endless Spirit Sea. The flower blazed a fiery crimson. As the protagonist watched its every move, he noticed something unusual. He watched it absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, then said, "Little flower, you're about to evolve." Back in the observation room, the alert sent everyone into a frenzy. An A-class mutation contamination had been detected. The contaminated zone has two different spiritual power signatures. Besides the evolved Wolf King, there's another one. The guildmaster asked calmly, "Where?" The operator replied, "In the area Captain Sue is responsible for." The guildmaster was puzzled, but the breaker squad already intercepted the wolf pack. Just then, the radio in the guildmaster's ear crackled to life. The captain was reporting in. The mutated wolf pack suddenly erupted with power. A massive desolation type. It wiped out the entire A-class wolf anomaly, but instead of coming for us, it went into a cave. And now, the mountain is covered with a new anomaly. Blooming flowers. We don't dare get any closer. We have no idea if this power will affect the surrounding area. Our assessment: if this anomaly erupts, it'll be far worse than the Sky Demon Vine incident. Even a Forerunner-class hunter would be wiped out in an instant. We need backup. The guildmaster replied, "Understood. We're sending 2 more elite squads." Standing beside him, Xing Huang thought to herself, "It's at Back Mountain. I have a feeling he's involved in this, too." Then she spoke up. "I believe the one releasing this desolation power is Fang Yi. His home is right in that location. He can handle this alone." At Back Mountain, crimson petals drifted on the wind. The protagonist said aloud, "Just as I thought. After devouring the Wolf King, you're becoming like it. You're about to evolve a second attribute." The petals danced like brilliant red flames. He continued with excitement. "A fire attribute, huh? Not bad at all. All you have to do to evolve is devour things. Your method of leveling up is almost too easy." The spirit flower shrinks down, fitting perfectly in the main character's palm. A system window appears. After absorbing the wolf pack and the mutated Wolf King, its evolution is complete. The wildfire spirit flower, an unusual A rank, now possesses a powerful desire to absorb spiritual energy after its evolution. It can be nurtured within the boundless Yin world. Reading this, he mutters in surprise, "The boundless Yin world. Why didn't I realize it could survive in there?" The Yin world is filled with dark attribute anomalies and rich soil. If the spirit flower absorbs them, it could even gain a dark evolution. With that, the main character places it inside the dimension. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning rips across the sky, making him jump. He glances up and makes a judgment. A breakthrough. Is it time? The 2-star spirit creation realm. He immediately begins meditating in mid-air, as streams of power envelop his body. He thinks to himself, "Controlling this energy feels so natural, as if the world's spiritual power was made for me." Just then, Jiang Lu easily locates him. Jiang Lu frowns, sizing him up. The legendary Skyfire Single Blade, a 2-star spirit creation realm. Now this has me excited. Let me show you your coffin. I want everyone to know that I am the #1 fire attribute cultivator. Sensing the approaching danger, our hero's eyes snap open. He sees a wall of fire hurtling toward him and thinks, "Another fire attribute user." He instantly condenses immense power into one arm. In the next moment, he effortlessly blocks the entire assault. He assesses the situation internally. "So, you've finally shown yourself. You weren't even trying to hide your aura before. a wild cultivator who reached the spirit realm. No affiliation, no organization, just a battle-hungry stray. Jiang Lu emerges from the flames. He speaks. You're interesting. I can feel a powerful spiritual pressure from you. How did you dodge my flowing fire, flying flame technique? But the main character just scoffs, not even bothering to answer. Jiang Lu continues. Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. The name's Jiang Lu. You'll be remembering it soon enough. Our hero calmly raises a hand to the sky and calls out divine thunder. Jiang Lu continues his reckless charge forward as a blinding light forms above the main character's head. He freezes, thinking, what in the world is that? But at this point, all he could do was pray. Jiang Lu takes the full force of the attack, his body nearly vanishing into the light. In the aftermath, he coughs up a plume of white smoke, his clothes in tatters, as he collapses to his knees. Jiang Lu is completely stunned. Who am I? Where am I? I thought he was a fire user too. He trembles on the ground, gasping for air. The main character calmly walks over, his sharp gaze scanning Jiang Lu from head to toe. Then, he grabs him by the hair. He lifts him up gently, only to slam his face straight into the ground. Only now does he speak. Sorry, I must be going deaf. What did you say your name was? With a mouthful of dirt, Jiang Lu can't possibly respond. His mind is in total chaos, defeated in a single blow. But I'm a one-star spirit creation realm. I've always been the fastest among all cultivators. And that's not even mentioning my ultimate technique. Fire is the rarest and most superior attribute. I'm supposed to be an elite among elites. Everyone should be bowing down, trying to win my favor for a few scraps of power in this new age of spiritual awakening. Seeing no reply, he clicks his tongue. The pressure in his hand increases, now crackling with lightning attribute power. The added element makes Jiang Lu scream in helpless agony. His fear skyrockets not just fire, but thunder too. He never imagined he'd be pinned down, completely unable to even stand. Our hero sneers, I expected more. Is this all you've got? You're pretty confident for someone so young. Jiang Lu can't speak. He can only think. This guy hasn't even broken through to the 2-star realm yet. So why does it feel like he's 2 whole realms above me? No, it's more like 3. This is it. I'm really going to die. Jiang Lu frantically begs for his life, but all he sees is the main character's cold, merciless face. The main character's tone suddenly shifts, becoming advisory. You shouldn't go around using your powers to challenge people so carelessly. If you're so bored, you should go clean up the dark anomalies causing chaos. Hearing this, Jiang Lu feels a surge of rage and humiliation. To top it off, the main character clicks his tongue again, giving him an incredibly provoking look. Still, Jiang Lu had to endure it. The man's spiritual power was overwhelming. It was so immense, he was starting to question his own abilities. Later, in a city glowing with lights, Jiang Lu slowly enters a room. His face is completely devoid of life. His teammates offer no sympathy, instead seizing the chance to mock him, especially the red-haired guy. The moment Jiang Lu walked in, he started lecturing him with countless proverbs. Being so aggressive, unable to tell friend from foe, will only bring you disaster. Another guy suddenly noticed that Jiang Lu's usually sharp tongue was silent today. Watching him quietly sink into a chair, the group immediately knew something had happened. A black-haired youth, who clearly had a death wish, got closer to pester him. The black-haired guy had a hunch. You went to challenge Skyfire's single blade today. What happened? Jiang Lu shamefully recounted the tale. I was defeated. In an instant, the black-haired youth, whose curiosity was greater than his sense of self-preservation, loudly pressed for details. With tears streaming down his face, Jiang Lu looked up. I was taken down in the blink of an eye. He slapped me around and didn't miss a single shot. Now, all he felt was regret and self-blame. The red-haired guy also became intensely curious about the identity of the person who defeated the genius, Jiang Lu. Even for a high-level cultivator like Jiang Lu, this was unbelievable. His face was ghost white as he recounted the battle. In a single flash, his proudest technique, the flowing fire blaze, was utterly annihilated by the dark-haired man frowned, asking, Are you sure you didn't pick the wrong opponent? Unless they were from the high-level combat zone, who could possibly match your power? The red-haired man also furrowed his brow, speculating. With that kind of ability, maybe the main character isn't even a cultivator to begin with. This question immediately set Jiang Lu off. How could I possibly be mistaken? It was him, I'm certain. You can't understand unless you experienced it yourself. That guy, he's a complete monster. That ferocious lightning power felt like all the thunder in the heavens was concentrated right beside my head. I thought I was going to explode right on the spot. His absolute certainty made the other 2 men's faces turn pale. My instincts are screaming that it was him. He's a cultivator who has created a domain with both fire and lightning attributes at the supreme level. His lightning power is countless times stronger than my flames. He's definitely hiding his true strength. He has to be at least a 3-star spirit creation realm. The other two were completely stunned. The dark-haired man fearfully predicted, this person is going to become a nightmare for every prodigy in Immortal City. All three of them were in awe of such overwhelming power. Just then, an idea sparked in Jiang Lu's mind. Should I try to secretly learn his methods? At that very moment, our main character was cultivating alone in his room. Strange. A moment ago, I was on the verge of a breakthrough. Why has that feeling completely vanished now? It's not a problem with me. He frowned, concluding, it must be an external factor. The main character walked seriously around his home, assessing the state of the spirit energy. Suddenly, he recalled a conversation from the past. The surveillance department of the Spirit Power Association was to compile data on all spiritual energy fluctuations collected by both sides. This data was meant to be recorded and strictly managed in order to prevent any external incidents. But projections based on that data showed that with the Xia Kingdom's current reserves, it would be difficult to survive the first 5 years of the Spirit Qi restoration period. Looking at the sky rumbling with thunder from all directions, the main character felt that something big was about to happen. The Spirit Qi restoration is about to begin, and sooner than expected in this city. He tried to call Jia Lan to check on the military situation, but he couldn't get a connection at all. The main character's brow furrowed, guessing that they had been forced to cut off communications. Just then, a call came through from Su Qinghuang. When the main character answered, he could only hear broken, fragmented pleas for reinforcements. He asked in a low voice, "Are there numerous anomalies appearing throughout the city?" But the other end just kept repeating that there was a massive problem. The main character persistently asked for more details, but received no reply. At that moment, a monstrous bat suddenly smashed through the window, shattering the glass. His eyes snapped warily toward the sound. In just a short moment, the monster had completely torn through the obstacle. It charged in aggressively, but our main character wasn't scared in the slightest. Instead, he judged it for overestimating its own strength. A spark of lightning flashed at his fingertip. The main character launched himself into the air, driving that power straight through the monster's body. Just as he finished it off, he saw Lin Yi rush in frantically to warn him about the appearance of the abnormal bats. But seeing the destroyed room, she changed her tone and asked what happened. Lin Yi quickly realized the monsters had been growing rampant lately. The main character agreed with her. It's very possible. If the situation remains stable, it's still within my ability to control. The worst-case scenario is that this place is about to suffer a massive outbreak, just like on the news. Anomalies usually hide in the shadows, not rampage through bustling streets, let alone launch a direct attack on a cultivator's home. Knowing the hardships that were coming, he told Yi to contact the other cultivators immediately. Then, the main character coolly stepped up onto a table. He seriously entrusted Yi with the heavy responsibility of protecting the house. Outside, the thunder continued to roar. A grim voice reported, "The signal is being jammed. Fang Yi can't get a clear lock on our specific location. If a true catastrophe happens, we'll have to handle." One of the team members was still stunned by the situation. He believed it had to be an equipment malfunction. Su Qinghuang also hoped it was nothing more than a false alarm. She spoke firmly into her communication device, asking about the patrol team's status. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream blasted through everyone's earpieces. Su Qinghuang frantically screamed into the device. Anomaly swarm detected. Due to the disaster, the government quickly issued an announcement advising all citizens to stay in their homes and not go outside. In this scene, no one could hide the terror on their faces. Amidst the chaos, 2 people were still speeding down the road, but they too sensed that something was terribly wrong. The red-haired man anxiously gave Jiang Lu the choice, do we go on or do we fall back? While he was still contemplating their next move, a mutated bat suddenly lunged at them. Jiang Lu instantly unleashed his power to destroy it. As he moved in to finish the mutated bat, he couldn't help but notice its unnatural ferocity. The spark of fire vanished. Yet the bat was still alive, bearing its fangs. Jiang Lu realized with a shock that it had regenerative abilities. This was a nightmare. He made a snap decision. We're going home now. A few hours earlier at the association, someone put forth a proposal to invite the highest-level personnel from the Ning Association and Fang Yi for a top-secret exchange. Suddenly, an unusual energy wave surged across the main screen. A man covered in blood appeared, frantically reporting that an A-rank anomaly was about to hit the city center. Hearing this, Su Qinghuang immediately ordered a team to investigate. But the man's report grew even more dire. The forecast was now an S-rank threat. Through the screen, everyone watched in horror as a colossal bat creature descended upon them. In the next instant, the creature completely obliterated him. At that moment, the military district was a ghost town. Hundreds of mutated bats shattered the glass windows and swarmed outside, but a lone figure moved to intercept them. Jialan glared with ice-cold eyes, and in a single moment, countless mutated bats were annihilated. This was Jialan's unique spiritual power, able to manifest her energy into any form and amplify its power by 200%. She realized this endless horde was desperately trying to pin her down. Just then, reinforcements arrived to support her. The newcomer couldn't help but be awestruck by her immense power. The blonde-haired soldier approached Jialan, seriously requesting his next orders. She frowned, reporting that the anomaly was jamming their signal and their anti-interference measures had failed. It seemed the other military districts were facing the same situation. Staring at the sky swarming with monsters, she gave a stern command. Our mission now is to defend this position. Do not let them enter the forbidden zone. The rest of you, follow me. We will break through their encirclement and regroup with the other districts. A horrifying realization dawned on Jialan. The anomaly's final target was the city. And down below, the citizens were completely oblivious. Despite the pouring rain, a female vlogger was determined to find a raincoat and continue her broadcast. As she excitedly talked about her last viral video, her friend beside her began to tremble uncontrollably. A cold dread washed over the vlogger as she realized something was terribly wrong. She let out a blood-curdling scream as a mutated bat sank its fangs into her friend, spraying blood everywhere. The vlogger scrambled, screaming for help as she ran, but a mutated bat snatched her from the ground in an instant. But with the kind of luck that could win 10 lotteries, she was saved once again. After slicing the bat in two, a figure landed gracefully on the ground. Su Qinghuang extended a hand to help her up. "Comrade, I will take you home." As she was giving orders, another frantic report came in. The number of C-rank anomalies is increasing, and what's worse, they're showing signs of evolution. Su Qinghuang commanded them to get the survivor to safety, then regroup with her. At that very moment, our main character was moving alone between the towering buildings. He landed swiftly on top of a high-rise. Observing the swarm of bats before him, our protagonist realized they had evolved to nearly the power level of the Ghost Axe matriarch. He decisively created a spark of energy, then swiped his hand through the air. Incredibly, the bat dodged the attack. The main character was shocked by this unexpected development. The bat colony was evolving endlessly. They seemed to regenerate even after being killed, gathering in hordes wherever people were concentrated. They appeared in countless areas at once, threatening to form a cataclysm. Finding any members of the Spirit Association would take time. Because of this, he decided to handle matters himself. The main character raised his hand and unleashed his boundless shadow domain, intending to turn the bat swarm into nourishment for his spirit flower. But he couldn't help but worry about the safety of Yi and the others. At this rate, surviving would be nearly impossible. 10 minutes later, at Su Qinghuang's location, she gritted her teeth in frustration as the endless waves of bats wore them down. At this rate, their spiritual power would run out. Amid the chaos, Su Qinghuang heard a cry for help from a nearby building. She immediately shot off in that direction. The monsters had begun to breach the buildings, attacking people inside. With their forces spread so thin, they couldn't save everyone. Su Qinghuang cut down the bats before her, only to be surrounded by another wave. She realized with horror that with this much chaotic energy, an anomaly king was about to be born. The city was spiraling into chaos. The scale of this anomaly was no less than a natural disaster, and it seemed that absolutely no one could stop what was happening. Whether it was the Spirit Association or the military, it seemed no one could reverse this tide of death. The entire city was moments away from being completely destroyed. Voices crackled over the comms. Vanguard Squad A is sacrificing their lives, detonating their spirit cores. Vanguard Squad B has lured the beasts and is now surrounded. A new anomaly has been detected. Its attribute is corruption. It has met the predicted criteria. A subordinate reported, "Our vanguards and personnel have suffered heavy casualties, but the number of bats is too great, and their reinforcement speed has overwhelmed our current defensive capabilities." The chief ordered emergency plan as activated, but the vanguards in other sectors, even with coordination, couldn't keep up. The man beside him hesitated. The city is now encased in a thick black fog. Reinforcements from the military and other areas cannot get in. "We have become an isolated city," the chief declared. "This is the moment of our city's survival. As a vanguard, I am willing to live and die with this city and all of you. We will advance together, and we will fall together. We are the people of this city. If this anomaly wants to destroy it, it will have to get through us first. Let them try. Contact headquarters. Send the code. If this calamity can't be stopped and the shadow attribute spreads, we must immediately launch the annihilation protocol." At this very moment, Qinghuang was encased in a protective sphere, her anxiety rising as her spiritual power dwindled to nothing. If this continued, she would be finished. Qinghuang gathered the last of her strength to unleash a final blast of energy. Lightning-fast tendrils of light shot through the space, but a monstrous aberration was already charging toward her with savage fury. Qing Huang screamed, "You've got to be kidding me. This is a 3-star spirit creation beast." She cursed in frustration. Her spiritual power was now completely dry. In an instant, she was critically injured. Blood sprayed from her lips as the monster's attack sent her flying, her body plummeting downwards. Qing Huang's vision blurred with helplessness. "This is all I can do." And with that, she unleashed her demonic attribute one last time. She steeled herself, thinking, even if this is the end. But suddenly, a massive pillar of fire erupted from below, and she fell into a raging sea of flames. In utter shock, Qing Huang saw Fang Yi standing there, protecting her. She whispered, "Boss." His eyes held a strange power, glowing with the dual forces of water and fire. Fang Yi's body blurred as he shot upwards, unleashing his violent thunder technique. The monster opened its gigantic maw, waiting for him to approach. But Fang Yi was faster, launching a powerful, decisive strike. 100 refinements, followed by the devastating power of an internal flame explosion. He landed softly and complained, "Sorry about that. Finding you was a real pain. There were way too many of these identical freaks on the way here." Qing Huang trembled as she replied, "Be careful. They will regenerate." Fang Yi glanced up at them calmly. "Of course, I know." He formed a sphere of pure darkness. "Don't worry. When I take on a job, I see it through." Fang Yi then unleashed his immeasurable dark world. As he deployed his spiritual power, he promised, "I keep my word." She stared in awe, thinking, "That's right. How could I forget that this city still has Fang Yi, this peerless, unmatched walker?" At this very moment, he was unleashing a relentless torrent of demonic energy. A colossal sphere of darkness materialized in the sky. Fang Yi asked with concern, "Are you all right?" She replied, "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. I still have some clotting medicine that can help me recover." But Fang Yi's expression shifted, as if he had just noticed something. He touched her, and Qing Huang froze in place. "I've cleansed the residual shadow attribute from your body. Just take a moment to bandage your wounds." She was stunned and could only stammer, "Okay," thinking to herself, this is the power of a high-level thunder god attribute. The pain from her wounds had significantly faded, and they were healing faster than the Spirit Association's most advanced medicine ever could. A panicked supervisor shouted, "Sir, look, the number of aberrations is decreasing. Did they successfully break through the encirclement?" An older man spoke grimly from behind him, "No. All reinforcement walkers around the city have been attacked, and we've lost contact. We still can't get into the city, and look, the number of aberrations outside the city shows no signs of dropping. Inside the city, the number of walkers is dwindling. We haven't re-established contact with a single team. It seems the Anomaly King is about to appear. So, the number of aberrations inside is dropping because they're all gathering in one place. I just wanted to go home and see my parents, but I guess I won't be making it back. Then let's just do what we can. One last time." Just then, Fang Yi spoke up. "Do you have any accurate intel?" "What in the world is this thing?" Qing Huang explained, "It's a super S-class anomaly. It's using the entire city as a blood sacrifice. Its power is on par with the one that was sealed in the Spirit Warzone years ago. Calamity is the only word used to describe it. This cocoon is like an omen of that disaster. It's just a warning. It's like knowing a catastrophe is coming, but being completely powerless to stop it. Inside that thing, an incredibly terrifying being is gestating. The moment it succeeds, the entire city will be annihilated. But now, we have a more scientific explanation for it. Research has shown that even anomalies of the same type will attack and devour one another. Evolution through consumption is the fastest path, but these blackened anomalies are different. A perfect evolutionary form holds an almost oppressive authority over its own kind. The others will become its willing servants. We call this perfect evolutionary form the Anomaly King. "Boss, I know you're incredibly strong," she pleaded. "Stronger than I can possibly comprehend. But no matter what, you haven't reached the Diamond Realm yet. Even the strongest walker was left bedridden after sealing the last calamity. It took countless others just to gather the 7-rot flower to heal him. We can't afford to lose another genius walker like you. If it's possible, please, leave as soon as you can. Break through the anomaly's blockade and get out of the city. Rendezvous with the military district and tell them to abandon this place." Fang Yi simply flicked her on the forehead. "Did you forget everything you learned in the past 20-something years just because spiritual energy returned? This is my home. No matter the cost, I will have no regrets." Qing Huang held her head, speechless, a gentle smile appearing on her face. He took a determined step forward. Fang Yi summoned a spark of fire, looking up at the swarming aberrations above. In a cold voice, he said, "Using an entire city as a sacrifice, just to celebrate the birth of your king? Are your watch and your equipment still working? Let me borrow them for a minute." She was stunned. What? Fang Yi explained. Isn't this thing supposed to detect anomalies and contact the Union? He raised his flame spear. I have to get up there and eliminate it first. Fang Yi's target was the swarm of bats darkening the sky. The control room was in an uproar. The lost Vanguard's signal has been restored. Captain Su, can you hear me? Something's wrong. Why is her velocity so high? And she's flying straight into the area with the highest contamination density. Get her back here now, Shang Lu roared. Is she trying to get herself killed? Agent Su Qinghuang, respond immediately. Cease your current actions. Await support to avoid casualties. Hold your position and wait for orders. Just then, a crackle of static came from the watch on Fang Yi's wrist. He mused, so this is how you use this thing. Hello, can you hear me? Hearing the unfamiliar voice, the operator shouted, Who is this? Where's Agent Su Qinghuang? Fang Yi replied, Listen closely. I need all of you to coordinate with me. I'm going to defeat the Anomaly King. Shang Lu was floored. What did you say? Fang Yi repeated, I said, if you don't want this city annihilated and turned into a feeding ground for anomalies, then every communications officer will use every piece of equipment and intel you have right now. Coordinate with me to strike the cocoon and kill it. He fell into a tense silence, gritting his teeth in frustration. Shang Lu roared, Do it. Everyone. Drop what you're doing. Connect to his comms now. Get every undamaged satellite radar online. Track all nearby anomaly sources and feed him the intel. All of it. Operator 2. You're on main comms. Guide him to the exact target. Operator 2 rushed to her control station to execute the plan. Roger. Satellite data shows the cocoon is surrounded by numerous anomalies. The closer you get, the denser the horde. The northern side has fewer numbers. That could be your breakthrough point. The main street is packed with anomalies. I recommend breaking through the perimeter from the southeast side street. This is bad. An anomaly has spotted you. 2 of them, both estimated S rank. With a 2-star spirit creation level power, advise evasive maneuvers. Fang Yi thought, but can I really escape? It's too late to retreat now. A sudden, deafening shockwave erupted, forcing everyone to cover their ears. Meanwhile, Fang Yi was weaving through the danger zone. His eyes blazed with a manic fire. What's happening? Shang Lu screamed into the comms. The anomaly source vanished. He one-shotted an S-rank dark attribute anomaly. Could he be? The entire room erupted in cheers. It's the tyrant. That's great. We're saved. That's right. The legendary hermit hiding in our city. I never imagined a vanguard this powerful existed. Fang Yi's eyes narrowed, analyzing the creature before him. He mused. After enchanting the demon-subduing blade, its flames now suppress these anomalies, slowing their regeneration speed. If I had successfully leveled up before this, and boosted my power just a little more, one slash might have completely negated their ability to reconstruct. If that's the case, my only option is to overwhelm them with high-speed, high-frequency attacks. This endless swarm is a real pain. Just then, something strange happened in the center of the monster horde. The low-level bats stopped mid-air, as if hearing a silent call. They began swarming back to their original position. They stopped their counterattack. The onlookers were bewildered. What's going on? The bats have stopped attacking. The guild master's face darkened. This is bad. For the Batkin to suddenly stop their assault can only mean one thing. They're being summoned by the Anomaly King. Don't tell me. It's trying to speed up its own birth? If all the bats guarding the outskirts are recalled, maybe we still have a chance. At that moment, on Jia Lan's front, she was unleashing a relentless attack. Jia Lan asked, How much longer until we can enter the city? The captain replied, Projections say half an hour at the earliest. She hesitated. Half an hour? By then, the Anomaly King will have hatched successfully. The city will be gone, let alone stopping it. He sounded helpless. There's nothing we can do. The number of bats is 10 times higher than our initial estimate. To be precise, 10 times the number of S ranks we projected. Even with large-scale thermal weapons, we can't possibly eliminate them all. Jia Lan fumed. Unacceptable. If this continues, the surrounding cities will all become a sea of darkness. Is our manpower still not enough to break through their encirclement? The captain nodded grimly. Not enough. I don't know what some of these other vanguards are thinking, just standing by. I guess they think the fire won't reach them. Suddenly, she realized something was wrong. Jia Lan said, Look over there. What is that? The bats inside the city are gathering towards the Anomaly King. She thought to herself, Wait. That brilliant flame blazing in the sky. Could it be him? Fang Yi. The squad leader beside her noticed her stunned expression and called out, Jia Lan. With resolute hope, she replied, It's nothing. Jia Lan gave an order. All units, intensify your firepower. Don't worry about supplies. It's not an issue. We must get into the city. For the spirit of the war zone, we will not abandon any city. Meanwhile, Fang Yi, wreathed in fire, shot upwards. Jia Lan's face was frozen in utter disbelief. Qing Huang gasped, her voice trembling, "This sea of fire." Yi peered through the window, her eyes wide with excitement. "It's him. That's my cousin's blade technique." The mutated bats, their red eyes blazing, descended into a deeper madness. "He's using all his strength just to stop me," Fang Yi thought, as he threw a devastating punch downward. Then that's exactly what I wanted. The city's gloomy sky was a canvas of swarming bats and his brilliant light. A terrifying stream of fire, pulsing with immense power, pierced through their defenses. A resolute flame reflected in Fang Yi's eyes. As he attacked, he suddenly felt it again. Even with the sparse spiritual energy around him, he could feel the threshold of a breakthrough approaching. A faint smile touched Fang Yi's lips. He shot forward with insane speed, accelerating even more. In his other hand, a sphere of pure darkness began to form. It swelled in size as if to swallow the entire sky. Boundless dark world. Without a hint of fear, Fang Yi began his next summon. "Spirit flower, come forth." Instantly, crimson cracks tore through the air. A colossal flower erupted from the void. Fang Yi commanded it with his mind, "Drain them all and help me break through." The spirit flower stopped releasing its own magic, its wild, primal power exploding outward. It unleashed enormous tentacles to strike. Vine after vine pierced through the bodies of the mutant bats, relentlessly draining the spiritual energy from the swarm. Moments later, Fang Yi landed softly on the spirit flower's center. He glanced at the now quiet sky and sighed. It ran away again. Fang Yi realized something as he gave chase midair. This giant cocoon, despite its grotesque appearance in the sky, was like a reflection on water, visible, but untouchable. But I can still hear the king's heart beating. It pounds like a primal war drum from an ancient battlefield. A resounding declaration of war, capable of awakening the most wicked and insane ambitions buried in one's soul. If it's still hiding after all that, it must not have fully hatched yet. He shouted into his communicator. "Hey, do you have a specific location?" The voice on the other end replied, "Found it. The king's position is syncing to your device now." Instantly, the watch on Fang Yi's wrist turned blood red and shot a targeting beam into the sky. He locked his eyes on the spot. There. In the next moment, a golden aura enveloped Fang Yi's entire body. Vajra breathing method. As he roared, the space around him ignited in a brilliant flash. Full release. The radiant light began to slowly overwhelm the monster. Everyone watching was horrified. What kind of power is this? Is it a fire attribute? No, fire attributes could never be this powerful. It can even counter the dark attribute. It must be the ultimate yang attribute, a high-tier power that's the natural opposite of darkness. Shang Lu was stunned. The number of abnormals is dropping sharply. The perimeter is shrinking. Abnormality concentration is down to 100. This is unbelievable. The tanks began to move. Report. The bat swarm has received some kind of order. They're all retreating deeper into the city. Jialan gave the order. Fang Yi, attack the Abomination King's cocoon. The captain added, "So it really is him." That tyrant, along with Skyfire Blade, couldn't believe it was a power of the purest, most extreme yang attribute. But for him to face the Abomination King all alone, she urged. "We must enter the city now, while we have the chance." But he stopped her. "Wait, look, that thing." Suddenly, Jialan's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. A new anomaly appeared in the sky, shocking everyone. Is the Abomination King hatching ahead of schedule? It's all because of that thing. It's the source of all this evil, and these monsters. They've killed our people, wiped them all out. Yi grew frustrated. If we only defend, we're just waiting to die. We have to do something. We have to help my cousin. The birth of the creature in that giant cocoon will cost all of us our lives, turning this entire city into a blood-soaked hell. Meanwhile, Qing Huang was tirelessly healing the wounded. She growled, her voice low. Every single B rank, A rank, or even S rank abnormal stopping him represents a friend or family member we have lost. Suddenly, Yi's expression changed as she had a realization. That's it. When my cousin summoned that flower, I saw it absorb the power of the bats. Isn't that just like the demonic vine we faced before? The one with a wild attribute. So he can also control the wild attribute's energy? Then let's pour all our spiritual power into the network created by that plant so it can absorb our energy. Everyone immediately agreed to her plan. In unison, they shouted, "Right." At that moment, the guild master saw the crowd's actions and was taken aback. He realized what was happening. Are those awakeners gathering their spiritual power to attack? No, that can't be. Their strength isn't enough to reach the abnormals up there. I see now. They're feeding their spiritual power to the plant that Fang Yi summoned. The guild master released his own power. I must lend him my strength as well. His powerful aura inspired everyone else to join in. and me, and all of us. A torrent of energy, a unified will, surges toward a single point. Dan Huyn is mending her wounds. For a moment, she's completely stunned by the sight. This is the combined power of every pioneer in the entire city. Than Huyn unleashes the hidden power coiled within her soul. A challenge echoes in her mind. Come then, abnormal king. This is the final stand for every human in this city. The monstrous creature descends into its most terrifying form. Fang Yi cuts through the swarm of bats with ease, scattering them like dust. He raises a hand, wiping away blood from a fresh wound. A voice crackles through his watch. Watch out. Every abnormal bat outside the walls is swarming your position. 200,000 B ranks, each as strong as a 3-star demon. 100,000 A ranks at the first level of the spirit creation realm, and above them, even S ranks are lurking. Fang Yi scoffs. It's useless. Summon as many as you want. I'll slaughter every last one. So the abnormal king emerges before its evolution is complete. Are you that afraid I'll cut you down before you're even born? Just then, a monstrous hand tears through the chrysalis wall. His expression hardens, his senses screaming with alarm. It's coming. At last, it breaks free from its prison. The abnormal king is revealed. It lets out a deafening roar, bearing rows of razor-sharp teeth. It has the shape of the lesser bat creatures. But it's massive, its cruelty radiating like a physical force. The warriors below cry out in terror. An earthquake. This is the king's power. Can it annihilate us all just by emerging from its shell? Meanwhile, Jailan watches, her entire body rigid with tension. From their positions, Fang Yi and Than Huyn brace themselves, their anticipation palpable. Yi clenches her jaw, pouring every ounce of her faith into him. It's here. Fang Yi's voice is cold. You're the abnormal king of darkness, the one responsible for this entire catastrophe. I grew up here. I love this city. And I cherish the life I have now. The berserk king of the horde gapes at him, its maw wide open. Fang Yi's expression is a mask of pure concentration. His eyes blaze with raw hatred. As their powers collide in a massive explosion, he roars. And that's why. You have to die. A colossal wave of power turns the entire sky into a sea of fire. The abnormal king's voice echoes, chilling to the bone, a mere 1-star insect from the spirit creation realm. Its roar shakes the very fabric of space. Dares to challenge me? Fang Yi stumbles, a wave of dread washing over him. This is bad. The abnormal king is drawing in all the dark energy from the surroundings. Fang Yi fights back, his mind racing. This king is on a completely different level from the others. It took my full power attack head-on, and it's still not dead. Even after being scorched by my yang energy, it still managed to swallow me whole. These digestive fluids are incredibly corrosive, and the concentration of dark energy within them is off the charts. Any other pioneer would have been dissolved without a trace by now, completely erased from existence. Strange. A creature this evolved should only appear in high-density spiritual zones. Is it not afraid of an attack from within? An enemy's insides are its greatest weakness. He unleashes a technique, thinking. First, let's put that theory to the test. Fang Yi stands on the surface of the putrid liquid, a fireball blazing in his hand. He thinks, it looks like these fluids weaken my energy quite a bit, but I can still damage it from here. He begins a summoning. If it's effective, then this fight is as good as over. Come forth, Lin Hoa. A dangerous glint appears in Fang Yi's eyes as a plan forms in his mind. So the king's absorption technique didn't just trap me. It pulled Lin Hoa in from the outside as well. Luckily, it also absorbed that monstrous dark energy. And not just that, but the spiritual power from all the pioneers in the city, too. He speaks to his summon. What's wrong? You don't like its dark attribute. Fang Yi wonders to himself. This is unexpected. Lin Hoa, a being with a desolate attribute, is rejecting the abnormal king's dark energy. My plan was to hollow it out from the inside anyway. And just like that, he thrusts his hand straight through the monster's flesh. The people below can only stare up in horror. Number 81 asks, Yi, what in the world is happening right now? She answers, I don't know where my cousin is. An order rings out, begin the evacuation. Everyone, fall back in an orderly fashion. Do not panic. We will do everything in our power to ensure your safety. Dan Huyn thinks grimly. Fang Yi, he's fighting from inside that thing's body. Below, convoys of vehicles kick up huge clouds of dust as they flee. Jailan issues commands. The bats and other abnormals are distracted. We have to complete this evacuation now and keep casualties to an absolute minimum. Her subordinates roar in unison. Yes, ma'am. She glances up at the sky, her voice urgent. Hurry. This is not a battle we can win. Right now, the sky is pure chaos. A swirling vortex of black, made from innumerable bats. And the abnormal king writhes in agony, letting out unholy screeches. Fang Yi's eyes glow crimson, burning with fierce determination. He shields his body with his arms, fighting against the corrosive slime. Holding his breath, Fang Yi begins to sink into the depths. He glanced down. His shoulder was a mess, corroding away from the wound. Fang Yi's vision blurred, his eyelids heavy, as he fought against the encroaching darkness. The inside of the Abomination King's body was a terrifying, surreal nightmare. Suddenly, a piercing sound jolted him back to his senses. And just like that, Fang Yi found himself standing in a desolate, ruined city. He muttered in a daze, "Where? Where am I?" In that instant, Fang Yi felt a terrifying presence behind him. A colossal fist came hurtling toward him with devastating force. Fang Yi tried to summon the power in his hand, but nothing happened. Panic set in. Where was his spirit energy? Just as the Abomination King's fist was about to connect, Fang Yi leaped instinctively. He landed on a rock, narrowly dodging the blow. A sigh of relief escaped him. He'd made it. His body's reflexes were still at their post-cultivation peak. This proved it. This was the Abomination King's illusion ability. It was trying to trap him in his past, to make him feel powerless again, forcing him to believe he'd never awakened his powers, that he wasn't a pioneer. Just then, the Abomination King unleashed another powerful attack, and that's when Fang Yi understood. The king's power wasn't absolute. It wasn't strong enough to completely steal his abilities. Its power didn't surpass his own. His true strength was never gone. So the question is, how do I break free from this nightmare? I must achieve a breakthrough, right here, inside this illusion. And that breakthrough is the very weakness the Abomination King has exposed. The monster's voice boomed, "You ignorant fool. Once you enter my domain, there is no escape. Just look around you." But suddenly, a faint smile crossed Fang Yi's lips. He figured it out. The Abomination King's face began to morph, half of it twisting into a warped version of his own. It opened its massive maw, declaring, "It is all over. This is what's truly yours. This is your destiny, so accept it. What can you possibly do with that sliver of power? In the end, humans are nothing but fuel for my evolution." At that exact moment, Fang Yi lowered his head, and a chilling smile spread across his face. His voice, dripping with contempt, echoed through the illusion. "Is that right? Are these cheap tricks really the extent of your power?" Countless tiny hands began to emerge from the darkness. Fang Yi continued, "It seems you still don't understand. Who am I? I was given a second life for one reason. To protect my family and comrades." A brilliant light erupted, causing the Abomination King to roar in agony. The entire illusion began to shatter and warp. The dark energy started to dissipate. Fire erupted across Fang Yi's face, consuming it. He summoned his true power, roaring, "System, get to work." Strange phenomena began to swirl and coalesce around Fang Yi. A status window appeared. Requirements for breakthrough met. Do you wish to ascend to the 2-star spirit creation realm? His body now a blazing inferno, Fang Yi charged the Abomination King. "I have you to thank," he growled, "for helping me reach this enlightenment. 2-star spirit creation realm. My rebirth is the turning point for a world that was destined to be devoured by your kind, and I am the chosen instrument of that vengeance." The demon burst into laughter. "You pathetic, useless ant. I thought you had some hidden power. You dare challenge me after a mere breakthrough to the 2-star realm?" It then unleashed a massive blast of corrupting energy. The blast shot straight for Fang Yi. The demon snarled, "Human, there's no escape. Just accept your fate and become my nourishment." Its world-shaking laughter abruptly stopped. Across from it, Fang Yi simply stood there, a smirk playing on his lips. Panic flared in the demon's eyes. "What is this? My body. My precious body, you despicable human." Fang Yi raised his hand, unleashing his ultimate technique. Funerary Seal. 9 dragons heavenly flame. Purge all evil. The creature shrieked in terror. This is not the power of the spirit creation realm. The spiritual energy he unleashed was so immense it stunned all of mankind, wiping out every abomination in its path. The demon's form flickered and became transparent. And then, in an instant, the suffocating darkness that had enveloped the city vanished. As the white smoke cleared, a cosmic black hole was revealed, hovering right in the center of Fang Yi's chest. Fang Yi's expression was utterly serene after the immense battle. He waved his hand, activating his immeasurable Dark World ability. Fang Yi thought to himself, "It's finally over." A wave of relief washed over the survivors. "It's over. It's really over. The city is safe. We weren't wiped out. We survived to see another day. Is it? Is it really over? We're saved." Jialan smiled, relief washing over her. "The sun's rising." The captain asked curiously, "Aren't you going to find them?" She shook her head. "There's no need. We have our own mission now. To help these people return to their normal lives, and to help this city recover." Inside the monitoring room, the crew erupted in cheers. This is incredible. We did it. We actually did it. We played a part in stopping the king's descent. It feels like a dream. Thank God he showed up. He actually defeated the king. Without him, we would have been blamed for the fall of this city. We couldn't escape that responsibility, even in death. Elsewhere, Qing Huang asked anxiously, "They're still alive, right?" The guild leader placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry. Our medical center wasn't destroyed by the remaining abominations." She nodded slowly. "I understand. If it wasn't for Fang Yi, none of them would have had a chance at survival, let alone treatment. Sometimes I really wonder what he is. What kind of master is he? How could he possess such overwhelming power? He always turns the tide of battle, accomplishing feats others wouldn't dare to dream of." He agreed, saying, "Yeah. After a battle like this, headquarters will have to make a move, right?" Qing Huang observed, "That celestial phenomenon just now. It proves he's ascended to the 2-star spirit creation realm. At that level, other powers will try to recruit him before we can. When I first started observing him, I thought I stood a chance. But now, he's left me completely in the dust. Besides, from what I know of him, his spiritual energy attributes and his natural talent are both at the absolute limit. I fear his true power goes far beyond what we've seen. Never mind just this city. In the entire Shai Nation, he's the absolute pinnacle of geniuses." The guild master agreed. A pillar of light piercing the heavens. A fire dragon seal that purged every last aberration. It's a sight the entire world witnessed. By now, the discussions must be reaching a fever pitch. The waves of chatter will only grow larger from here on out. Not just among the vanguards, but among regular people too. We have to make our move, and fast. She was taken aback. "What?" he responded. "The gravekeeper. It has a nice ring to it, don't you think?" Underground, number 81 called out while running. "Yi, slow down." "Wait for me," Yi asked anxiously. "Where's my cousin?" She tried to reason with him. "Don't panic. I still think we should just go home and wait." Suddenly, a sound pierced the silence, whipping her head around. And then, Yi's face lit up, her eyes welling with tears as she called out, "Cousin." Startled by her voice, Fang Yi looked over, confused. "Why did you two come all the way out here to find me?" Yi rushed to his side. "How are you feeling? Can your body handle the strain?" she cried out. "I knew it. You need us right now." As Yi helped support Fang Yi, he told her, "I'm okay. You did great." He truly was the Aberration King. It's been a long time since I've taken this much damage. That final attack, combined with the seal, it drained nearly all the spiritual power I gained after breaking through to the 2-star spirit creation realm. And now, I'm just making these two kids. In that very moment, Yi sensed a change in Fang Yi's aura. "Wait a second, cousin," she asked, her eyes wide. "Did you break through to another realm again? The 2-star spirit creation realm. To level up at such an insane speed, just what kind of monstrous talent do you possess?" "What?" The boss broke through again. The news sent shockwaves through their ranks. The man who saved the city. A superclass vanguard. The mysterious master known as the Gravekeeper. The one who slayed the Aberration King with a single strike. Just who in the world is he to take down the Aberration King single-handedly? What kind of level has he reached? That was so damn cool. I really thought we were all goners. The strongest fighters from the Spirit Guild and the military were completely helpless. Yet he alone erased a natural disaster. Who is this Gravekeeper? Could someone really reach this level of power with just official resources? Or is there some unfathomable, mysterious faction backing him from the shadows? It feels a lot like one of Great Shia's hidden trump cards, the ones they never reveal to the public. Jiang Lu stared at the screen, buzzing with excitement. I wasn't mistaken. It's really him. The one who defeated the Aberration King that caused the city-destroying disaster. For Jiang Lu Su to have lost to a master of that caliber, it's actually a once-in-a-lifetime honor. Someone called out, "Young Master Jiang, where are you headed?" "I'm going to find him," he answered, "and beg him to be my master." The other person hesitated. "I have a feeling. A lot of people are going to be looking for him." A peaceful scene unfolds in Great Shia's Sioux City. Here, a clandestine meeting is underway. A voice cuts through the room. What's got everyone so captivated? I was hoping to watch the military and the Spirit Guild tear each other apart. This outcome is so unsatisfying. Someone else chimed in. Let's just get a high-caliber rifle and pay him a visit. Another person objected. No, that's far too simple. He's being called a child of destiny, a savior. A single bullet would be such a boring end. She placed her hand over Fang Yi's image, her voice dripping with venom. The Gravekeeper. Then, with her long, sharp nails, she ripped the photograph to shreds. The woman spoke calmly. There's no need to rush. Anyone who stands in our way, no matter their power level, will not be spared. They will be utterly crushed by the forces of darkness we now command. As he was sitting inside his home, a voice called from the doorway. Hello? Excuse me, is it Mr. Fang Yi at home? Fang Yi rose to his feet and approached the door, where he saw two figures standing outside. The guild master, holding a pile of gifts, began to speak. Regarding the S-class aberration invasion, we were guilty of a great oversight. Thanks to your intervention, we avoided an irreversible catastrophe. On behalf of the entire Spirit Guild, I want to express our most profound gratitude. Fang Yi smiled back. It was nothing. Please, come in and we can talk. Once they were inside, Fang Yi calmly went to pour them some water. The guild master glanced around the room, thinking to himself, so this is the home of a legendary master? What in the world is the military thinking, letting him live like this? The Spirit Guild must arrange for better accommodations for him immediately. The guild master began. Actually, the Spirit Guild sent us here for another reason. We'd like to ask for your permission on a certain matter. We intend to officially announce the title of the Gravekeeper. I'm listening, Fang Yi said, his curiosity piqued. The guild master began to explain. Across the Xia nation, every major city has a number of powerful vanguards. Their reputations are well known, and they've made a name for themselves within the vanguard community. But this recent S-class aberration was the most terrifying cataclysm we have ever faced. We want to bestow upon you a title, Fengtang Jia, to establish Tai City as a key strategic stronghold in the wake of the Aura recovery. After surviving an S-rank catastrophe, our city needs a powerful and renowned pioneer to serve as its champion. Qing Huang believes that in the future, celestial anomalies will only grow more frequent, and these supernatural incursions will become a constant threat. We can't risk our city being written off as a lost cause again. Fang Yi repeated her words. Written off? She nodded. That's right, but it amounts to the same thing. After all, if it weren't for you, everyone in the city would be dead. It would have just been a different kind of death, he interjected. I understand. It seems my awareness of how brutal this world has become is still lacking, he reassured her. But even after the Aura recovery, we don't have to be so pessimistic. In his heart, Fang Yi knew his single-minded focus on cultivation had made him neglect the city's future. Before the Aura recovery, Tai City, while a key provincial city in the Xia Kingdom, was nothing special. Whether in terms of strategic depth or development, it never even broke into the top 3. Out of more than 100 cities, the top 3 were the capital, Shen City, followed by Tian City and Kang City. There were also powerhouses like Hai City, Yuan City, and Chuan City. Therefore, this devastating crisis was, in fact, an opportunity for Tai City. The guild president began her report. Right now, every city is scrambling to report the number and strength of their pioneers, developing their regional combat power. The stronger a city's pioneers are, the higher its official ranking, and the more resources it will receive. More and more unaffiliated pioneers are now willing to join the official spirit guilds in various cities. Everyone, whether they are a pioneer or an ordinary person, needs a safe harbor, a beacon of hope that can light the path forward on this road of evolution. But our guild will keep your personal identity a secret. The main goal is to cultivate an air of mystery. Let them guess, let their imaginations run wild. He crossed his arms and replied swiftly. A healthy dose of mystery is far wiser than revealing everything, she said excitedly. Exactly. Sometimes, the human imagination is a more potent weapon than reality itself. He agreed. I have no objections. This benefits both me and the people I care about. In that case, I hope we can have a pleasant partnership. Fang Yi calmly extended his hand toward them. In the end, both sides quickly shook hands, sealing the deal. The guild president smiled at him. A pleasure doing business with you, Feng Tang Jia. Following this, with the close cooperation of the Spirit Guild and the military, Tai City resumed normal operations at an unbelievable speed. The city was restored, and aid for the injured was carried out in an orderly fashion. This disaster had accelerated the restoration of order everywhere. The world was beginning to find its new footing. At the Spirit Guild headquarters in Shen City, voices echoed through the halls. Feng Tang Jia. Is this the pioneer who handled the S-rank anomaly in Tai City? Among the newly registered pioneers, he's in a class all his own. He possesses a high-grade Yang attribute. That's a direct counter to the Dark attribute. He's truly a child of the heavens. According to the files from Tai City, he wields more than just one high-grade attribute. That heavenly fire single slash that went viral online, and the high-grade lightning user codenamed the Tyrant by the military. That's him too. Another person complained, it doesn't stop there. The truth is even more unbelievable. Just then, a woman approached them and asked, Are you discussing Feng Tang Jia? Excuse me, could you let me see that information for a moment? The staff member immediately agreed and made way. Oh, it's you? Of course, she spoke. More and more pioneers are starting to reveal their talents. With someone this prominent, there are bound to be many who won't accept his strength until they see it with their own eyes. Even I want to witness his power for myself. Feng Tang Jia. Perhaps we'll meet very soon. The scene changed to Kang City. Inside a library, Qing Li was sitting in front of a monitor, as the young men around her couldn't help but stare. One of them nervously approached her. Hi, excuse me, can I? She shot him down instantly. No. This is a library. You're disturbing others. The rejected man turned and walked away with a sigh. Qing Li fumed internally. What a boring fool. Completely oblivious to how the world is changing. I've only been in Kang City for a few days, yet so much has already happened. After my exams ended, I awakened my own spiritual power and became a pioneer. The one-star ghost axe realm. So few can become pioneers, and I just happened to be one of the chosen. Perhaps this is why I managed to escape the disaster in Tai City. How can an ordinary person possibly fight against an anomaly? Especially for those worthless commoners, what hope do they have? She unconsciously recalled Jilan's words. So we were just classmates? Qing Li frowned, lost in thought. With how he used to be, I'm afraid he was drained of his blood by those bats long ago. How could I have been mistaken? That genius reminds me a little of that useless man. But this Feng Tang Jia is 10,000 times better than him. Only a powerful pioneer is worthy of me. A man with his kind of power is the only one worthy of me. In her hand was a for-sale flyer for a house. Yi was buzzing with excitement. Today, we're taking a break to go house hunting. But then she hesitated. Big brother, is it really okay to skip our training? Fang Yi simply replied, even a cultivator needs a day off. We must balance our work and our rest. Yi's proposal was actually quite reasonable. Besides leveling up their abilities, they also needed to improve their standard of living. Captain Su Qinghuang chimed in, your current living situation definitely needs an upgrade. So we all agreed to view some houses together. Yi was thrilled. But I never knew Captain Su had these kinds of connections. I never even dared to dream of a luxury home like this. Would you really accept if Captain Su just gifted you 2 of them? He answered with an air of indifference. This is nothing. The era of spiritual energy's return has begun. Those people knew the true value of a powerful practitioner. Property and houses were meaningless in comparison. But she argued, still, this change is so sudden, it's making my head spin. I thought we'd just earn a little money for resources and get by. Suddenly, a foul stench drifted into Yi's nose. She asked, do you smell that rot? Fang Yi replied, it's like the stench of a backed-up sewer. But something's wrong. I've lived in Tai City for so long and never smelled this before. She suggested, do you think a worker accidentally broke a pipe? He shot back, no. Someone is following us. In a flash, they both whipped their heads in the same direction. A menacing man approached them. So, you must be the famous Entomber. You walked right into my spray zone before you even noticed me. Just as I thought, you're nothing but overhyped garbage. A pretty boy with no real talent. Tai City must be truly pathetic. To promote a kid like you to captain. Looks like we brothers will have to teach you a lesson. Now hand over all the benefits Tai City gave you, and show us some respect. Yi immediately launched an attack, but the thug dodged it. He raised a massive blade to the sky, his eyes filled with malice. And then the gangster swung his blade down, forcing her to create a shield for defense. Yi screamed, this is bad. Big brother, be careful. They're also in the spirit creation realm. Meanwhile, Fang Yi calmly caught the man's hand with a grip of pure fire. His eyes blazed with fury as he snarled. A bunch of bottom feeders. Dare to rob me in the middle of the street. Fang Yi faced the thugs all by himself. His attackers were stunned, shouting, impossible. That pretty boy was clearly hit by my omni-penetrating toxin. A special spiritual poison. He should be completely paralyzed and stiff by now. Across from them, Fang Yi stood calmly with his sunglasses on. The omni-penetrating toxin, a paralyzing agent created by a mutated wood attribute practitioner. The leader shouted, I was just careless. We are all in the spirit creation realm. You think we're afraid of you? This time, kid, you're not getting away. He sneered. A mutated earth type and a mutated wood type. Is that all? Fang Yi scoffed internally. These bizarre techniques are a perfect fit for a bunch of shady, unorthodox crooks. A normal protective aura might actually be pierced by a practitioner like him. But against me, it's completely useless. Just then, a thug on a rope tried to ambush Yi, but before he could act, she sent him flying with a single punch. Fang Yi spoke calmly. I didn't want to cause a scene, but having my daily life disturbed like this is truly irritating. And then he took off his glasses, his face filled with disgust. Flames erupted around Fang Yi, creating and suffocating pressure as he commanded, Yi, get back. Seeing the spiritual power he unleashed tear through space itself, everyone froze in shock. After the explosion, only blood-curdling screams remained. They howled in agony, so terrifying. What in the world is this fire? So this is the entomber. The pain is unbearable. Make it stop. At that moment, Xing Huang rushed in from behind, yelling, "They're not dead, are they? Leave one of them alive." Thank goodness. These people were being specially monitored by the Spirit Energy Association. He asked curiously, "Are you planning to take them in?" She nodded. The Spirit Energy Association has begun registering all practitioners for management, especially people like them. Fang Yi refused, making Xing Huang fume. "I don't like being bothered by others. If you people ever dare provoke me again, it won't end this simply," she retorted. "Consider the three of you very lucky. If this had been 2 days ago, the Spirit Energy Association would not have interfered in a civil war between practitioners. You would have deserved to be killed. The entomber spared your lives out of respect for the Spirit Energy Association. Is this lesson still not enough? You know full well what kind of punishment awaits you now." What a bunch of fools, she thought. Who are these people, daring to provoke the top talent officially recognized by the Spirit Energy Association? Yi spoke up. "Captain Su, I wanted to ask, what kind of punishment will they receive?" Qing Huang replied, "These men already have criminal records. Even as Spirit Creation Realm practitioners, they'll be sentenced to life imprisonment. They can forget about freedom and rights forever. So even in prison, they'd squeeze out every last drop of value from a spirit walker." Fang Yi had to admit, the method was brutally efficient. Qing Huang knew the man before her was a treasure to the Spirit Association, the very future of the Xia Kingdom. No matter how much we push votes for the Undertaker, there's always a bunch of clueless idiots. They have pitiful spiritual power, yet they act tough, rushing in to throw their lives away. Is our propaganda still not getting through? Regardless, recruiting powerful spirit walkers like him and pouring resources into their growth is the Spirit Association's absolute top priority. We can't let a few fools who don't see the big picture ruin the fragile relationship we've built with Fang Yi. With a brilliant smile, she said, "Let's go. I'll take you two to pick out your new mansion and car." She thought to herself, "This time, I'll make an example of them." A moment later, Qing Huang introduced, "These are the two properties the Spirit Association has selected for you. A penthouse on the top floor downtown, with the best views and full amenities. It's incredibly convenient for daily life. And this one is a 3-story villa offering complete privacy. Nestled by a mountain and river, it's perfect for cultivation. Both have been decorated with the finest luxury furnishings. You won't have to spend a single cent on renovations. Just bring your bags and move right in." Yi commented, "Both of them are really nice." Fang Yi held up 2 fingers. "Then we'll take both." Qing Huang was stunned. "Is that allowed?" He assured her. "Why not? I trust in Captain Su's sincerity." She laughed. "No problem. I'll report it. Don't worry, it'll be quick." "So, what about the car?" "The Spirit Association partners with a dealership here. You can pick any car you want." Outside, people were whispering. "Look at that girl. Her skin is flawless. She has such an incredible aura. And that guy is no ordinary person either. Even in plain clothes, he can't hide his powerful presence. I could tell at a glance. I wonder which powerful family he's from. Probably buying a car for his girlfriend, right?" Just then, a girl walking by noticed them and adjusted her glasses for a better look. "Isn't that Qing Li's ex-boyfriend? The one the principal personally met with from the military. I just came out for a stroll and ran into my roommate's ex, and he's buying a car for another girl." At that exact moment, on a table far away, Qing Li's phone buzzed with a new message. "Qing Li, you won't believe who I just saw. It's your ex-boyfriend. He's at a high-end, VIP-only dealership buying a car. The starting price there is over $1 million. And he's buying one for a stunning girl with an amazing aura." She typed back a cold reply. "So what?" Qing Li wondered to herself. "Buying a car? Where did he get that kind of money? Looks like that disaster didn't kill him after all. He even got lucky and found himself a rich sugar mama. Huh. Too bad. The gap between us isn't something you can just close so easily. Not in the past, not now, and certainly not in the future. Once I reach the pinnacle of the spirit walkers, all these worldly things will mean nothing." At the new mansion, Yi ran inside, ecstatic. "Brother, we really have a mansion." In stark contrast, Fang Yi was calm. "Not bad. Now wipe your drool. We have another place downtown we can switch to." She bolted off. "I'm going upstairs to check it out." He watched her go, a helpless smile on his face. This is how a kid should be. She's finally stopped trying to act like a grown-up. In my past life, I never met her before I was reborn. She must have been a trusted spirit walker then, too. But this time, I won't let that child shoulder such a heavy burden and die for it all over again. Suddenly, his phone rang with an incoming call. "Jia Lan, why is she calling me?" He answered. "Hello, what's up?" She began. "Congratulations on the promotion, Captain Fang. I heard the Spirit Association gifted you 2 houses recently. That's just like them, isn't it? Fang Yi sat down and crossed his legs, replying calmly, "Actually, I think it's a pretty good habit. They should keep it up." Jia Lan announced, "You don't have to defend them. I know a powerful spirit walker like you couldn't care less about things reeking of money. But for now, to improve your living conditions, there's no better reward than that. In a little while, the spirit fruits from the latest recovery wave will be ready. When they are, I'll send you a share to sample." Jia Lan thought to herself, the gap between ordinary people and spirit walkers is a matter of perspective. But for top-tier spirit walkers like Fang Yi, the gap between them and average ones is even greater. Even the strategic resources of our spiritual war zone might mean nothing to him. Jia Lan spoke up. "I have an internal mission here I was hoping you'd join. I was wondering if you'd be interested." He understood immediately. "So this is the real reason for your call, isn't it? Let's hear it." She asked, "Have you heard of the Tianbao Tower in Shangxi?" Fang Yi was surprised. "Tianbao Tower? Isn't that the biggest shopping center in the city?" It was closed down recently, causing a lot of panic. The citizens of Shangxi City were in an uproar. Jialin confirmed the news was true. A deadly supernatural breach had caused countless casualties. The city's iconic Tianbao Tower had become nothing more than a tomb. It was once the city's busiest complex, a bustling hub that was the very face of Shangxi's prosperity. However, due to a recent, relentless surge of anomalies and terrifying incidents, the local spirit guild had no choice but to seal it off completely. Fang Yi stepped forward and waved. "Hello, everyone. I'm here on a mission from Spirit Command." Jialan had warned him to keep his true identity and power level hidden for now. He wasn't sure why, but he decided to follow her orders. They couldn't read his power level at all. Was he concealing his true strength? Judging by their clothes, these two must be the reinforcements from the military. One of the members immediately responded, "So it's you? A pleasure." Another added, "Welcome." He quietly sized them up. These two gave off the exact same vibe as Su Qing Wang. "They must be from the Shangxi Spirit Guild," the woman noted. "Chief Jialan already briefed us. We're with the Shangxi Spirit Guild. We'll be joining you on this operation." Soon after, their vehicle sped down the road. The driver spoke up. "All right, everyone. Looks like we're temporary allies. Though I have no idea how strong you two are." But the air in the car was heavy with silence. Everyone ignored him. A young woman finally broke the awkward tension. "I think we should all agree on one thing. Once we're inside, we have to watch each other's backs, right?" Fang Yi leaned back, staring out the window and thought, this team was certainly a mixed bag. It was clear they'd pulled operatives from all over. Then again, Shangxi was a major city. The Spirit Guild members seemed to be a motley crew. Just then, a man named Jia Jie shot him a skeptical glance. He whispered to his teammate, "Didn't Chief Jialan say she was sending a real heavy hitter to help us? Is this the guy?" Qing Xiang replied, "I'm not so sure. He looks a little thin, almost like a student." Fang Yi sat quietly, listening to their hushed discussion about him. So, their conclusion was that he had no government-issued bracelet, and his aura was completely sealed. They couldn't read his real power. Qing Xiang's mind raced. A master. Could he be the legendary gravekeeper who single-handedly stopped a cataclysm and saved Taishi City from annihilation? But could the gravekeeper really be a student this young? Whether it was possessing 3 rare, high-level attributes or destroying a supernatural disaster, or infinitely regenerating with the power of a 1-star spirit creation realm fighter, he sealed an anomaly king and broke through to a new realm on the spot. He's definitely sparked my interest. Elsewhere, back at Spirit Command headquarters, Jialan answered a call. "Hello, Spirit Command." The voice on the other end was frantic. "Tianbao Tower has been completely overrun. We've lost all contact with the team we sent inside. The anomaly concentration in the air has already reached 12,000. Confirmed casualties are at 53. Please, you must take this seriously." She grew pensive. So, the situation was escalating even faster than predicted. Jialan gave her command. "Rest assured, I am not taking this lightly. The agent I've dispatched for this mission will not be a problem. I give you my word. When you receive a mission from us, you don't ask questions. Those are the rules of Spirit Command." A storm was brewing inside Tianbao Tower. As his team arrived on site, they stepped out of the vehicle. Fang Yi analyzed the situation. "This is serious. The presence inside is just as powerful as the one I faced before." Qing Xiang warned, "Everyone, look over there. What is that on the window? If I'm not mistaken, those look like bloodstains. From what I know, the interior of Tianbao Tower is a tight space. At 40 stories, it's the tallest building in Shangxi City. Over 2,000 employees and customers were evacuated, but some people refused to cooperate before we sealed it off. As a result, many were left inside. The city sent a rescue team before, but they went in and never came back out." Yi, he understood. So that means the official casualty count of over 50 is just a temporary estimate. After all, no one has any idea what's really happening in there. Fang Yi scanned the building. Is there anyone inside we can still contact? Another member answered, that's probably impossible. Since the anomaly occurred, we haven't received a single message from anyone inside. On the second day after the building was sealed, I was outside assisting the operation. Another operative recounted. That day, the entire tower felt like a massive crypt. The brand new building looked like it had been abandoned for decades. Through the windows, you couldn't see a single soul. A thick, eerie fog enveloped everything. We tried to use the windows as a breach point. And then I saw pieces of a corpse, gnawed on by anomalies, fall from a window. After that, the malevolent aura from the tower grew heavier each day. In less than a week, it became what you see now. He looked at them, puzzled. You have no contact with the inside, so you're basing your casualty numbers on falling body parts. The Shangxi Spirit Guild's methods are far too careless. The other man sighed in defeat. But we didn't know what else to do. Fang Yi thought to himself, when it comes to intelligence gathering, the Spirit Guild here in Shangxi is completely out of its depth. It was a quick assessment, but there was no other way. The number of casualties was definitely far greater than this. For ordinary people, an anomaly is like a dimensional attack. In this enclosed space, they were lambs to the slaughter, with no way to escape the killer's grasp. He gave the order. No more delays. We are entering the building now. Some anomalies evolve by devouring the living. The higher the casualties, the deadlier the challenge inside. Jia Ji grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. Hold on. The military said to follow your command, but you have to at least explain the strategy first. Fang Yi turned, his voice cold. What strategy? We're going in blind. We'll assess the situation and then make a plan. Me, he explained. Besides, you're not officially part of the government. He continued. Everyone here has extensive experience handling anomalies. You're the commander. You should at least understand each person's abilities. See, what did I tell you? He's never been through government training. He lacks experience in this area. Just then, Qing Shang snapped. Enough. Time is critical. Stop wasting it. He was recommended by Chief Jia Lan to help us, which is why he was assigned this mission. And you all know Chief Jia Lan's reputation, don't you? He commanded, internal disputes are the last thing we need before a mission. If you don't want to go in, then stay back. Hey, Jia tried to stop him. Wait a second. The scene inside was pure chaos, with a marked car in the center. Air, he wondered. Why is there absolutely no sound in here? At that moment, a dark aura began to creep in. He sensed it immediately, his head snapping up to face the darkness. A monster appeared, causing Jia Ji to scream in terror. At the same time, Fang Yi's eyes blazed with fire. He unleashed a punch infused with flames, and in a flash, Fang Yi tore through the space itself. His face was a cold mask, radiating a terrifying killing intent. The monster was instantly shredded into pieces. Fang Yi's flames spread, incinerating its body. Jia Ji couldn't believe what he was seeing, utterly speechless. Me? He was equally stunned. It's over. Just like that? Qing Xiang asked in horror. Where did he even pull that blade from? Just then, Fang Yi bent down to pick up a fragment. He held it up, concluding, this is a bird and gecko hybrid. At this level of mutation, it must have devoured countless people. Her face turned pale as she gritted her teeth. Qing, he recognized the object, an A+ grade anomaly, a chaotic space shrouded in white clouds. Jia Ji said timidly, A+? That's a 2-star spirit creation realm, isn't it? But I just broke through to 1 star. Song Yue agreed. That's right. It means a single strike from him could take me down instantly. You use a blade. Could you really be a Wind Tomb user? That sword is the Heavenly Fire Blade, isn't it? Jia, he marveled. I can't believe you're actually a Wind Tomb user. From what we've heard, they're reclusive masters who never part with their blades. Fang Yi replied. After my advancement, I fused my spiritual power with the blade's path, turning it into a spirit weapon I can summon anytime with my energy. I'm sure I'm not the only one who can do this. Let's go. Stop wasting time. The man agreed. Right. This is great. It's a good thing you're our teammate. A spectacular flame ignited in his palm. Fang Yi created a flame with his hand to lead the way. He assessed the grim situation. If the scene is this horrific, I'm afraid the death toll is likely over 500. Suddenly, Fang Yi's eyes flashed with insight. She spoke up. This place has been wiped clean, too. There's so much blood, but not a single body in sight. Anomalies truly crave human flesh, but it's impossible for nothing to be left behind, right? Just then, a savage sound echoed through the space. Song Yue suddenly turned and screamed, behind you. In that instant, Fang Yi reacted, spinning to strike the monster. Horrifying slime splattered everywhere. Jia, he cried out in panic. Another anomaly. Fang Yi's expression turned cold. Doesn't anyone else find this odd? Jia asked, "What do you mean?" Fang Yi analyzed. Even though both of these anomalies were elite level, a couple of creatures like this shouldn't have been enough to prevent the first rescue team from escaping. I'm afraid this isn't the Tianbao building we're looking for. He was stunned. Huh, me, he was confused. What does that mean? He analyzed. Along this entire path, although there are bloodstains, the foul and suffocating stench comes entirely from the dark attribute and the anomalies. There is no trace of human death. He thought to himself, right now, we're like headless flies. I have to run a test to confirm my theory. Song Yue hesitated. Fang Yi deliberated. Should I unleash infinite darkness in front of these people? She spoke with a firm voice. Big brother is right. This whole path has been horrific. But this gloom isn't the same kind of suffocating feeling. It wasn't the presence of death, but a hollow, empty void, as if no living thing had ever passed through. Song Yue deduced. It's like a simple, empty model. He raised a hand in agreement. Exactly. If I'm right, an aberration has turned this place into a hollow shell that only maintains its outer form. Their real nest is likely. Fang Yi quickly activated a summon. Boundless dark world. The others gasped in utter shock. Is this the shadow attribute? A system notification popped up. Similar dark inner world detected. Activate data log for dark attribute? He replied, yes. Dark inner world status. A space generated by the dark attribute, also known as a nest of darkness that absorbs the original space into itself, similar to the abyssal zone and the boundless dark world. To truly enter the dark inner world, one must find the gate it creates. His eyes hardened with resolve. I get it now. For us to enter the real Tianbao Tower, we have to find that gate, and it's the same for anyone trying to get out. Furthermore, they are affected by the darkness within, which assaults their minds and emotions, creating powerful illusions. That's why some people would mistake a window for the true door to survival. This also explains why those who escaped through the windows all ended up as lifeless corpses, she screamed, because they were manipulated by the dark attribute and died inside the inner world. So, we need to find the gate you mentioned, Big Brother, right? A warning flashed on the status screen. The dark inner world has been drawn here. Sensing the presence of its own kind, the dark inner world has manifested. Fang Yi's aura flared as he shouted a warning. It's here. Instantly, an arrow of pure shadow shot straight for them. Jia, he spoke weakly. I'm being attacked by the dark attribute. Why isn't my protective spiritual energy working? Me, he followed up. Mine isn't working either. Jia clutched his head and roared. My head is splitting apart. It feels like something is trying to claw its way out. At that moment, a burning crimson light ignited in his eyes. Fang Yi stepped forward, casting a protective barrier around everyone. Ah, someone exclaimed, I feel fine now. He realized was that the dark attribute attacking us directly. They were all astonished. Hold on. The Undertaker. Is he completely unaffected? Haven't you realized it yet? He's the one who saved us, Jia remarked. Even when the dark attribute wasn't directly attacking, we were still suffering from its negative influence. Song Yue looked on with reverence. If it weren't for him, I doubt we would have survived for much longer. Just then, a faint smile crossed his lips. Found you. Fang Yi then unleashed a colossal wave of light. Ard. His gaze was steady, his face locked in concentration. Fang Yi then released his power toward the target. It's right there. He stood alone against the aberration's power. She watched the scene unfold, completely awestruck. Suddenly, Fang Yi fell silent. The group now stood before a gateway leading down a pitch-black path. He quickly conjured a flame, illuminating the way forward. Fang Yi took the first step and reminded them, let's go, everyone. Stay close to me. The others immediately followed his lead and stepped inside. Mihi's expression darkened as she said, I think I can smell it already. After walking for some time, Fang Yi came to a sudden stop. A look of utter bewilderment crossed each of their faces as they took in the scene before them. Fang Yi spoke. That smell comes from the corpses and blood of our own kind. A monstrous aberration materialized before the group. Barbaric voices echoed, mine. No, it's mine. Come here. Jia, he was terrified. Another A+ rank dark aberration. Are you insane? In that instant, a massive flame erupted from Fang Yi's hand. The beast refused to yield, launching sharp spikes right at him. The two powers collided, creating an explosion that seemed to warp space itself. It charged forward madly, spewing flames from hell. Fang Yi refused to be outdone, swiftly swinging his sword in a counterattack. He slammed his hands together, unleashing a blinding flash of light. Then, Fang Yi blurred past the creature, leaving a flurry of slashes in his wake. He created a massive inferno, shouting, internal flame, full release. Song Yue thought to himself, His fire attribute is overwhelmingly powerful. That dark aberration melted in an instant. He hasn't needed our help this entire time. She spoke up. I think his fire attribute is combined with another type of flame. Something explosive, like erupting lava. A powerful light radiated from Fang Yi's hand. His voice was cold as ice. Aberrations that prey on people. These people were all innocent. This herd of monsters will be buried with them, but making them share an exit with these beasts is truly unfair to them. Jia, he remarked, cremation in a single slash. He really is the Undertaker. The legends don't do him justice. Fang Yi turned his head and said, now that we're inside, you all still have a job to do. You're in charge of searching for survivors and rescuing people. Leave the rest of the aberrations to me. The first floor has been cleared. I'm heading up. The real Tianbao Tower is this dark inner world. It's now completely occupied by these aberrations. Through mass slaughter and consumption, their power levels have continuously increased. By now, they should have at least 1-star spirit realm creation abilities. Aside from the different scenery, their intensity and power. The abomination's power showed no significant change. He moved with incredible speed, ascending to the 15th floor. She shuddered. This floor feels so sinister and cold. The dark element has already pierced through my spiritual barrier. Suddenly, Ji froze in his tracks, horrified by the sight before him. He warned, there's something alive, moving on these corpses. This substance is corrosive. Everyone, be careful. Don't inhale these tendrils. The gloomy space created a truly terrifying atmosphere. Fang Yi narrowed his eyes. Finally, an interesting one has appeared. A monster with a colossal mouth lunged towards them. He stood his ground, calmly watching as the sharp spikes shot toward him. Fang Yi remained perfectly composed, unleashing his own abilities and swiftly countering with the power of darkness. A fierce gale erupted, accompanied by massive clouds of smoke. The abomination relentlessly whipped its gigantic tail in a brutal assault. Fang Yi saw through its plan. Trying to stall for time to evolve, he swung his sword down, shouting, not a chance. In that very instant, Fang Yi's power grotesquely warped its face. Within the fiery void, the abomination's final, blood-curdling scream echoed. He spoke, his voice cold. I overestimated you. I thought a 3-star creature with illusion abilities could at least give me some trouble. Suddenly, his eyes caught something unusual. He cried out in alarm. Who's there? Fang Yi wondered. You survive? Someone stepped out shakily from a doorway. Are you a pioneer? The survivor threw the door open, saying, there are still 5 of us alive in here. Fang Yi mused, wondering why there was a concealed private room here. It looked like a secret vault used by a major brand to store important items. These survivors looked absolutely terrified. He reassured them with a calm voice, it's all right now. We've come to rescue you, Jia. He stepped forward to introduce them. We are the Spirit Guild from Kangxi City. The monsters outside have all been eliminated by us. You're all safe now. Come on out. Huh? The person stammered. What? The man asked again, confused. What did you say? He shouted. You took out that whole swarm of terrifying monsters in an instant. Did you kill them all? With a single slash. Outside the Tianbao building, people marveled. This is different from before. This time, we might actually have hope. That's right. On every floor, we can see the spiritual flames of the entomber. Even though we can't make contact with them, we finally detected a faint spiritual energy wave. The latest detected wave is on the 40th floor. Someone gasped in shock. What? The 40th floor. How long has it been since they went inside? 9 minutes and 56 seconds. The entomber had swept through to the top of the Tianbao building in just 9 minutes and 56 seconds. This news was sure to send shockwaves through the pioneer community of Kangxi City. No, it's not over yet. We've detected an S-class anomaly outbreak on the top floor. At that moment, Fang Yi's expression darkened. So, you're the abomination king of this place? He now stood before a creature known as the Bone Fiend, the king of all abominations here. Fang Yi unleashed a colossal amount of power, charging straight for the Bone Fiend. He analyzed the abomination king. Although its main body was a bone fiend, the swarming creatures appeared to be parasitic insects living on it. In reality, they were a part of its main body. He couldn't afford to be careless. Immediately, Fang Yi launched a ferocious and relentless assault. His eyes burned with immense determination. The light from his blade passed clean through the monster, yet the bone fiend remained completely unharmed. The onlookers panicked. The abomination king. Even the entomber can't handle it? This is bad. We have to help him. What good would that do? Who among us could possibly fight that thing? Fang Yi watched the scene and clicked his tongue in annoyance, then spoke with disdain. It's time to end this little game of smoke and mirrors. He swiftly combined his powers. The bone fiend refused to back down, unleashing its own magic in response. It constantly emitted a grating sound that tormented everyone's ears. Fang Yi roared in frustration. Stop that noise. It's deafening. He unleashed a massive wave of light that swept through the entire space. Fang Yi's voice cut through the chaos. Weren't you able to fight back? If you were this easy to destroy, you wouldn't be worthy of the title Abomination King. But even if you turn this entire building into your personal pantry, your strength still wouldn't match a Calamity-class entity. I think I'll let you taste the painful despair of simply waiting for death. Yi, his voice trembled. I take back what I said. This is a one-sided slaughter. Ja, he continued. It's terrifying. He's toying with the Abomination King. And this is a king we're talking about. Why did an entomber like this appear in Taishi City? If only he were one of us. Song Yue interjected. Every single one of his slashes is calculated with perfect precision. From left to right, from outside to in, perfectly balanced, not off by a single millimeter. From the very beginning, he hasn't once attacked the Bone Fiend's skull. This creature can't even threaten him. In fact, it doesn't even have the ability to struggle or fight back. Because the gap in their strength is just too vast. He's already stronger than the Abomination King. The aberration's twisted face let out a deafening shriek. Fang Yi glanced at it coldly. You think you can heal? I'm not here to play games with you. In the next moment, a storm of divine lightning consumed the heavens. The bone bird fought back, its piercing cries echoing in defiance. The sky bled into a terrifying crimson canvas, slashed open by brilliant bolts of lightning. But as time passed, the horrific scene faded, leaving behind a calm, ordinary sky. Everyone looked up in stunned silence. It's over. The Aberration King's energy is vanishing. Unbelievable. What kind of precursor is he? He's on a completely different level from our Shang clan's best. Is this the gap between us and a true prodigy? Now I finally understand there's always someone stronger out there. I heard the S-class invasion of the Tai clan was officially named the Hell of the Sacrificial King. The Calamity Egg, just about to hatch, was sealed away. But the exact methods and details were locked away by the Tai clan in top-secret files, a legendary solution that no one else could ever replicate. Fang Yi's voice cut through the silence. The bone bird is dead. The dark world has vanished. You can contact the outside now and report the situation. Song Yue shouted into her comms. This is Song Yue, reporting in. The Tianbao building incident is resolved. All aberrations have been eliminated. That's right. Thanks to the Wind Barrier, we completed the mission smoothly. We hope the Shang clan's Spirit Association will cooperate and show their gratitude for the support from the Tai clan and the Wind Barrier. The Shang clan's captain, the one just appointed today, what's he doing here? Our mission is already over, and he's just now showing up. Himph. He must have known the Tai clan's Wind Barrier was here. We told him not to cause trouble, but a proud and powerful precursor like him never listens to advice. What's wrong with you people? This mission was assigned to the War District. The Starfall War Zone itself had to request the Tai clan's captain to intervene. We are absolutely responsible for the Tai clan captain's safety. Now, we're escorting him out of here. The Shang clan's Spirit Association and their captain have questionable motives. This is a direct challenge to the authority of our War District. The Wind Barrier was personally requested by both the Starfall War Zone and the Tai clan's Spirit Association. Anyone who dares to provoke him will face the consequences themselves. Just then, Fang Yi began to walk forward, one step at a time. His eyes narrowed in annoyance. Humph. Fang Yi muttered. That was fast. You're here already? At that moment, a figure rushed forward. I am the captain of the Shang clan, Yui Fengjiang. Are you the Wind Barrier from the Tai clan? Fang Yi answered calmly. And what if I am? A wind attribute precursor, he thought. This is a first. This man is arrogant, but he's deliberately concealing some of his spiritual power. He must be at least in the spirit creation realm. Yue Fengjiang's hand moved behind his back, gathering spirit energy. In an instant, their powers clashed, and the air crackled with raw energy. With just a single move from Fang Yi, Fengjiang was sent flying back. He scowled, thinking, this Wind Barrier is just a kid? This is the perfect opportunity to establish the Yue clan's authority. He then spoke up. First off, I thank you for handling the Tianbao building crisis on our behalf. But as the Tai clan's captain, coming all this way to Shang territory, isn't that overstepping your boundaries? Perhaps a young man like you doesn't understand the rules of the world of rank and order. Fang Yi shot back. When I arrived, the Shang clan had no captain to answer the War District's request, so I came to help solve the aberration problem. So, tell me, you freshly appointed captain, what score are you trying to settle with me? Fengjiang feigned calmness. Don't be so tense. Young people are so easily agitated. I, Yue, have good manners. I mean you no harm. I've always respected exceptional talent like yours. I just want to borrow your blade for a moment. A murderous aura leaked from him with that threat. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving Shang territory. Fang Yi's face grew cold with fury, but he simply closed his eyes and uttered a single word. Borrow? Seeing that arrogant attitude, Fengjiang ground his teeth in rage. In a flash, Fang Yi unleashed a terrifying blast of energy. Yue Fengjiang's body froze, completely paralyzed by the pressure. Radiating pure killing intent, Fang Yi growled, "I'll lend it to your entire clan." Fang Yi swung his sword, carving a massive fissure in the earth. Yu Fengjiang leaped aside, barely dodging. "Good, very good. How interesting." Song Yue rushed over, out of breath. The moment they started fighting, the signal around here got jammed again. "We need to report to the war district, now. You guys, contact your superiors and get these survivors to safety." She warned them, "You have 10 minutes if you don't want to lose a captain." "Ja," he stammered. "Wow, what do you mean by that? A threat?" Lin Ying covered his mouth before he could finish. "I understand." The three of them turned and fled. "Yi," he spoke up, "that Yue Fengjiang guy was just appointed, and he's already picking a fight with us. We need to go back and get people." He replied, "In my opinion, we should just teach that so-called wind barrier a lesson. Our Shangxi city is ranked 3rd in the world, after all." A hint of doubt surfaced. "Do you really think that's possible?" Back on the battlefield, Fang Yi's gaze was as sharp as ice. From here on out, everything depended on his own power. Feng Jiang just laughed. "Oh, such big words. If you want to kill me, you better bring 100% of your power." In the blink of an eye, he appeared directly behind him. Sensing the danger, Feng Jiang instantly whipped around, just as Fang Yi unleashed a strike of terrifying force. He was knocked back several steps, his mind reeling. That power. What was that horrifying sensation just now? The ultimate Yang attribute. An unbelievable explosive force. It's strange, my body itself feels afraid. Fang Yi stood there, his body completely enveloped in roaring flames. 100% of my power? At this rate, I'm afraid you won't even last 10 minutes. A cruel smile played on Feng Jiang's lips. So it really is that legendary blade. A new type of weapon secretly developed by the Spirit Association. Hearing this, Fang Yi's expression grew cold, but he didn't answer. Feng Jiang continued, "A spirit martial weapon contains terrifying elemental power. Once forged, a single slash can split mountains and divide the seas. I can't believe they actually succeeded, and even gave the only one to a brat like this. But that's fine. This just proves my trip here wasn't a waste. This spirit martial saber will belong to me. You're just a puny 2-star spirit creation realm runt. You should know your place and hand it over. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to kill you and take it." Still not enough. "Isn't that right? Didn't I tell you to use 100% of your power?" Back at the Taixi City Spirit Association, the guildmaster slammed the table. "What? The captain of Shangxi City and the captain of Taixi City are clashing." Su Qinghuang was baffled. Wasn't the wind barrier invited by the Spirit War Zone to help Shangxi City handle an anomaly? "What in the world is the leader of Shangxi City thinking?" He replied grimly. "This is no small matter. This doesn't just involve 2 city-level associations. Even the Spirit War Zone itself will have to intervene." Xiao Jin rushed in, reporting in a low voice. "Chief, on their end." The guildmaster panicked. "What did you just say?" "So Shangxi City has already been contacted, right?" "What did they say?" "If he can be stopped within 10 minutes, this situation can still be salvaged." He looked uneasy. "I've contacted them, but they said Shangxi is the 3rd largest city, and their captain is the city's pride. They don't believe he could possibly lose." The guildmaster exploded with rage. "What? They're completely looking down on Taixi City. That bunch of short-sighted fools. Do they think an S-rank anomaly is so easy to seal?" Su Qinghuang asked. "This is just pure arrogance. What realm is that man in?" Xiao Jin replied, "I heard he just broke through the threshold of the 3-star spirit creation realm. He comes from one of the great families in Shangxi City. They've funneled all their cultivation resources into him." She was shocked. "Ha, he just broke into the 3-star realm." The guildmaster's face was stern. "So, what if he's a 3-star? The wind barrier possesses multiple ultimate-grade elemental attributes, and his own combat ability far surpasses his official realm. The Spirit Association of Shangxi City never personally experienced the Hell of the Sacrifice King incident. They have no way of understanding the true meaning behind the name Wind Barrier. The captain of Shangxi won't just be defeated, he is going to die." At that very moment, back at the battle, Fang Yi threw a powerful punch. The blow slammed into Feng Jiang's face, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his mind filled with confusion. What is happening? Why can't my saber techniques cut through those flames? My spirit energy feels like it's being erased, vanishing in an instant. Is there really a fighting style in this world that can just nullify an opponent's saber arts? Suddenly, Fang Yi spoke. "Hey, we've arrived." His words sent a shockwave through Feng Jiang. "The Spirit Association building? We've already fought our way here." Fang Yi gave a dangerous smile. "Out of respect for Taixi City and the war zone, I was going to give you all one last chance." With that, he drove a kick straight into his opponent's face. But it seems some people would rather hide in their shells and not come out, so I guess I'll have to make myself crystal clear. Covered in wounds, Feng Jiang grit his teeth. Below, the crowd chattered nervously. What's going on? What's happening over there? Is that a fire? No, that's not it. Don't you guys feel that intense heat? The temperature is rising. I see it now. There are people fighting up there. That fiery light. I think I've seen it before on the news from the neighboring city. I told you so. All those rumors spreading online are real. The spiritual energy revival is real. Above, Fang Yi spoke again. You still have 5 minutes left. Weren't you the one who wanted me to use 100% of my power? By this point, Feng Jiang was too beaten to even respond. Fang Yi attacked again. Why do you look so pathetic when I'm only using 30% of my strength? His words were a complete shock. What does he mean? This isn't even his full power? That's impossible. His cultivation realm is clearly only at the 2-star spirit creation level. An overwhelming pressure began to crush Feng Jiang. A devastating blow landed squarely on his body, far away. In the observation and information room of the Shenxi City Spirit Association headquarters, alarms blared. Alert! A massive energy signature has been detected within the territory of the Shai Nation. The specific location is the Spirit Association building in Shenxi City. Be advised, the energy reading is rising exponentially. Fu Meizhen reported urgently, this is not a dark attribute signature, a dark aura. But this frequency is all wrong. Erlang demanded, what's going on in Kangxi City? We have zero intel on any anomaly incursions there. If it's not a full-scale anomaly war, could it be a high-ranking official? A report just came in from the Taishi Spirit Association. The one causing the chaos is Kangxi's newly appointed captain, known as Divine Blade. He coveted the weapon of Feng Zhangzhe. When the Taishi captain refused to hand it over, Divine Blade made his move. Baiku was stunned. What? Does Kangxi have a death wish? Send an immediate warning. Tell them to stand down now, if they don't comply. Fire every single high-level manager in the Kangxi Spirit Association. His subordinates scrambled. Yes, sir. We'll dispatch a team at once. This is a critical incident for the entire association. Just then, Gu Yuru entered. I think it would be best if I went myself. Inside a nearby building, a little girl pointed innocently. Mommy, look, a shooting star. But her mother's face was filled with terror. Don't look, we have to go, now. The father urged them on. We can't stay in Kangxi any longer. We're leaving for Shenxi City right now. It has to be safer there. He whispered to his wife, do you think it's true? Like what they're saying online, that the world is about to change forever. Mommy, I'm so scared. Shh, don't be afraid. We'll find a way. Come on, hurry. Just 1 minute earlier, Feng Jiang reeled from a devastating blow. Feng Zhangzhe, stop this instant. If you don't, the Yue clan will hunt you to the ends of the earth, and the Kangxi Spirit Association will show you no mercy. In a building across the street, onlookers murmured in shock. How can Feng Zhangzhe be this reckless? To attack the Spirit Association headquarters itself. He's truly a tyrant. Someone. Go support Captain Divine Blade. It looks like he's about to fall. A formal announcement boomed. Taishi Captain Feng Zhangzhe, cease your extremist actions near the Kangxi Spirit Association at once. Divine Blade is the acting captain of Kangxi. An attack on him is a declaration of war against our entire branch. We will not tolerate this aggression. Prepare to face the consequences of your actions. Fang Yi's voice turned ice cold. So this is the attitude of the Kangxi Spirit Association. They turned a blind eye when their captain attacked one from Taishi. Simply because they're both captains. Perhaps they bet on their own being stronger and refused to intervene. With a flick of his wrist, he sent massive fireballs hurtling toward the building. The officials inside scrambled back in terror. Fang Yi shot a look at Feng Jiang. I'm afraid. They've made a grave miscalculation. You think someone of your level can take this blade from my hands? Feng Jiang was speechless, able only to gasp for air. He then tossed the blade towards him. Here, let's see if you can even handle it. Feng Jiang's face lit up with greed. Ha ha ha, so you finally know your place. The Kangxi Association is so incompetent. To let Taishi develop a spirit armament this powerful. Only I am worthy of wielding such a treasure. Fang Yi thought to himself, I will never understand the minds of these so-called arrogant celestial walkers. Just because they possess immense power, they believe they can take whatever they want through plunder and slaughter. In the end, these walkers are no different from the anomalies we fight. If more like him appear, they will become a key factor in humanity's downfall. What's worse, the Kangxi Spirit Association allows monsters like this to run rampant and does absolutely nothing to stop them. This must be dealt with. His eyes glinted with cold resolve. In the sky, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, creating a massive fireball. I forgot to mention, he said calmly. This blade isn't a spirit armament crafted by the association. It is a unique weapon forged by me alone, and it acknowledges only one master. The resulting blast wave sent the crowd below scattering in panic. Help me! Someone help! Is Captain Divine Blade dead? But I heard Feng Zhangzi was only a 2-star spirit creation realm at best. Yue Feng Jiang was a full realm higher than him. Wang Zong, the director of the Kangxi Spirit Association, watched in horror. He thought Divine Blade Yu Feng Jiang was our only 4-star spirit creation realm. His talent was unparalleled, and we gave him priority access to all our resources. In another month, he could have touched the legendary Diamond Realm. His genius, combined with his status as the heir to the Yue clan's blade arts, easily placed him in the top 5 captains in the entire Xia kingdom. And yet, he was no match for Feng Zhangzi. This man has already surpassed the boundaries of what it means to be a captain. He possesses the destructive power to annihilate an entire city on his own. The terrified officials begged, "What do we do now? Surely he doesn't intend to bury the entire Kangxi Spirit Association with him. Captain from Taishi, we beg for your mercy. This was all our fault." In the sky above, a helicopter began its approach. The pilot's voice crackled over the comms, reporting a strong, incredibly pure Yang attribute energy signature ahead. The flames engulfing the Spirit Association building are starting to weaken and recede. Gu Yu-ru stood at the open door of the helicopter. Weakening. "I fear we've arrived too late," she murmured. "I can feel his power. It's simply overwhelming. Does he truly have the power to destroy Kangxi, the 3rd largest city in the nation?" She brought her hands together, and a brilliant spiritual energy scattered into healing rays that rained down below. This is without a doubt the power of a national-level celestial walker. This changes everything. It seems he was actually holding back. The Wang clan below erupted with joy. "Look, it's headquarters. The main branch is here." Hearing this, Fang Yi glanced up. A water attribute awakened. The purity of her power was far beyond that of Yue Fengjiang. Among all the awakened he'd encountered, she was easily top tier. Gu Yuru also sized him up silently. His fire aura was high-level, domineering, almost brutally savage, a Yang attribute, like a heavenly flame. And there was another power within him, one she couldn't quite see through. No wonder he was an awakened capable of single-handedly leveling a city. If he hadn't willingly withdrawn his flames, her reign might not have been enough to extinguish what was left. Wait a minute. Is that a Tang Dynasty-style spirit blade? The pure power within it, and that level of fusion. From what I know of the Tai Branch's Spirit Association, their research and development is nowhere near this advanced. There was only one possibility. He forged this spirit weapon himself. The Wang clan member pointed. "Did you really have to be so merciless? Funeral Wind, now that headquarters has arrived, how do you plan to explain yourself to us?" Fang Yi replied, "I gave you all 10 minutes. But after you got the message, you offered me no explanation. Does that mean you all agree? Your Shang branch captain deserved to die?" The man choked on his words. "You," he stammered. "And another thing," Fang Yi continued. "The next time you dare speak to me that way, I'll kill you all." Gu Yuru landed, calling out, "Tai branch captain." Fang Yi glanced back without a word. The Wang clan member thought, that's right, headquarters has to worry about public perception. So what if the funeral wind is powerful? If they just let the Tai branch captain killing the Shang branch captain slide without any real punishment? Wouldn't all the branch captains across the country feel betrayed? How could they manage the spirit associations after that? She introduced herself. "A pleasure to finally meet you. My name is Gu Yuru." The man was still lost in his own thoughts. Besides, the Shang branch spirit association is in ruins, and the funeral wind is still here, spouting nonsense. It's about time headquarters taught him a lesson. Gu Yuru stepped forward. "I'm also known as the Sea Sage of the Spirit Association's main branch." The man trembled from head to toe, his voice cracking. "What? The Sea Sage is apologizing to him?" This negotiation will define headquarters' stance on the funeral wind. Appeasement, praise, and rewards. We must avoid conflict at all costs. As for the Shang Branch Spirit Association, his subordinate's voice cut through his thoughts. Is this really over, just like that? I mean, the Shang Branch captain was burned alive. Shouldn't this be considered internal strife? Another added. The representative from headquarters didn't even question his responsibility. Instead, she promised him an explanation. Fang Yi stared them down, their discontent meaning nothing to him. The Shang branch captain acted against the funeral wind, shamelessly trying to take his life. He repaid the kindness of the Tai branch and the spirit war zone with betrayal. Why didn't anyone think to stop the infighting and prevent this damage then? A bunch of arrogant fools. Gu Yuru walked up to the man. Who is in charge of the Shang Branch Spirit Association? He raised a trembling hand. I am, she continued. I'm giving you 3 days to pacify the people of the Shang district and come up with a suitable PR statement to control the narrative for now. He said obsequiously, "Of course, we understand completely." She cut him off, her voice like steel. "In 3 days, all of you will be relieved of your duties. Headquarters will send new people to take over the Shang branch. And remember, if you do nothing during these 3 days, you will bear the consequences." Fang Yi looked at her, thinking to himself, the Spirit Association headquarters is firing the entire staff of the Shang branch. He never expected them to make such a decisive move. This was far beyond what he had anticipated. This time, headquarters needed to make its position crystal clear to everyone. Anyone who dared to challenge the funeral wind would end up like Yue Fengjiang. And the Shang Branch Spirit Association. Gu Yuru gestured with her hand. "I hope this resolution is to your satisfaction, but rest assured, things like this, the Spirit Association will never allow to happen again," she told him directly. "Anyone who challenges you from now on is challenging the Spirit Association headquarters itself." He replied coldly, "How you deal with them is none of my concern. I'm more interested in what you meant by controlling the narrative." Gu Yuru remained calm. "Are you questioning whether the Shang and Tai districts can still suppress public knowledge of the spirit energy revival?" "No," she explained. "The world is currently experiencing a series of unusual events, and the disasters they cause are becoming more frequent. In truth, many people have already figured out most of what's going on, but we haven't made it public yet, because the time isn't right. If we were to announce it now, the world would change instantly. Chaos would erupt from within, and everything would quickly fall apart." The newly erected barrier was shattered just as it was being formed. If someone like him hadn't existed in Tai City back then, the Xia Nation's era of spirit chi recovery would have begun the day the city was destroyed by the Abnormality King. Or perhaps, if it wasn't for Old Wu of the Spirit Zone, we could have achieved it much sooner, much faster. In that scenario, ordinary people would have been caught completely off guard, thrust into the new age of spirit ki. Fang Yi's expression darkened as a grim realization dawned on him. So that's how it is. It's better for a small group to descend into chaos than for everyone to suffer together. If they wanted to maintain the illusion of equality and a peaceful, prosperous life for all, then after the spirit chi returned, it was crucial for the pioneers to rise above the millions of ordinary people and face the dangers head-on. No wonder so many pioneers were itching for foolish action, even wanting to create greater chaos. The Xia Nation's heavy-handed suppression of public opinion was a masterstroke. It not only restrained the pioneers from starting conflicts, but also limited the spread of abnormalities, helping normal people transition into the era of spirit chi recovery. However, none of this would be possible without the cooperation of the most powerful pioneers. Fang Yi spoke softly. "It seems the moment we can no longer delay has finally arrived." He stood before her, calculating silently in his mind. "Although I'm at the spirit creation realm and resolved a disaster, buying Tai City some time, it's still far from enough." Gu Yurua began to persuade him. "You must have other matters to attend to. We will arrange a private jet to take you back to Tai City, but I'd like to trouble you for just a moment longer. What follows is a personal request of mine and does not represent the Spirit Association's headquarters." She gently adjusted her glasses, deep in thought. To be so young, yet not only possess the power to wipe out an entire city, but also the character to bear such immense responsibility. Having a talent like this in Tai City, it truly makes one envious. He was incredibly curious about him. He replied, "There's no need for formalities. Please, speak." To his surprise, Gu Yuruo extended her hand. "In my capacity as Gu Yuruo, not as the Apocalypse Herald, I would like to befriend you. Is that possible?" Back at the Spirit Zone, he began his report. This is the entire situation. After hearing it, Jia Lan slammed her hand on the table in fury. Absolutely absurd. How can the Spirit Association and Kang City be so foolish and short-sighted? If this continues, Kang City's combat posts will fall one by one. The headquarters needs to take over as soon as possible. Otherwise, in the cruel future of the Spirit Chi era, Kang City will be a total failure, wiped off the map. An incompetent general dooms his entire army. He crossed his arms with a smirk. The Spirit Association's headquarters is probably still trustworthy, especially that Apocalypse Herald. She might even be trying to poach our talent. So, shouldn't we make a statement of our own? She calculated coldly. Of course. The compensation for the gravedigger must not be small. It can't be any less than what the headquarters is offering. Furthermore, the original reward from the Kang City Association will be doubled for him. He closed his eyes, remarking, "I must admit, I admire the gravedigger's strength and personality. Decisive, ruthless, yet flexible. Those are the essential qualities of a city's leader. I feel this reward is what he truly deserves." She thought to herself, "If I didn't know you genuinely admired him, I'd think you were intentionally trying to make things difficult for him." He continued, Crisis and opportunity coexist. Only he is worthy of training here. What's more, our own zone has a genius currently in seclusion. In the future, things far more terrifying than this, the Hell's Monarchs, will appear one after another. Each one of them will shatter humanity's existing beliefs. Only by allowing the Gravedigger to quickly ascend in rank can he mature in the shadows of the future and reach the ends of the earth that we cannot see. Jialan agreed. You're right. Perhaps our training grounds are far too simple for him. Suddenly, a panicked voice called out, Lady Lamb, Lady Lamb. Old Wu is awake. He has something to tell you. A few hours later in Tai City, Fang Yi sat in his room, reflecting. Your bank account has received 10 million yuan. Someone entered quietly. Cousin, you're finally back. I saw everything on the forums about what happened in Kang City. He cut her off. It was nothing major. Don't worry too much. She continued. I'm not that worried. Everyone on the Pioneer forums is saying you crushed Kang City's captain. The descriptions are so over the top. He flicked her forehead. Besides training information, you should spend less time on those forums. Did you forget your promise to improve yourself as quickly as possible? All right, I need to go cultivate for a bit. She called out to him. But didn't you just break through not too long ago? Are you about to break through to the 3-star spirit creation realm? He gave a self-deprecating smile. Not necessarily. A strange feeling stirred within her. Why did her cousin seem so troubled? He sat silently in his training room, completely lost in thought. This was the purest dark attribute, harvested from the bone bird. It was time to fuse it with his infinite dark realm. Only then could he maximize its energy. A system voice echoed, Do you wish to embed the dark attribute into the endless dark realm? Yes. After merging with the upgraded dark attribute, could he command the aberrations directly? In that case, it wouldn't be any different from a king ordering his legion to work for him. At that moment, a massive image materialized in the sky. It loomed over a skyscraper, Fang Yi. The system prompt flashed. Breakthrough requirements met. Do you wish to ascend to the spirit creation realm? 3-star. The people below were stunned. Look up there. What is that? Is it some kind of projection? No way. It's the Immortal who descended. The one who slaughtered all those bats and saved us last time. Suddenly, a brilliant circle of light appeared in the sky. In its center stood Fang Yi, calmly gazing down at the world. He thought to himself, these aberrations I've subjugated are like servants bowing to their king, and they have empowered my infinite dark realm. The entire scene was plunged into a terrifying and awe-inspiring darkness. A status window suddenly appeared. Infinite dark realm upgrade successful. New ability acquired. It announced the new skill, Aberration Warfare. Fang Yi spoke. It seems new members have joined our great family. The infinite dark realm. Your power is exceptionally pure, and it is a great boon to my advancement. Serve me well here from now on, and you will not be mistreated. He silently vowed, I must fully utilize the new power of the infinite dark realm. Beyond that, I must continue to increase my spiritual energy reserves. In a distant corner of the city, a strange light shot toward the heavens. He had broken through to the 3-star spirit creation realm. Fang Yi contemplated. I can feel it. The abilities I absorbed and the techniques I learned are all merging perfectly with my body. His power was being purified, refined to a higher state. Thanks to the infinite dark realm's upgrade, using the dark attribute, no longer felt sluggish like before. After a long moment, Fang Yi's feet touched the ground, stirring up motes of golden dust. He spoke aloud. As for the rest, I'll have to discover it through practice. In the Starlight War Zone, Jialan gasped. His speed is incredible. He's leveled up again. The old man asked, how long has it been since he retrieved the 7-rot flower, saving this old life of mine? Half a month, she replied. Jialan was lost in thought. That's right, only. A little over 10 short days. Fang Yi has achieved the impossible. For any other immortal practitioner, this would be the achievement of a lifetime. The old man was in disbelief. He'd just entered the spirit creation realm. Yet he suppressed the dark tide and collected the 7-rot flower. He not only saved me, but also you and countless future practitioners of the Xia kingdom. Countering the dark attribute is a feat neither of us could accomplish. He's handled aberration kings in 2 cities, solving those calamities and even purging the traitors within the city, leveling up twice in a row. All of this he accomplished in just 10 short days. I am truly eager to meet this favored child of heaven. The spirit knight, Kai Shi Qinghuang, was overjoyed. That's coming from the direction of Fang Yi's new home. Has he leveled up again? The energy fluctuation unleashed by the gravekeeper was even greater than the descent of an aberration king. The second mistress issued a swift command. Immediately activate the emergency response plan. Ensure the gravekeeper's advancement is not disturbed by any outside forces. Contingency plan level 1. A confident smile spread across her face. Ever since Kai City survived the cataclysm of the Hell Sacrifice King, the Gravekeeper's authority and immense power were known among all immortal practitioners. Even unawakened ordinary people had come to accept such incredible phenomena. They remembered the feeling of Fang Yi's spiritual power, and because of it, they felt completely safe. As for those jealous fools in Shang City, let me educate everyone on just how powerful the Gravekeeper truly is. Some people refuse to believe he handled the incident in Kai City alone, so the Great Master immediately helped Shang City with the disaster at the Tianbao Tower. That catastrophe was said to be on the same level as the aberration in Kai City. As for the Shang City captain who was beaten senseless by the Gravekeeper, chased from the east side of the city to the west, I have no idea where he found the courage to provoke a master of that caliber. The master crushed him to dust. In a single flash, he put him in his place. It was terrifying and incredibly persuasive. After that, no reckless immortal practitioner would dare cause him trouble again. Meanwhile, inside Shang City, Chu Qingli was hard at work. Shang City, she mused, I never realized cultivation was this difficult. After awakening, I've shown absolutely no signs of advancing to the 2-star Ghost Palace realm. What on earth is the problem? The Gravekeeper. These other immortal practitioners are also useless. They can't dig up any information on him, or they simply don't reply. Qingli quickly understood. They probably weren't familiar enough with the Gravekeeper to get in touch. If only I could meet him. These fools. They look down on me just because I recently entered the Ghost Palace realm. I refuse to accept this. He met my gaze without flinching. Is it possible that since the spiritual energy revival, my own advantages have become this pathetic? The news online was clear. We crossed the Gravekeeper in Kang City. Staying here was no longer an option, let alone trying to grow stronger. I have to return to Tai City immediately. She quickly shoved all of her belongings into her bag. Qingli's eyes hardened with resolve. Whether it's the advantages I was born with or the future that awaits in this era of restored spiritual energy, I, Su Qingli, will seize it all with my own 2 hands. Inside the house, she asked, you successfully broke through. How does your body feel? Are there any changes? Fang Yi replied, yeah, it's stable. Besides my spiritual power flowing more smoothly, letting me do more with less, there are no major transformations yet. He suspected the deeper changes would only appear once he ascended to the Diamond Realm. She smiled, holding up her phone. Elder Jialin is asking if we want to go to Tianhai Forest. Go to Tianhai Forest? I heard a new celestial anomaly just appeared there. He gave a slight nod. I received her invitation too. It was probably the Spirit War Zone's way of compensating him for the incident back in Kang City. Since she invited you as well, let's go together. Her face lit up. Awesome. Tianhai Forest was a jungle on the edge of the Spirit War Zone's territory. Once ordinary, it began to grow uncontrollably over the past 5 years, evolving entirely new species. In this place, the spiritual energy concentration reached over 60%. The mutation rate for plants and animals was incredibly high. It was both a rich sanctuary for cultivators to train and a terrifying, unpredictable grinder of mutated horrors. But ultimately, it was still under the Spirit War Zone's control. At the zone's entrance, Qing Xiang approached. We meet again in Tianhai Forest. The captain from Tai City. I wonder if you still remember me? Fang Yi responded. I do. You're here to guard the Forbidden Zone, she explained. Of course. Commander Jialin tasked me with receiving you and your cousin. There's also some intel I need to share. Before you two arrived, a rather tricky situation developed in Tianhai Forest. A strange, mutated fire ignited within the woods. It's different from the dark attribute, but its aura is incredibly grim. It cannot be burned out, nor can it be extinguished. He was surprised. Another new, unidentified fire attribute? Qing Xiang replied, That's right. I will accompany you and your cousin. Fang Yi considered it. I don't think that's necessary. Qing Li, what do you think? She replied. I don't need help either. Thank you. The woman agreed. Very well, please be careful. I'll wait for you here. Qing Xiang thought to herself, I was so focused on the Gravekeeper earlier, I didn't even notice this girl. Though she looks young and frail, her spirit is incredibly resolute, and the spiritual power she radiates is immense. Her talent might even surpass my own. What on earth did these 2 siblings eat growing up? How can both of them possess such overwhelming talent? A moment later, his footsteps echoed as he stepped into the cave. Fang Yi surveyed the scene and asked, So this is the place? The deathly aura is insane. This chilling wave of death is just as strong as the dark tide, Qing Li added. Plus, that commander said this fire can't be extinguished, which means it will just keep spreading. Fang Yi activated his yang breathing method. He warned her, Qing Li, get back. A massive flame erupted, engulfing his entire body. He judged that the fire here was far stronger than any normal fire attribute, and it was driven by a desire to devour human spiritual power. But no matter how special this fire attribute was, it was still just fire. Before the supreme, ultimate yang attribute, it was utterly powerless. He spoke. I can sense the source of the black flame. It's just ahead. Qing Li, your spiritual power has a wood attribute. You'll be at a disadvantage against this fire. You should wear this protective layer I'm giving you, and you must be careful. She responded. Understood. Fang Yi's expression turned serious as he swiftly drew his sword. He unleashed a powerful slash that seemed to tear space itself. A moment later, a faint light shone upon them. Qing Li warned, the death aura is even thicker now. I can suddenly feel the space in here changing. She remarked, what was that dripping just now? He responded, molten rock. Fang Yi's gaze sharpened, instantly on high alert. It's here. The system interface flashed to life. A celestial anomaly was detected, with preliminary analysis indicating a tomb fire attribute fluctuation. The system automatically began acquiring data and compiling information. A notification appeared. You've acquired the tomb fire attribute technique. The tomb god domain can devour the power of surrounding attributes and, based on the power devoured, strengthen the yang attribute. Fang Yi commented, a fire attribute similar to the desolation attribute. It's highly specialized, designed to nurture and enhance the yang attribute. A new panel appeared. New ability acquired. Death, Steal, Seal. Warning, this ability possesses a unique property. Implant with caution. He was confused. What is this? The system notified him. You possess the power of endless death. After another person kills you, the Death, Steal, Seal will be imprinted on them. The Death, Steal, Seal is accompanied by the effect, Yellow Spring's Flame, a hellfire that will rise from all corners of the earth. Model, it would strike, endlessly burning anyone marked by the Death Frost Seal. The Death Ice Tower was lethally toxic, and just as its name implied, its victims would face death's curse. Their very bodies would collapse infinitely into a hellish nightmare, a gateway to the underworld. The gates of hell would open for those branded by the seal, and its evil spirits would line up to carry them to their grave. He frowned, lost in thought. Infinite death? The ability was undeniably powerful, but it wasn't the right fit for him now. The price was just too steep. The side effects of death were not something he wanted to deal with. The system retained the Death Frost Seal ability, but he wouldn't learn or implant it for the time being. Yi watched from above, worried that her cousin had just absorbed those hellish flames. Did that mean he gained yet another elemental power? Just how many elemental abilities did he possess now? It was almost impossible to believe. Fang Yi's voice cut through her thoughts. Don't lose focus. There's something else here. Yi's eyes immediately sharpened with caution. A colossal creature emerged, and she gasped. That's a dragon. No, he corrected her. It's a mutated skink. At best, it could only evolve into a slightly larger four-legged lizard. You'll be the perfect test subject for my newest technique, the tomb fire domain. The beast lunged, its massive jaws unleashing a torrent of fire. But there was no fear in his eyes, only a rising, manic excitement. The two immense powers, man and beast, collided in a cataclysmic clash. The ground instantly fractured into giant fissures as a colossal red light threatened to engulf all of space. Finally, a devastating explosion erupted, threatening to swallow everything. Qing Xiyang shielded her face. Something's happened in there. Request backup, now. Her subordinate reported. Yes, ma'am. A new mutated life form has been detected in Tianhai Forest. Spirit energy concentration is at 1000%. Danger level is S-class. The anomaly level is currently immeasurable. Jialin grew anxious. This is bad. How can the timing be this coincidental? The spirit energy in Tianhai Forest has been stable for so long. And this happens the moment the wind gravekeeper goes in to cultivate. An elder spoke up. Though I have great faith in his abilities, we should still go and check. In unison, everyone moved, responding, yes, sir. After moving for a moment, they stopped in surprise. That streak of light? It's Elder Wu and Supervisor Jialin. Elder Wu is officially back in action, a woman announced. He's telling us to follow. Let's go. The gigantic light continued to tear the earth apart. In peak physical condition, the elder prepared to face the threat. Xing Xiang was stunned by his speed. Is this the power of a master in the Vajra realm? If the Wind Gravekeeper's power was a spectacle that could alter the world, then Elder Wu's power was a deep, humble strength. Without channeling any spirit energy, a simple gesture from him could shake every practitioner. In just a few short seconds, he had found it. He pinpointed the exact direction and arrived at the scene instantly. This level of teleportation was nothing short of profound mastery. They stood before a cave entrance. He's right inside, Elder Wu announced. He used his power to destroy the obstacles in their path. With a single wave of his hand, it was as if space itself was being torn in two. Following his command, they proceeded inside. Let's go. Inside the cave, Yi heard frantic coughing. She rushed over, filled with worry. Are you okay? Fang Yi, shrouded in shadows, replied, I'm fine. But it looks like we have company. At that moment, someone moved as fast as the wind. In a flash, Elder Wu appeared right in front of him. Fang Yi lowered his cold gaze as the elder spoke. You are the Wind Gravekeeper. My savior, aren't you? Outside, Jilin shouted in concern, Elder Wu? The elder frowned, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Elder Wu asked, Wind Gravekeeper, did you truly develop to this level all on your own? This mutated skink was about to achieve its final evolution. Once it became a dragon, its power would have far surpassed the spirit creation realm, matching the Vajra realm. Based on its wounds, that clean, sharp, then a realization struck him. Wait a moment. I can sense a toon fire aura from this boy. Similar to the half-dragons, but even more pure. Could it be that the newly detected life form was actually him? A woman landed nearby, curious. You already took care of it, killed it completely. Jilin assessed the scene. If this half-dragon had successfully broken through, it would have had the power of the Vajra realm. The war zone never even knew it existed. Without the Wind Gravekeeper, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fang Yi finally spoke. It truly is you, Senior. Elder Wu, there's no need for such formalities. I'm just happy to see that a respected predecessor like you has recovered. Elder Wu burst out laughing, as am I. With a courageous junior like you around, I can finally retire in peace. You've already slain this half-dragon. I wonder if I could ask you to keep its existence a secret for us. Don't let anyone outside Tianhai Forest know it was ever here, not even the Spirit Association. Fang Yi fell into thought. So that's how it is. On the surface, Tianhai Forest is a training and mutation zone managed by the Spirit War Zone. But in reality, it's an area where spiritual energy is in constant flux. We're heading into the unknown, with no idea what will emerge. The things that appear here could be far more twisted than the dark abominations from the Abyss Zone. Is the Spirit Combat Division taking on this much responsibility? Just to avoid burdening the Spirit Association, Fang Yi's voice was steady. It's not a problem. He guessed the toon fire attribute he was absorbing would soon become dominant, just like the legendary Tao Ti. That skink from before was the same. After absorbing the toon fire, it could mutate into a half-dragon. Could the secret of the Tianhai Forest be that a Tao Ti once existed here? The bizarre mutations caused by the spiritual energy revival have already caused catastrophic damage, even from just ordinary creatures. If it's a legendary beast like the Tao Ti, then this is a true disaster. No one of the Spirit Combat Division is taking this place so seriously. He held out his hand. It seems you understand now. Thank you. Fang Yi replied, it's my duty. None of us want to see a high-level abomination come into being. There's no need to pressure everyone before the omens are clear, is there? Beyond the edge of the woods, streams of white mist began to drift in. Fang Yi instantly sensed the aura contained within it. He found the presence surprisingly comfortable, almost pleasant. But Jia Lan immediately grew tense. This spiritual power. Don't tell me that monstrous genius has broken through to the diamond realm and finally come out of seclusion. A man with strikingly handsome features emerged.